Preface to Campaigning with Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. Preface. The object aimed at in this narrative is to recount the daily acts of General Grant in the field, to describe minutely his personal traits and habits, and to explain the motives which actuated him in important crises by giving his criticisms upon events in the language employed by him at the time they took place. The chief effort of the author has been to enable readers to view the Union commander near by, and to bring them into such intimate contact with him that they may know him as familiarly as those who served by his side. It has been no part of the author's purpose to give a detailed history of the campaigns referred to, but to describe the military movements only so far as necessary to show General Grant's intentions and plans and the general results of his operations. Mention of particular commands, subordinate commanders, and topographical features, therefore, had to be in large measure omitted. While serving as a personal aide to the General-in-Chief, the author early acquired the habit of making careful and elaborate notes of everything of interest which came under his observation, and these reminiscences are simply a transcript of memoranda jotted down at the time. The Author. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. My First Meeting with General Grant. A Conference at Thomas's Headquarters. Grant's Manner of Writing Dispatches. Opening the Cracker Line. Grant saluted by the enemy. Grant's personal appearance. While sitting in my quarters in the little town of Chattanooga, Tennessee, about an hour after nightfall, Friday, October 23, 1863, an orderly brought me a message from General George H. Thomas, commander of the Army of the Cumberland, on whose staff I was serving, summoning me to headquarters. A storm had been raging for 2 days, and a chilling rain was still falling. A few minutes' walk brought me to the plain wooden one-story dwelling occupied by the commander, which was situated on Walnut Street, near Fourth, and upon my arrival I found him in the front room on the left side of the hall, with 3 members of his staff and several strange officers. In an armchair facing the fireplace was seated a general officer, slight in figure and of medium stature, whose face bore an expression of weariness. He was carelessly dressed, and his uniform coat was unbuttoned and thrown back from his chest. He held a lighted cigar in his mouth, and sat in a stooping posture, with his head bent slightly forward. His clothes were wet, and his trousers and top boots were spattered with mud. General Thomas approached this officer, and turning to me and mentioning me by name, said, "I want to present to you General Grant." Thereupon the officer seated in the chair, without changing his position, glanced up, extended his arm to its full length, shook hands, and said in a low voice, and speaking slowly, "How do you do?" This was my first meeting with the man with whom I was destined afterward to spend so many of the most interesting years of my life. The strange officers present were members of General Grant's staff. Charles A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, who had been for some time with the Army of the Cumberland, had also entered the room. The next morning he sent a dispatch to the War Department beginning with the words, "Grant arrived last night, wet, dirty, and well." On the 19th of October, General Grant's command had been enlarged so as to cover the newly created Military Division of the Mississippi, embracing nearly the entire field of operations between the Alleghanies and the Mississippi River, and the Army of the Cumberland had thus been placed under his control. About a month before, that army, after having fought at Chickamauga, one of the most gallantly contested and sanguinary battles in the annals of warfare, had fallen back and taken up a defensive position on the south side of the Tennessee River, enclosing within its lines the village of Chattanooga. The opposing forces under General Bragg had invested this position and established such a close siege that the lines of supply had been virtually cut off, rations and forage were about exhausted, and almost the last tree stump had been used for fuel. Most of the men were without overcoats, and some without shoes. 10,000 animals had died of starvation, and the gloom and despondency had been increased by the approach of cold weather and the appearance of the autumn storms. General Grant, upon assuming the responsibilities of his new command, had fully realized the critical condition of the Army of the Cumberland, and had set out at once for its headquarters to take charge in person of its future operations. On his way to the front he had telegraphed General Thomas from Louisville to hold Chattanooga at all hazards, to which that intrepid soldier made the famous reply, "I will hold the town till we starve." General Grant had started the day before the incident I have described from Bridgeport, a place 30 miles below Chattanooga, where the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad crosses the Tennessee River, and had ridden by way of Walden's Ridge, the only route left open by which communication could be had with the beleaguered town. We had been advised that he was on his way, but hardly expected that he would reach Chattanooga that night, considering the state of the weather, the wretched conditions of the roads, or rather bridle paths, over the mountain, and the severe injury to his leg which had been caused by a fall of his horse several weeks before, and from which he was still suffering. When he arrived he had to be lifted from his saddle, and was evidently experiencing much pain, as his horse had slipped in coming down the mountain, and had further injured the lame leg. But the general showed less signs of fatigue than might have been supposed after his hard ride of 2 days under such trying circumstances. As soon as General Grant had partaken of a light supper immediately after his arrival, General Thomas had sent for several general officers and most of the members of his staff to come to headquarters, and the room soon contained an exceedingly interesting group. A member of General Thomas's staff quietly called that officer's attention to the fact that the distinguished guest's clothes were pretty wet, and his boots were thoroughly soaked with rain after his long ride through the storm, and intimated that colds were usually no respecters of persons. General Thomas's mind had been so intent upon receiving the commander and arranging for a conference of officers that he had entirely overlooked his guest's travel-stained condition. But as soon as his attention was called to it, all of his old-time Virginia hospitality was aroused, and he at once begged his newly arrived chief to step into a bedroom and change his clothes. His urgings, however, were in vain. The general thanked him politely, but positively declined to make any additions to his personal comfort, except to light a fresh cigar. Afterward, however, he consented to draw his chair nearer to the wood fire, which was burning in the chimney place, and to thrust his feet forward to give his top boots a chance to dry. The extent of his indulgence in personal comfort in the field did not seem to be much greater than that of bluff old Marshal Suvaroff, who, when he wished to give himself over to an excess of luxury, used to go so far as to take off one spur before going to bed. At General Grant's request, General Thomas, General William F. Smith, his chief engineer, commonly known to the army as Baldy Smith, and others, pointed out on a large map the various positions of the troops, and described the general situation. General Grant sat for some time as immovable as a rock and as silent as the Sphinx, but listened attentively to all that was said. After a while he straightened himself up in his chair, his features assumed an air of animation, and in a tone of voice which manifested a deep interest in the discussion, he began to fire whole volleys of questions at the officers present. So intelligent were his inquiries, and so pertinent his suggestions, that he made a profound impression upon every one by the quickness of his perception and the knowledge which he had already acquired regarding important details of the army's condition. His questions showed from the outset that his mind was dwelling not only upon the prompt opening of a line of supplies, but upon taking the offensive against the enemy. In this he was only manifesting one of his chief military characteristics, an inborn dislike to be thrown upon the defensive. Even when he had to defend a position, his method of warfare was always that of the offensive-defensive. After talking over a plan for communicating with our base of supplies, or, as he called it in his conversation, opening up the cracker line, an operation which already had been projected and for which preliminary steps had been taken, he turned to me as chief of ordnance of the Army of the Cumberland and asked, "How much ammunition is there on hand?" I replied, "There is barely enough here to fight one day's battle, but an ample supply has been accumulated at Bridgeport to await the opening of communications." At about 9:30 o'clock he appeared to have finished his search after information for the time being, and turning to a table began to write telegrams. Communication by wire had been kept open during all the siege. His first despatch was to General Halleck, the general in chief at Washington, and read, "Have just arrived. I will write to morrow. Please approve order placing Sherman in command of Department of the Tennessee, with headquarters in the field." He had scarcely begun to exercise the authority conferred upon him by his new promotion when his mind turned to securing advancement for Sherman, who had been his second in command in the Army of the Tennessee. It was more than an hour later when he retired to bed in an adjoining room to get a much-needed rest. As he arose and walked across the floor, his lameness was very perceptible. Before the company departed, he had made an appointment with General Thomas and Smith and several staff officers to accompany him the next day to make a personal inspection of the lines. Early in the morning of the 24th, the party set out from headquarters, and most of the day was spent in examining our lines and obtaining a view of the enemy's position. At Brown's Ferry, General Grant dismounted and went to the river's edge on foot, and made his reconnaissance of that important part of the line in full view of the enemy's pickets on the opposite bank, but singularly enough he was not fired upon. Being informed that the general wished to see me that evening, I went into the room he was occupying at headquarters, and found two of his staff officers seated near him. As I entered, he gave a slight nod of the head by way of recognition, and pointing to a chair, said rather bluntly but politely, "Sit down." In reply to a question which he asked, I gave him some information he desired in regard to the character and location of certain heavy guns which I had recently assisted in putting in position on the advanced portion of our lines, and the kind and amount of artillery ammunition. He soon after began to write dispatches, and I arose to go, but resumed my seat as he said, "Sit still." My attention was soon attracted to the manner in which he went to work at his correspondence. At this time, as throughout his later career, he wrote nearly all of his documents with his own hand, and seldom dictated to any one even the most unimportant dispatch. His work was performed swiftly and uninterruptedly, but without any marked display of nervous energy. His thoughts flowed as freely from his mind as the ink from his pen. He was never at a loss for an expression, and seldom interlined a word or made a material correction. He sat with his head bent low over the table, and when he had occasion to step to another table or desk to get a paper he wanted, he would glide rapidly across the room without straightening himself, and return to his seat with his body still bent over at about the same angle at which he had been sitting when he left his chair. Upon this occasion he tossed the sheets of paper across the table as he finished them, leaving them in the wildest disorder. When he had completed the dispatch, he gathered up the scattered sheets, read them over rapidly, and arranged them in their proper order. Turning to me after a time, he said, "Perhaps you might like to read what I am sending." I thanked him, and in looking over the dispatches, I found that he was ordering up Sherman's entire force from Corinth to within supporting distance, and was informing Halleck of the dispositions decided upon for the opening of a line of supplies, and assuring him that everything possible would be done for the relief of Burnside in East Tennessee. Directions were also given for the taking of vigorous and comprehensive steps in every direction throughout his new and extensive command. At a later hour, after having given further directions in regard to the contemplated movement for the opening of the route from Bridgeport to Chattanooga, and in the meantime sending back to be foraged all the animals that could be spared, he bid those present a pleasant good night, and limped off to his bedroom. I cannot dwell too forcibly on the deep impression made upon those who had come in contact for the first time with the new commander by the exhibition they witnessed of his singular mental powers and his rare military qualities. Coming to us crowned with the laurels he had gained in the brilliant campaign of Vicksburg, we naturally expected to meet a well-equipped soldier, but hardly anybody was prepared to find one who had the grasp, the promptness of decision, and the general administrative capacity which he displayed at the very start as commander of an extensive military division in which many complicated problems were presented for immediate solution. After remaining 3 days as General Thomas's guest, General Grant established his headquarters in a modest-looking 2-story frame house on the bluff near the river, situated on what is now known as First Street. In the evening of the 26th, I spent some time in the front room on the left side of the hall, which he used as his office, and in which several members of his staff were seated with him. It was a memorable night in the history of the siege, for the troops were being put in motion for the hazardous attempt to open the river route to our base of supplies at Bridgeport. The general sat at a table smoking and writing dispatches. After finishing several telegrams and giving some directions to his staff, he began to describe the probabilities of the chances of the expedition down the river, expressing a confident belief in its success. General W. F. Smith, who had been so closely identified with the project, was given command of the movement. At midnight he began his march down the north bank of the river with 2,800 men. At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 27th, Hazen started silently down the stream, with his pontoons carrying 1,800 men. At 5 he made a landing at Brown's Ferry, completely surprising the guard at that point and taking most of them prisoners. At 7 o'clock Smith's force had been ferried across and began to fortify a strong position, and at 10 a bridge had been completed. Hooker's advance, coming up from Bridgeport, arrived the next afternoon, the 28th, at Brown's Ferry. The river was now open from Bridgeport to Kelly's Ferry, and the wagon road from that point to Chattanooga, by way of Brown's Ferry, about 8 miles in length, was in our possession. The success of the movement had been prompt and complete, and there was now established a good line of communication with our base. This changed condition of affairs had been accomplished within 5 days after General Grant's arrival at the front. As soon as the enemy recovered from his surprise, he woke up to the importance of the achievement. Longstreet was dispatched to retrieve, if possible, the lost ground. His troops reached Wauhatchie in the night of the 28th, and made an attack upon Geary's division of Hooker's forces. The fight raged for about 3 hours, but Geary succeeded in holding his ground against greatly superior numbers. During the fight, Geary's teamsters had been scared, and had deserted their teams, and the mules, stampeded by the sound of battle raging about them, had broken loose from their wagons and run away. Fortunately for their reputation and the safety of the command, they started toward the enemy, and with heads down and tails up, with trace chains rattling and whiffletrees snapping over the stumps of trees, they rushed pell-mell upon Longstreet's bewildered men. Believing it to be an impetuous charge of cavalry, his line broke and fled. The quartermaster in charge of the animals, not willing to see such distinguished services go unrewarded, sent in the following communication: "I respectfully request that the mules, for their gallantry in this action, may have conferred upon them the brevet rank of horses." Brevets in the army were being bestowed pretty freely at the time, and when this recommendation was reported to General Grant, he laughed heartily at the humor of the suggestion. Our loss in the battle, including killed, wounded, and missing, was only 422 men. The enemy never made a further attempt to interrupt our communications. The much-needed supplies which had been hurried forward to Bridgeport in anticipation of this movement soon reached the army, and the rejoicing among the troops manifested itself in lively demonstrations of delight. Every man now felt that he was no longer to remain on the defensive, but was being supplied and equipped for a forward movement against his old foe, whom he had driven from the Ohio to the Cumberland, and from the Cumberland to the Tennessee. As soon as communication had been opened with our base of supplies, General Grant manifested an eagerness to acquaint himself minutely with the position of the enemy, with a view to taking the offensive. One morning he started toward our right, with several staff officers, to make a personal examination of that portion of the line. When he came in sight of Chattanooga Creek, which separated our pickets from those of the enemy, he directed those who had accompanied him to halt and remain out of sight while he advanced alone, which he supposed he could do without attracting much attention. The pickets were within hailing distance of one another on opposite banks of the creek. They had established a temporary truce on their own responsibility, and the men of each army were allowed to get water from the same stream without being fired upon by those on the other side. A sentinel of our picket guard recognized General Grant as he approached, and gave the customary cry, "Turn out the guard, commanding general." The enemy on the opposite side of the creek evidently heard the words, and one of his sentinels cried out, "Turn out the guard, General Grant." The Confederate guard took up the joke, and promptly formed, facing our line, and presented arms. The general returned the salute by lifting his hat. The guard was then dismissed, and he continued his ride toward our left. We knew that we were engaged in a civil war, but such civility largely exceeded our expectations. In company with General Thomas and other members of his staff, I was brought into almost daily contact with General Grant, and became intensely interested in the progress of the plans he was maturing for dealing with the enemy at all points of the theater of war lying within his command. Early in November, instructions came from the Secretary of War calling me to Washington, and in accordance therewith General Thomas issued an order relieving me from duty with his army. Footnote: Headquarters, Department of the Cumberland, Chattanooga, Tennessee, November 5, 1863. General Orders, No. 261. 1. Captain Thomas G. Baylor, Ordnance Corps, having, pursuant to orders from the Secretary of War, relieved Captain Horace Porter from duty at these headquarters, is announced as Chief Ordnance for this army, and will at once enter upon the discharge of his duties. The general commanding takes this occasion to express his appreciation of the valuable service rendered by Captain Porter during his connection with this army. His thorough knowledge of the duties of his position, his good judgment, and untiring industry have increased the efficiency of the army, and entitle him to the thanks of the general commanding. By command of Major General George H. Thomas. C. Goddard, Assistant Adjutant General, Editor. I had heard, through personal letters, that the Secretary wished to reorganize the Ordnance Bureau at Washington, and wished my services in that connection on account of my long experience in that department in the field. The order was interpreted as a compliment, but was distasteful to me for many reasons, although I understood that the assignment was to be only temporary, and it was at a season when active operations in the field were usually suspended. It was a subject of much regret to leave General Thomas, for I had become greatly attached to him, and had acquired that respect and admiration for the character of this distinguished soldier which was felt by all who had ever come in contact with him. Old Pap Thomas, as we all loved to call him, was more of a father than a commander to the younger officers who served under his immediate command, and he possessed their warmest affections. He and his corps commanders now made a written appeal to General Grant, requesting him to intercede and endeavor to retain me in the command. In the evening of the 5th of November I was sent for by General Grant to come to his headquarters. On my arrival he requested me to be seated at the opposite side of the table at which he sat smoking, offering me a cigar, and said, "I was sorry to see the order of the Secretary of War calling you to Washington. I have had some other views in mind regarding your services, and I still hope that I may be able to secure the recall of the order, and to have you assigned to duty with me, if that should be agreeable to you." I replied eagerly, "Nothing could possibly be more agreeable, and I should feel most highly honored by such an assignment." He went on to say, "With this step in view, I have just written a letter to the General in Chief, which he then handed me to read." Chattanooga, Tennessee, November 5, 1863. Major General H. W. Halleck, General in Chief of the Army. Captain Horace Porter, who is now being relieved as Chief Ordnance Officer in the Department of the Cumberland, is represented by all officers who know him as one of the most meritorious and valuable young officers in the service. So far as I have heard from general officers, there is a universal desire to see him promoted to the rank of brigadier general and retained here. I feel no hesitation in joining in the recommendation, and ask that he may be assigned for duty with me. I feel the necessity for just such an officer as Captain Porter is described to be at headquarters, and if permitted will retain him with me if assigned here for duty. I am, and so forth, U. S. Grant, Major General. Hardly allowing me to finish my expressions of surprise and gratification, he continued, "Of course, you will have to obey your present orders and proceed to Washington. I want you to take this letter with you, and see that it is put into the hands of General Halleck. Perhaps you will soon be able to rejoin me here. My requests are not always complied with at headquarters, but I have written pretty strongly in this case, and I hope favorable action may be taken." I replied that I would make my preparations at once to start East, and then withdrew. The next day I called to bid the general good bye, and after taking leave of General Thomas and my comrades on the staff, set out for the capital by way of the new line of communication which had just been opened. A description of General Grant's personal appearance at this important period of his career may not be out of place here, particularly as up to that time the public had received such erroneous impressions of him. There were then few correct portraits of him in circulation. Some of the earliest pictures purporting to be photographs of him had been manufactured when he was at the distant front, never stopping in one place long enough to be focused. Nothing daunted, the practisers of that art which is the chief solace of the vain had photographed a burly beef contractor, and spread the pictures broadcast as representing the determined but rather robust features of the coming hero, and it was some time before the real photographs which followed were believed to be genuine. False impressions of him were derived, too, from the fact that he had come forth from a country leather store, and was famous chiefly for striking sledge-hammer blows in the field, and conducting relentless pursuits of his foes through the swamps of the Southwest. He was pictured in the popular mind as striding about in the most approved swashbuckler style of melodrama. Many of us were not a little surprised to find in him a man of slim figure, slightly stooped, 5 feet 8 inches in height, weighing only 135 pounds, and of a modesty of mien and gentleness of manner which seemed to fit him more for the court than for the camp. His eyes were dark gray, and were the most expressive of his features. Like nearly all men who speak little, he was a good listener, but his face gave little indication of his thoughts, and it was the expression of his eyes which furnished about the only response to the speaker who conversed with him. When he was about to say anything amusing, there was always a perceptible twinkle in his eyes before he began to speak, and he often laughed heartily at a witty remark or a humorous incident. His mouth, like Washington's, was of the letter-box shape, the contact of the lips forming a nearly horizontal line. This feature was of a pattern in striking contrast with that of Napoleon, who had a bow mouth, which looked as if it had been modeled after a front view of his cocked hat. The firmness with which the general's square-shaped jaws were set when his features were in repose was highly expressive of his force of character and the strength of his will power. His hair and beard were of a chestnut brown color. The beard was worn full, no part of the face being shaved, but, like the hair, was always kept closely and neatly trimmed. Like Cromwell, Lincoln, and several other great men in history, he had a wart on his cheek. In his case it was small and located on the right side, just above the line of the beard. His face was not perfectly symmetrical, the left eye being a very little lower than the right. His brow was high, broad, and rather square, and was creased with several horizontal wrinkles, which helped to emphasize the serious and somewhat careworn look which was never absent from his countenance. This expression, however, was in no wise an indication of his nature, which was always buoyant, cheerful, and hopeful. His voice was exceedingly musical, and one of the clearest in sound and most distinct in utterance that I have ever heard. It had a singular power of penetration, and sentences spoken by him in an ordinary tone in camp could be heard at a distance which was surprising. His gait in walking might have been called decidedly unmilitary. He never carried his body erect, and having no ear for music or rhythm, he never kept step to the airs played by the bands, no matter how vigorously the bass drums emphasized the accent. When walking in company, there was no attempt to keep step with others. In conversing, he usually employed only two gestures. One was the stroking of his chin beard with his left hand. The other was the raising and lowering of his right hand, and resting it at intervals upon his knee or a table, the hand being held with the fingers close together and the knuckles bent, so that the back of the hand and fingers formed a right angle. When not pressed by any matter of importance, he was often slow in his movements, but when roused to activity he was quick in every motion, and worked with marvelous rapidity. He was civil to all who came in contact with him, and never attempted to snub any one, or treat anybody with less consideration on account of his inferiority in rank. With him there was none of the puppyism so often bred by power, and none of the dogmatism which Samuel Johnson characterized as puppyism grown to maturity. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. A higher grade created for Grant. Grant's first meeting with Lincoln. In command of all the armies. Interview with Stanton. Grant in a communicative mood. At General Meade's headquarters. Grant's narrow escape from capture. Grant's enormous responsibility. Grant's personal staff. When I reached Washington, I went at once to headquarters and endeavored to see the commander-in-chief for the purpose of presenting General Grant's letter, but found, after 2 or 3 attempts, that it would be impossible to secure an interview. I therefore gave the letter to Colonel Kelton, his adjutant general, who placed it in General Halleck's hands. Not only was there no action taken in regard to the request which the letter contained, but its receipt was not even acknowledged. This circumstance, with others of its kind, made it plain that General Grant would never be free to make his selection of officers and organize his forces as he desired, until he should be made general-in-chief. Elihu B. Washburne, the member of Congress from the Galena district in Illinois, General Grant's old home, soon introduced a bill creating the grade of lieutenant general, and it was passed by both houses of Congress with the implied understanding that General Grant was to fill the position. The highest grade in the army theretofore created during the war had been that of major general. The act became a law on February 26, 1864, and the nomination of General Grant was sent to the Senate by Mr. Lincoln on the 1st of March, and confirmed on the 2nd. On the 3rd, the general was ordered to Washington. I had set to work upon my duties in the Ordnance Bureau, and in the meantime had received several very kind messages from the general regarding the chances of my returning to the field. On the evening of March 8, the President and Mrs. Lincoln gave a public reception at the White House, which I attended. The President stood in the usual reception room, known as the Blue Room, with several cabinet officers near him, and shook hands cordially with everybody, as the vast procession of men and women passed in front of him. He was in evening dress, and wore a turned-down collar a size too large. The necktie was rather broad and awkwardly tied. He was more of a Hercules than an Adonis. His height of 6 feet 4 inches enabled him to look over the heads of most of his visitors. His form was ungainly, and the movements of his long, angular arms and legs bordered at times upon the grotesque. His eyes were gray and disproportionately small. His face wore a general expression of sadness, the deep lines indicating the sense of responsibility which weighed upon him; but at times his features lighted up with a broad smile, and there was a merry twinkle in his eyes as he greeted an old acquaintance and exchanged a few words with him in a tone of familiarity. He had sprung from the common people to become one of the most uncommon of men. Mrs. Lincoln occupied a position on his right. For a time she stood on a line with him and took part in the reception, but afterward stepped back and conversed with some of the wives of the cabinet officers and other personal acquaintances who were in the room. At about 9:30 a sudden commotion near the entrance to the room attracted general attention, and upon looking in that direction I was surprised to see General Grant walking along modestly with the rest of the crowd toward Mr. Lincoln. He had arrived from the West that evening, and had come to the White House to pay his respects to the President. He had been in Washington but once before, when he visited it for a day soon after he had left West Point. Although these two historical characters had never met before, Mr. Lincoln recognized the general at once from the pictures he had seen of him. With a face radiant with delight, he advanced rapidly 2 or 3 steps toward his distinguished visitor, and cried out, "Why, here is General Grant! Well, this is a great pleasure, I assure you," at the same time seizing him by the hand and shaking it for several minutes with a vigor which showed the extreme cordiality of the welcome. The scene now presented was deeply impressive. Standing face to face for the first time were the two illustrious men whose names will always be inseparably associated in connection with the War of the Rebellion. Grant's right hand grasped the lapel of his coat. His head was bent slightly forward, and his eyes upturned toward Lincoln's face. The President, who was 8 inches taller, looked down with beaming countenance upon his guest. Although their appearance, their training, and their characteristics were in striking contrast, yet the two men had many traits in common, and there were numerous points of resemblance in their remarkable careers. Each was of humble origin, and had been compelled to learn the first lessons of life in the severe school of adversity. Each had risen from the people, possessed an abiding confidence in them, and always retained a deep hold upon their affections. Each might have said to those who were inclined to sneer at his plain origin what a marshal of France, who had risen from the ranks to a dukedom, said to the hereditary nobles who attempted to snub him in Vienna: "I am an ancestor, you are only descendants." In a great crisis of their country's history, both had entered the public service from the same State. Both were conspicuous for the possession of that uncommon of all virtues, common sense. Both despised the arts of the demagogue, and shrank from posing for effect or indulging in mock heroics. Even when their characteristics differed, they only served to supplement each other, and to add a still greater strength to the cause for which they strove. With hearts too great for rivalry, with souls untouched by jealousy, they lived to teach the world that it is time to abandon the path of ambition when it becomes so narrow that two cannot walk it abreast. The statesman and the soldier conversed for a few minutes, and then the President presented his distinguished guest to Mr. Seward. The Secretary of State was very demonstrative in his welcome, and after exchanging a few words, led the general to where Mrs. Lincoln was standing, and presented him to her. Mrs. Lincoln expressed much surprise and pleasure at the meeting, and she and the general chatted together very pleasantly for some minutes. The visitors had, by this time, become so curious to catch a sight of the general that their eagerness knew no bounds, and they became altogether unmanageable. Mr. Seward's consummate knowledge of the wiles of diplomacy now came to the rescue and saved the situation. He succeeded in struggling through the crowd with the general until they reached the large East Room, where the people could circulate more freely. This, however, was only a temporary relief. The people by this time had worked themselves up to a state of uncontrollable excitement. The vast throng surged and swayed and crowded until alarm was felt for the safety of the ladies. Cries now arose of "Grant! Grant! Grant!" Then came cheer after cheer. Seward, after some persuasion, induced the general to stand upon a sofa, thinking the visitors would be satisfied with a view of him, and retire. but as soon as they caught sight of him, their shouts were renewed, and a rush was made to shake his hand. The President sent word that he and the Secretary of War would await the general's return in one of the small drawing rooms, but it was fully an hour before he was able to make his way there, and then only with the aid of several officers and ushers. The story has been circulated that at the conference which then took place, or at the interview the next day, the President and the Secretary of War urged General Grant to make his campaign toward Richmond by the overland route, and finally persuaded him to do so, although he had set forth the superior advantages of the water route. There is not the slightest foundation for this rumor. General Grant, some time after, repeated to the members of his staff just what had taken place, and no reference whatever was made to the choice of these two routes. The next day, March 9, the general went to the White House, by invitation of Mr. Lincoln, for the purpose of receiving his commission from the hands of the President. Upon his return to Willard's Hotel, I called to pay my respects. Curiosity led me to look at the hotel register, and the modesty of the entry upon the book, in the general's handwriting, made an impression upon me. It read simply, "U. S. Grant and Son, Galena, Illinois." His eldest boy, Fred, accompanied him. The act which created the grade of lieutenant general authorized a personal staff, to consist of a chief of staff with the rank of brigadier general, 4 aides-de-camp, and 2 military secretaries, each with the rank of lieutenant colonel. In our conversation, the general referred to this circumstance, and offered me one of the positions of aide-de-camp, which I said I would accept very gladly. The next day, the 10th, he paid a visit by rail to the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac, near Brandy Station, in Virginia, about 70 miles from Washington. He returned the day after, and started the same night for Nashville, to meet Sherman and turn over to him the command of the military division of the Mississippi. While in Washington, General Grant had been so much an object of curiosity, had been so continually surrounded by admiring crowds when he appeared in the streets and even in his hotel, that it had become very irksome to him. With his simplicity and total lack of personal vanity, he did not seem able to understand why he should attract so much attention. The President had given him a cordial invitation to dine that evening at the White House, but he begged to be excused for the reason that he would lose a whole day, which he could not afford at that critical period. "Besides," he added, "I have become very tired of this show business." On the 12th, the official order was issued placing General Grant in command of all the armies of the United States. I soon learned that the Secretary of War, in spite of General Grant's request to have me assigned to his staff, wanted to insist upon my continuing my duties in the department at Washington, and I resolved to have an interview with him and to protest against such action. The Secretary had a wide reputation for extreme brusqueness in his intercourse, even with his friends, and seemed determined, as an officer once expressed it, to administer discipline totally regardless of previous acquaintance. A Frenchman once said that during the Revolution, while the guillotine was at work, he never heard the name of Robespierre that he did not take off his hat to see whether his head was still on his shoulders. Some of our officers were similarly inclined when they heard the name of Stanton. However, I found the Secretary quite civil and even patient, and to all appearances disposed to allow my head to continue to occupy the place where I was in the habit of wearing it. Nevertheless, the interview ended without his having yielded. I certainly received a very cold bath at his hands, and to this day I never see the impress of his unrelenting features upon a $1 Treasury note without feeling a chill run down my back. General Grant returned to the capital on March 23rd. I went to Willard's to call upon him that evening, and encountered him on the stairs leading up to the first floor. He stopped and shook hands, and greeted me with the words, "How do you do, Colonel?" I replied, "I had hoped to be colonel by this time, owing to your interposition, but what I feared has been realized. Much against my wishes, the Secretary of War seems to have made up his mind to keep me here." "I will see him to morrow, and urge the matter in person," answered the general. He then invited me to accompany him to his room, and in the course of a conversation which followed, said that he had had Sheridan ordered East to take command of the cavalry of the Army of the Potomac. Sheridan arrived in Washington on April 4th. He had been worn down almost to a shadow by hard work and exposure in the field. He weighed only 115 pounds, and as his height was but 5 feet 6 inches, he looked anything but formidable as a candidate for a cavalry leader. He had met the President and the officials at the War Department that day for the first time, and it was his appearance on this occasion which gave rise to a remark made to General Grant the next time he visited the department: "The officer you brought on from the West is rather a little fellow to handle your cavalry," to which Grant replied, "You will find him big enough for the purpose before we get through with him." General Grant had started for the field on the 26th of March, and established his headquarters in the little town of Culpeper Court House in Virginia, 12 miles north of the Rapidan. He visited Washington about once a week to confer with the President and the Secretary of War. I continued my duties in the department at Washington till my fate should be decided, and on the 27th of April I found that the request of the general in chief had prevailed, and my appointment was officially announced as an aide-de-camp on his personal staff. The afternoon of April 29 I arrived at Culpeper and reported to him for duty. A plain brick house near the railway station had been taken for headquarters, and a number of tents had been pitched in the yard to furnish additional accommodations. The next morning the general called for his horse to ride over to General Meade's headquarters near Brandy Station, about 6 miles distant. He selected me as the officer who was to accompany him, and we set out together on the trip, followed by 2 orderlies. He was mounted upon his large bay horse, Cincinnati, which afterward became so well known throughout the army. The animal was not called after the family of the ancient warrior who beat his sword into a plowshare, but after our modern city of that name. He was a half-brother to Asteroid and Kentucky, the famous racers, and was consequently of excellent blood. Noticing the agility with which the general flung himself into the saddle, I remarked, "I'm very glad to see that your injured leg no longer disables you." "No," he replied, "it gives me scarcely any trouble now, although sometimes it feels a little numb." As we rode along, he began to speak of his new command, and said, "I have watched the progress of the Army of the Potomac ever since it was organized, and have been greatly interested in reading the accounts of the splendid fighting it has done. I always thought the territory covered by its operations would be the principal battleground of the war. When I was in Cairo in 1861, the height of my ambition was to command a brigade of cavalry in this army. I suppose it was my fondness for horses that made me feel that I should be more at home in command of cavalry, and I thought that the Army of the Potomac would present the best field of operations for a brigade commander in that arm of the service." He then changed the subject to Chattanooga, and in speaking of that battle, interjected into his descriptions brief criticisms upon the services and characteristics of several of the officers who had taken part in the engagement. He continued by saying, "The difficulty is in finding commanding officers possessed of sufficient breadth of view and administrative ability to confine their attention to perfecting their organizations and giving a general supervision to their commands, instead of wasting their time upon details. For instance, there is General G. He is a very gallant officer, but at a critical period of the Battle of Chattanooga he neglected to give the necessary directions to his troops, and concentrated all his efforts upon aiming and firing some heavy guns, a service which could have been better performed by any lieutenant of artillery. I had to order him peremptorily to leave the battery and give his attention to his troops." He then spoke of his experiences with Mr. Lincoln, and the very favorable impression the President had made upon him. He said, "In the first interview I had with the President, when no others were present, and he could talk freely, he told me that he did not pretend to know anything about the handling of troops, and it was with the greatest reluctance that he ever interfered with the movements of army commanders; but he had common sense enough to know that celerity was absolutely necessary, that while armies were sitting down waiting for opportunities to turn up which might perhaps be more favorable from a strictly military point of view, the government was spending millions of dollars every day; that there was a limit to the sinews of war, and a time might be reached when the spirits and resources of the people would become exhausted. He had always contended that these considerations should be taken into account as well as purely military questions, and that he adopted the plan of issuing his executive orders principally for the purpose of hurrying the movements of commanding generals; but that he believed I knew the value of minutes, and that he was not going to interfere with my operations. He said further that he did not want to know my plans, that it was perhaps better that he should not know them, for everybody he met was trying to find out from him something about the contemplated movements, and there was always a temptation to leak. I have not communicated my plans to him or to the Secretary of War. The only suggestion the President made, and it was merely a suggestion, not a definite plan, was entirely impractical, and it was not again referred to in our conversation. He told me in our first private interview a most amusing anecdote regarding a delegation of crossroads wiseacres, as he called them, who came to see him one day to criticize my conduct in paroling Pemberton's army after the surrender at Vicksburg, who insisted that the men would violate their paroles, and in less than a month confront me anew in the field, and have to be whipped all over again. Said Mr. Lincoln, "I thought the best way to get rid of them was to tell them the story of Sykes' dog." "Have you ever heard about Sykes' yellow dog?" said I to the spokesman of the delegation. He said he hadn't. "Well, I must tell you about him," said I. "Sykes had a yellow dog he set great store by, but there were a lot of small boys around the village, and that's always a bad thing for dogs, you know. These boys didn't share Sykes's views, and they were not disposed to let the dog have a fair show. Even Sykes had to admit that the dog was getting unpopular. In fact, it was soon seen that a prejudice was growing up against that dog that threatened to wreck all his future prospects in life. The boys, after meditating how they could get the best of him, finally fixed up a cartridge with a long fuse, put the cartridge in a piece of meat, dropped the meat in the road in front of Sykes's door, and then perched themselves on a fence a good distance off, holding the end of the fuse in their hands. Then they whistled for the dog. When he came out, he scented the bait and bolted the meat, cartridge and all. The boys touched off the fuse with a cigar, and in about a second a report came from that dog that sounded like a clap of thunder. Sykes came bouncing out of the house and yelled, "What's up? Anything busted?" There was no reply except a snicker from the small boys roosting on the fence, but as Sykes looked up he saw the whole air filled with pieces of yellow dog. He picked up the biggest piece he could find, a portion of the back with a part of the tail still hanging to it, and after turning it round and looking it all over, he said, "Well, I guess he'll never be much account again, as a dog. And I guess Pemberton's forces will never be much account again, as an army." The delegation began looking around for their hats before I had quite got to the end of the story, and I was never bothered any more after that about superseding the commander of the Army of the Tennessee. The general related this anecdote with more animation than he usually displayed, and with the manifestation of a keen sense of the humorous, and remarked afterward, "But no one who does not possess the President's unequaled powers of mimicry can pretend to convey an idea of the amusing manner in which he told the story." This characteristic illustration employed by the President was used afterwards in a garbled form by writers in an attempt to apply it to other events. I give the original version. When we reached General Meade's camp, that officer, who was sitting in his quarters, came out and greeted the general in chief warmly, shaking hands with him before he dismounted. General Meade was then 49 years of age, of rather a spare figure, and graceful in his movements. He had a full beard, which, like his hair, was brown, slightly tinged with gray. He wore a slouched felt hat with a conical crown and a turned-down brim, which gave him a sort of Tyrolese appearance. The two commanders entered Meade's quarters, sat down, lighted their cigars, and held a long interview regarding the approaching campaign. I now learned that 2 days before, the time had been definitely named at which the opening campaign was to begin, and that on the next Wednesday, May 4, the armies were to move. Meade, in speaking of his troops, always referred to him as "my people." During this visit I had an opportunity to meet a number of old acquaintances, whom I had not seen since I served with the Army of the Potomac on General McClellan's staff 2 years before. After the interview had ended, I returned with the general to headquarters, riding at a brisk trot. His conversation now turned upon the commander of the Army of the Potomac, in the course of which he remarked: "I had never met General Meade since the Mexican War until I visited his headquarters when I came East last month. In my first interview with him he talked in a manner which led me to form a very high opinion of him. He referred to the changes which were taking place, and said it had occurred to him that I might want to make a change in the commander of the Army of the Potomac, and to put in his place Sherman or some other officer who had served with me in the West, and urged me not to hesitate on his account if I desired to make such an assignment. He added that the success of the cause was much more important than any consideration for the feelings of an individual. He spoke so patriotically and unselfishly that even if I had any intention of relieving him, I should have been inclined to change my mind after the manly attitude he assumed in this frank interview." This was the first long personal talk I had with the general in chief, as our intercourse heretofore had been only of an official character, and the exhibition of the remarkable power he possessed as a conversationalist was a revelation. I began to learn that his reputed reticence did not extend to his private intercourse, and that he had the ability to impart a peculiar charm to almost any topic. That evening a large correspondence was conducted in relation to the final preparations for the coming movements. A few days before, an occurrence had happened which came very near depriving the armies of the services of General Grant in the Virginia campaign. On his return to headquarters after his last visit to the President in Washington, when his special train reached Warrenton Junction, he saw a large cloud of dust to the east of the road. Upon making inquiries of the station master as to its cause, he learned that Colonel Mosby, who commanded a partisan Confederate force called by his own people Mosby's Conglomerates, and who had become famous for his cavalry raids, had just passed, driving a detachment of our cavalry before him. If the train had been a few minutes earlier, Mosby, like Christopher Columbus upon his voyage to this country, would have discovered something which he was not looking for. As the train carried no guard, it would not have been possible to make any defense. In such case, the Union commander would have reached Richmond a year sooner than he finally arrived there, but not at the head of an army. General Grant now held a command, the magnitude of which has seldom been equaled in history. His troops consisted of 21 army corps, and the territory covered by the field of operations embraced 18 military departments, besides the region held by the Army of the Potomac, which had never been organized into a department. The total number of troops under his command, present for duty, equipped, was 533,000. In all purely military questions, his will was at this time almost supreme, and his authority was usually unquestioned. He occupied the most conspicuous position in the nation, not excepting that of the President himself, and the eyes of all the loyal people in the land were turned to him appealingly as the one man upon whom their hopes were centered and in whom their chief faith reposed. The responsibilities imposed were commensurate with the magnitude of the undertaking which had been confided to him. While commanding all the armies of the nation, he had wisely decided to establish his headquarters with the Army of the Potomac, and give his immediate supervision to the operations of that force and the troops which were intended to cooperate with it in the State of Virginia. Telegraphic communication was then open with nearly all the armies. The staff consisted of 14 officers only, and was not larger than that of some division commanders. The chief of staff was Brigadier General John A. Rawlins. When the war broke out, he was a practicing lawyer in Galena, Illinois, and had gained some prominence in politics as a Democrat. After the firing upon Fort Sumter, a public meeting was held in Galena, and Captain Grant, being an ex-army officer, was called upon to preside. Rawlins attended the meeting and made a stirring and effective speech, declaring it to be the duty of all good citizens to sink their political predilections, and urging them to pledge themselves to the support of the Union and the enforcement of the laws. General Grant was much impressed with the vigor and logic of the address, and when he was afterwards assigned to the command of a brigade, he appointed Rawlins on his staff. He was at first aide-de-camp, afterward assistant adjutant general, and finally chief of staff. The general had a high regard for him officially, and was warmly attached to him personally. Rawlins in his youth had worked on a farm, and assisted his father in burning charcoal, obtaining what education he could acquire at odd times in the district school and at a neighboring seminary. He was frank, honest, and resolute, and loyally devoted to his chief. He always had the courage of his convictions, and was capable of stating them with great force. He was plain and simple in manner, of a genial disposition, and popular with all the other members of the staff. He had never served in a military organization, nor made a study of the art of war, but he possessed natural executive ability of a high order, and developed qualities which made him exceedingly useful to his chief and to the service. The rest of the staff consisted of the following officers: Lieutenant Colonel C. B. Comstock, aide-de-camp, an officer of the United States Corps of Engineers, with a well-deserved reputation for scientific attainments, who had shown great efficiency while serving with General Grant in the Vicksburg campaign. Lieutenant Colonel O. E. Babcock, aide-de-camp, an accomplished officer of engineers, who had gained an excellent reputation in several campaigns, in which he had been conspicuous for his good judgment and great personal courage. Lieutenant Colonel F. T. Dent, aide-de-camp, a classmate of General Grant, and brother of Mrs. Grant. He had served with credit in the Mexican War, and in Scott's advance upon the city of Mexico had been severely wounded, and was twice promoted for gallant and meritorious conduct in battle. The 4 officers just named were of the regular army, and were graduates of the West Point Military Academy. Lieutenant Colonel Adam Badeau, military secretary, who had first gone to the field as a newspaper correspondent, and was afterward made an aide-de-camp to General T. W. Sherman. He was badly wounded in the foot at Fort Hudson, and when convalescent was assigned to the staff of General Grant. He had had a good training in literature, and was an accomplished writer and scholar. Lieutenant Colonel William R. Raleigh, military secretary, was also from Galena. He entered an Illinois regiment as a lieutenant, and after the battle of Donelson was made a captain and aide-de-camp to General Grant. His gallant conduct at Shiloh, where he greatly distinguished himself, commended him still more highly to his commander. He resigned August 30, 1864, and was succeeded by Captain Parker. Lieutenant Colonel T. S. Bowers, assistant adjutant general, was a young editor of a country newspaper in Illinois when hostilities began. He raised a company of volunteers for the 48th Illinois Infantry, but declined the captaincy and fought in the ranks. He was detailed as a clerical assistant at General Grant's headquarters in the Donelson campaign, and was soon made a lieutenant, and afterward a captain and aide-de-camp. His services in all the subsequent campaigns were highly appreciated by his chief. Lieutenant Colonel W. L. Duff had been for a time acting chief of artillery under General Grant in the West, and was now assigned to duty as assistant inspector general. Captain Eli S. Parker, assistant adjutant general, who was a full-blooded Indian, a grand-nephew of the famous Red Jacket, and reigning chief of the tribes known as the Six Nations. His Indian name was Donahagawa. Colonel Parker had received a good education, and was a civil engineer employed upon the United States government building in Galena at the breaking out of the war. He commended himself to General Grant by his conduct in the Vicksburg campaign, and was there placed on his staff, and served in the adjutant general's department. Captain George K. Leete, assistant adjutant general, who had come East with General Grant from the Army of the Tennessee, and who was assigned to duty at the headquarters of the Army in Washington, and remained there during the campaign. Captain H. W. Janes, assistant quartermaster. Captain Peter T. Hudson, a volunteer officer from the state of Iowa, had served with the general in the West, and was retained as an aide-de-camp. Lieutenant William McKee Dunn, Jr., a beardless boy of 19, was assigned as an acting aide-de-camp to General Rawlins, but performed general staff duty at headquarters, and under many trying circumstances proved himself as cool and gallant as the most experienced veteran. All the members of the staff had had abundant experience in the field, and were young, active, and ready for any kind of hard work. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Preparations for a general advance. Grant's reasons for moving by the left flank. His instructions to his staff. Grant's numerical strength offset by Lee's strategical advantage. Crossing the Rapidan. The headquarters mess. On the eve of battle. Longstreet's estimate of Grant. An early breakfast at headquarters. Grant and Meade pitch tents in the Wilderness. Grant hears of the death of an old comrade. A conference between Grant and Meade. The night of May 3rd will always be memorable in the recollection of those who assembled in the little front room of the house occupied as headquarters at Culpeper. The 8 senior members of the staff seated themselves that evening about their chief to receive their final instructions, and participated in an intensely interesting discussion of the grand campaign, which was to begin the next morning with all its hopes, its uncertainties, and its horrors. Sherman had been instructed to strike Joseph E. Johnston's army in northwest Georgia and make his way to Atlanta. Banks was to advance up the Red River and capture Shreveport. Sigel was ordered to make an expedition down the Valley of Virginia and endeavor to destroy a portion of the East Tennessee, Virginia, and Georgia Railroad. His movement was expected to keep Lee from withdrawing troops from the valley and reinforcing his principal army, known as the Army of Northern Virginia. Butler was directed to move up the James River and endeavor to secure Petersburg and the railways leading into it, and if opportunity offered, to seize Richmond itself. Burnside, with the Ninth Corps, which had been moving from Annapolis into Virginia, was to support the Army of the Potomac. The subsequent movements of all the forces operating in Virginia were to depend largely upon the result of the first battles between the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia. General Grant felt, as he afterward expressed it in his official report, that our armies had acted heretofore too independently of one another, without concert, like a balky team, no two ever pulling together. To obviate this, he had made up his mind to launch all his armies against the Confederacy at the same time, to give the enemy no rest, and to allow him no opportunity to reinforce any of his armies by troops which were not themselves confronted by Union forces. The general sat for some time preparing a few final instructions in writing. After he had finished, he turned his back to the table, crossed one leg over the other, lighted a fresh cigar, and began to talk of the momentous movement which in a few hours was to begin. He said, "I weighed very carefully the advantages and disadvantages of moving against Lee's left and moving against his right. The former promises more decisive results if immediately successful, and would best prevent Lee from moving north to make raids, but it would deprive our army of the advantages of easy communication with a water base of supplies, and compel us to carry such a large amount of ammunition and rations in wagon trains, and detach so many troops as train guards, that I found it presented too many serious difficulties. And when I considered especially the sufferings of the wounded in being transported long distances overland, instead of being carried by short routes to water, where they would be comfortably moved by boats, I had no longer any hesitation in deciding to cross the Rapidan below the position occupied by Lee's army, and move by our left. This plan will also enable us to cooperate better with Butler's forces, and not become separated too far from them. I shall not give my attention so much to Richmond as to Lee's army, and I want all commanders to feel that hostile armies, and not cities, are to be their objective points." It was the understanding that Lee's army was to be the objective point of the Army of the Potomac, and it was to move against Richmond only in case Lee went there. To use Grant's own language to Meade, Wherever Lee goes, there you will go also." He, of course, thought it likely that Lee would fall back upon Richmond in case of defeat, and place himself behind its fortifications, for he had said to Meade, in his instructions to him, "Should a siege of Richmond become necessary, ammunition and equipment can be got from the arsenals at Washington and Fort Monroe." And during the discussion that evening he rose from his seat, stepped up to a map hanging upon the wall, and with a sweep of his forefinger indicated a line around Richmond and Petersburg, and remarked, "When my troops are there, Richmond is mine. Lee must retreat or surrender." He then communicated verbal instructions to his staff, which gave the key to his method of handling troops in actual battle, and showed the value he placed upon celerity and the overcoming of delays in communicating orders. He said to us, "I want you to discuss with me freely from time to time the details of the orders given for the conduct of a battle, and learn my views as fully as possible as to what course should be pursued in all the contingencies which may arise. I expect to send you to the critical points of the lines to keep me promptly advised of what is taking place, and in cases of great emergency, when new dispositions have to be made on the instant, or it becomes suddenly necessary to reinforce one command by sending to its aid troops from another, and there is not time to communicate with headquarters, I want you to explain my views to commanders, and urge immediate action, looking to cooperation, without waiting for specific orders from me." He said he would locate his headquarters near those of Meade, and communicate his instructions through that officer, and through Burnside, whose command at this time was independent of the Army of the Potomac, but that emergencies might arise in which he himself would have to give immediate direction to troops when actually engaged in battle. He never made known his plans far in advance to any one. It was his invariable custom to keep his contemplated movements locked up in his own mind, to avoid all possibility of their being mentioned. What impressed every one most was the self-reliance placed in perfecting his plans, and his absolute faith in their success. His calm confidence communicated itself to all who listened to him, and inspired them with a feeling akin to that of their chief. The discussion did not end till long past midnight. As usual on the eve of a battle, before the general retired he wrote a letter to Mrs. Grant. I did not know the nature of the contents of the letters to his wife until after the war, when Mrs. Grant, in speaking of them, said that they always contained words of cheer and comfort, expressed an abiding faith in victory, and never failed to dwell upon the sad thought which always oppressed him when he realized that many human lives would have to be sacrificed, and great suffering would have to be endured by the wounded. The general's letters to his wife were very frequent during a campaign, and no pressure of official duties was ever permitted to interrupt this correspondence. The Rapidan separated the two hostile forces in northern Virginia. Lee's headquarters were at Orange Court House, a distance of 17 miles from Culpeper. The Army of the Potomac consisted of the Second Corps, commanded by Hancock, the Fifth, commanded by Warren, the Sixth, commanded by Sedgwick, and the Cavalry Corps under Sheridan. Besides these, there was Burnside's separate command, consisting of the Ninth Army Corps. These troops numbered in all about 116,000, present for duty, equipped. The Army of Northern Virginia consisted of 3 infantry corps, commanded respectively by Longstreet, Ewell, and A. P. Hill, and a cavalry corps commanded by J. E. B. Stuart. Its exact strength has never been accurately ascertained, but from the best data available it has been estimated at about 70,000, present for duty, equipped. General Grant, in his memoirs, puts the number as high as 80,000. Those familiar with military operations and unprejudiced in their opinion will concede that, notwithstanding Lee's inferiority in numbers, the advantages were nevertheless in his favor in the approaching campaign. Having interior lines, he was able to move by shorter marches, and to act constantly on the defensive at a period of the war when troops had learned to entrench themselves with marvelous rapidity, and force the invading army continually to assault fortified positions. The task to be performed by the Union forces was that of conducting a moving siege. The field of operations, with its numerous rivers and creeks difficult of approach, its lack of practicable roads, its dense forests, its impassable swamps, and its trying summer climate, debilitating to Northern troops, seemed especially designed by nature for purposes of defense. Lee and his officers were familiar with every foot of the ground, and every inhabitant was eager to give them information. His army was in a friendly country, from which provisions could be drawn from all directions, and few troops had to be detached to guard lines of supply. The Union army, on the contrary, was unfamiliar with the country, was without accurate maps, could seldom secure trustworthy guides, and had to detach large bodies of troops from the main command to guard its long lines of communication, protect its supply trains, and conduct the wounded to points of safety. The Southern Confederacy was virtually a military despotism, with the soldier at the head of its government, and officers were appointed in the army entirely with reference to their military qualifications. Since Lee had taken command, he had not lost a single battle fought in the State of Virginia, and the prestige of success had an effect upon his troops, the importance of which cannot easily be overestimated. His men were made to feel that they were fighting for their homes and firesides. The pulpit, the press, and women were making superhuman efforts to fire the Southern heart. Disasters were concealed, temporary advantages were magnified into triumphant victories, and crushing defeats were hailed as blessings in disguise. In the North there was a divided press, with much carping criticism on the part of journals opposed to the war, which was fitted to discourage the troops and destroy their confidence in their leaders. There were hosts of Southern sympathizers, constituting a foe in the rear, whose threats and overt acts often necessitated the withdrawal of troops from the front to hold them in check. In all the circumstances, no just military critic will claim that the advantage was on the side of the Union army merely because it was numerically larger. The campaign in Virginia was to begin by throwing the Army of the Potomac with all celerity to the south side of the Rapidan, below Lee's position. The infantry moved a little after 12 o'clock in the morning of May 4. The cavalry dashed forward in advance under cover of the night, drove in the enemy's pickets, secured Germanna Ford and also Ely's Ford, 6 miles below, and before 6 o'clock in the morning had laid 2 pontoon bridges at each place and passed to the south side of the river. Warren's corps crossed at Germanna Ford, followed by Sedgwick's, while Hancock's corps made the passage at Ely's Ford. At 8 a.m. the general in chief, with his staff, started from headquarters and set out for Germanna Ford, following Warren's troops. He was mounted upon his bay horse Cincinnati, equipped with a saddle of the Grimsley pattern, which was somewhat the worse for wear, as the general had used it in all his campaigns from Donelson to the present time. Rawlins was on his left, and rode a clay-bank horse he had brought from the West named General Blair, in honor of Frank P. Blair, who commanded a corps in the Army of the Tennessee. General Grant was dressed in a uniform coat and waistcoat, the coat being unbuttoned. On his hands were a pair of yellowish-brown thread gloves. He wore a pair of plain top boots, reaching to his knees, and was equipped with a regulation sword, spurs, and sash. On his head was a slouch hat of black felt, with a plain gold cord around it. His orderly carried, strapped behind his saddle, the general's overcoat, which was that of a private soldier of cavalry. A sun as bright as the sun of Austerlitz shone down upon the scene. Its light brought out in vivid colors the beauties of the landscape which lay before us, and its rays were reflected with dazzling brilliancy from the brass field pieces and the white coverings of the wagons as they rolled lazily along in the distance. The crisp, bracing air seemed to impart to all a sense of exhilaration. As far as the eye could reach, the troops were wending their way to the front. Their war banners, bullet-riddled and battle-stained, floated proudly in the morning breeze. The roads resounded to the measured tread of the advancing columns, and the deep forests were lighted by the glitter of their steel. The quick, elastic step and easy swinging gait of the men, the cheery look upon their faces, and the lusty shouts with which they greeted their new commander as he passed, gave proof of the temper of their mettle and the superb spirit which animated their hearts. If the general's nature had been as emotional as that of Napoleon, he might have been moved to utter the words of the French Emperor as his troops filed past him in moving to the field of Waterloo: "Magnificent! Magnificent!" But as General Grant was neither demonstrative nor communicative, he gave no expression whatever to his feelings. With the party on the way to the front rode a citizen whose identity and purposes soon became an object of anxious inquiry among the troops. His plain black, funereal looking citizen's clothes presented a sight not often witnessed on a general's staff, and attracted no little attention on the part of the soldiers, who began to make audible side remarks, evincing a searching curiosity to know whether the general had brought his private undertaker with him, or whether it was a parson who had joined headquarters so as to be on hand to read the funeral service over the Southern Confederacy when the boys succeeded in getting it into the last ditch. The person was Mr. E. B. Washburne, member of Congress from General Grant's district, who had arrived at headquarters a few days before, and had expressed a desire to accompany the army upon the opening campaign, to which the general had readily assented. A short time before noon the general in chief crossed one of the pontoon bridges at Germanna Ford to the south side of the Rapidan, rode to the top of the bluff overlooking the river, and there dismounted and established temporary headquarters at an old farmhouse with Dutch gables and porch in front. It was rather dilapidated in appearance, and looked as if it had been deserted for some time. The only furniture it contained was a table and 2 chairs. Meade's headquarters were located close by. General Grant sat down on the steps of the house, lighted a cigar, and remained silent for some time, quietly watching Sedgwick's men passing over the bridge. After a while he said, "Well, the movement so far has been as satisfactory as could be desired. We have succeeded in seizing the fords and crossing the river without loss or delay. Lee must by this time know upon what roads we are advancing, but he may not yet realize the full extent of the movement. We shall probably soon get some indications as to what he intends to do." A representative of a newspaper with whom the general was acquainted now stepped up to him and said, "General Grant, about how long will it take you to get to Richmond?" The general replied at once, "I will agree to be there in about 4 days. That is, if General Lee becomes a party to the agreement. But if he objects, the trip will undoubtedly be prolonged." The correspondent looked as if he did not see just how he could base any definite predictions upon this oracular response. I happened to be looking over a field map at the time, and at the general's request handed it to him. He examined it attentively for a few minutes, and then returned it without making any remarks. The main roads were pretty well represented on our maps. The Germanna road runs a little east of south. 5 miles from the Rapidan it is crossed by a road running east and west called the Orange Turnpike. A mile beyond it intersects the Brock road, which runs north and south, and a mile farther on the Brock road is crossed by the Orange Plank road running east and west. There were also some narrow crossroads cut through the woods in various places. About 1 o'clock word came from Meade that our signal officers had succeeded in deciphering a message sent to General Ewell, which read as follows: "We are moving. Had I not better move D and D toward New Verdierville? Signed, R." The general manifested considerable satisfaction at receiving this news, and remarked, "That gives just the information I wanted. It shows that Lee is drawing out from his position, and is pushing across to meet us." He now called for writing material, and, placing a book upon his knee, laid the paper upon it, wrote a dispatch to Burnside at Rappahannock Station, saying, "Make forced marches until you reach this place. Start your troops now in the rear the moment they can be got off, and require them to make a night march." A cold lunch was then eaten off a pine table in the dining room of the deserted house. Later in the afternoon our tents arrived and were pitched near the house, and a little before dark the mess sat down to dinner. The table had been laid under the fly of a large tent of the pattern known as the hospital tent. Perhaps no headquarters of a general in supreme command of great armies ever presented so democratic an appearance. All the officers of the staff dined at the table with their chief, and the style of conversation was as familiar as that which occurs in the household of any private family. Nothing could have been more informal or unconventional than the manner in which the mess was conducted. The staff officers came to the table and left it at such times as their duties permitted, sometimes lingering over a meal to indulge in conversation, at other times remaining to take only a few mouthfuls in all haste before starting out upon the lines. The chief ate less and talked less than any other member of the staff, and partook only of the plainest food. A campfire of dry fence rails had been built in front of the general's tent, not because the evening was particularly cold, but for the reason that the fire lighted up the scene and made the camp look more cheerful. General Meade came over to headquarters after dinner and took a seat upon a folding camp chair by our fire, and he and General Grant entered into a most interesting discussion of the situation and the plans for the next day. The general in chief offered Meade a cigar. The wind was blowing, and he had some difficulty in lighting it when General Grant offered him his flint and steel, which overcame the difficulty. The general always carried in the field a small silver tinder box, in which there was a flint and steel with which to strike a spark, and a coil of fuse which was easily ignited by the spark and not affected by the wind. The French would call it a briquet. While the two generals were talking, and a number of staff officers sitting by listening, telegrams were received from Washington saying that Sherman had advanced in Georgia, Butler had ascended the James River, and Sigel's force were moving down the Valley of Virginia. These advances were in obedience to General Grant's previous orders. He said, "I don't expect much from Sigel's movement. It is made principally for the purpose of preventing the enemy in his front from withdrawing troops to reinforce Lee's army." To use an expression of Mr. Lincoln's, employed in my last conversation with him, when I was speaking of this general policy, "If Sigel can't skin himself, he can hold a leg while somebody else skins." It is very gratifying to know that Hancock and Warren have made a march today of over 20 miles, with scarcely any stragglers from their commands. Telegrams were now sent to Washington announcing the entire success of the crossing of the Rapidan, and saying that it would be demonstrated before long whether the enemy intended to give battle on that side of Richmond. Meade soon after retired to his headquarters, and a little while before midnight General Grant entered his tent and turned in for the night. Its only furniture consisted of a portable cot made of a coarse canvas stretcher over a light wooden frame, a tin wash basin which stood on an iron tripod, 2 folding camp chairs, and a plain pine table. The general's baggage was limited to one small camp trunk, which contained his underclothing, toilet articles, a suit of clothes, and an extra pair of boots. General Longstreet, then commanding a corps in Lee's army, told me several years after the war that the evening on which news was received that Grant intended to give personal direction to the army which was to operate against Lee, he had a conversation on the subject at Lee's headquarters. An officer present talked very confidently of being able to whip with all ease the Western general who was to confront them, at which Longstreet said, "Do you know Grant?" "No," the officer replied. "Well, I do," replied Longstreet. "I was in the Corps of Cadets with him at West Point for 3 years. I was present at his wedding. I served in the same army with him in Mexico. I have observed his methods of warfare in the West, and I believe I know him through and through. And I tell you that we cannot afford to underrate him and the army he now commands. We must make up our minds to get into line of battle and to stay there, for that man will fight us every day and every hour till the end of this war. In order to whip him, we must outmaneuver him and husband our strength as best we can." After the officers at headquarters had obtained what sleep they could get, they arose about daylight, feeling that in all probability they would witness before night either a fight or a foot race — a fight if the armies encountered each other, a foot race to secure good positions if the armies remained apart. General Meade had started south at dawn, moving along the Germanna road. General Grant intended to remain in his present camp till Burnside arrived, in order to give him some directions in person regarding his movements. The general sat down to the breakfast table after nearly all the staff officers had finished their morning meal. While he was slowly sipping his coffee, a young newspaper reporter, whose appetite, combined with his spirit of enterprise, had gained a substantial victory over his modesty, slipped up to the table, took a seat at the farther end, and remarked, "Well, I wouldn't mind taking a cup of something warm myself, if there's no objection." Thereupon, seizing a coffee pot, he poured out a full ration of that soothing army beverage, and after helping himself to some of the other dishes, proceeded to eat breakfast with an appetite which had evidently been stimulated by long hours of fasting. The general paid no more attention to this occurrence than he would have paid to the flight of a bird across his path. He scarcely looked at the intruder, did not utter a word at the time, and made no mention of it afterward. It was a fair sample of the imperturbability of his nature as to trivial matters taking place about him. General Grant sent a message to Meade at 8:24 a. m., saying, among other things, "If an opportunity presents itself for pitching into a part of Lee's army, do so without giving time for dispositions." It will be observed from this despatch, and many others which follow, that nearly all of our commanding officers in the field indulged in a certain amount of colloquialism in their communications. Perhaps it seemed to them to make the style less stilted, to give more snap to their language, and express their meaning more briefly. It certainly savored less of the pomp and more of the circumstance of war than the correspondence of European commanders. Sheridan's cavalry had been assigned to the duty of guarding the train of 4,000 wagons and feeling out to the left for the enemy. The head of Burnside's leading division was now seen crossing the river, but as General Grant was anxious to go to the front, he decided not to wait to see Burnside in person, but to send him a note instead, urging him to close up as rapidly as possible upon Sedgwick's corps. This communication was dispatched at 8:41 a. m., and the general immediately after directed the staff to mount and move forward with him along the Germanna road. After riding a mile, an officer was seen coming toward us at a gallop, and was soon recognized as Colonel Hyde of Sedgwick's staff. He halted in front of General Grant, and said, "General Meade directed me to ride back and meet you, and say that the enemy is still advancing along the turnpike, and that Warren's and Sedgwick's troops are being put in position to meet him." The general now started forward at an accelerated pace, and after riding 4 miles farther along the Germanna road, came to the crossing of the Orange turnpike. Here General Meade was seen standing near the roadside. He came forward on foot to give General Grant the latest information. The general now dismounted, and the two officers began to discuss the situation. It had become evident that the enemy intended to give battle in the heart of the Wilderness, and it was decided to establish the headquarters of both generals near the place where they were holding their present conference, at the junction of these two important roads. As this spot became the central point from which nearly all the orders of the commander were issued during one of the most desperate battles in the annals of history, a description of the location is important in order to give the reader a clear understanding of the memorable events which took place in its vicinity. A little to the east of the crossroads stood the old Wilderness Tavern, a deserted building surrounded by a rank growth of weeds and partly shut in by trees. A few hundred yards to the west, and in the northwest angle formed by the two intersecting roads, was a knoll from which the old trees had been cut, and upon which was a second growth of scraggy pine, scrub oak, and other timber. The knoll was high enough to afford a view for some little distance, but the outlook was limited in all directions by the almost impenetrable forest, with its interlacing trees and tangled undergrowth. The ground upon which the battle was fought was intersected in every direction by winding rivulets, rugged ravines, and ridges of mineral rock. Many excavations had been made in opening iron ore beds, leaving pits bordered by ridges of earth. Trees had been felled in a number of places to furnish fuel and supply sawmills. The locality is well described by its name. It was a wilderness in the most forbidding sense of the word. The headquarters wagons had followed the staff, the tents were soon pitched, and a camp was established on low ground at the foot of the knoll just described, between it and the Germanna road. Grant and Meade had, in the meantime, taken up their positions on top of the knoll, and stood there talking over the situation. Warren had joined them, and had communicated the latest news from his front. As soon as General Grant learned the situation, he followed his habitual custom in warfare, and, instead of waiting to be attacked, took the initiative and pushed out against the enemy. Warren had been directed to move out in force on the Orange Turnpike. Getty's division of Sedgwick's corps was put into position on Warren's left, and as soon as it was found that the enemy was advancing on the Orange Plank Road, orders were sent to Hancock to hurry up his troops and take up a position on the left of Getty. While these preparations were progressing, General Grant lighted a cigar, sat down on the stump of a tree, took out his penknife, and began to whittle a stick. He kept on his brown thread gloves, and did not remove them once during the entire day. Everything was comparatively quiet until the hour of noon, when the stillness was suddenly broken by the sharp rattle of musketry and the roar of artillery. These rounds were the quick messengers which told that Warren had met the enemy and begun the conflict. He encountered Ewell's corps, and drove it nearly a mile, but was soon compelled to fall back and restore the connection which had been lost between his divisions. Warren then had a conference with General Grant, who proposed that they should ride out to the front. He called for his horse, which had remained saddled, and directed me and another of the aides to accompany him. As General Warren was more familiar with the ground, he rode ahead. He was mounted on a fine-looking white horse, was neatly uniformed, and wore the yellow sash of a general officer. He was one of the few officers who wore their sashes in a campaign, or paid much attention to their dress. The party moved to the front along a narrow country road bordered by a heavy undergrowth of timber and bristling thickets. The infantry were struggling with difficulty through the dense woods, the wounded were lying along the roadside, firing still continued in front, and dense clouds of smoke hung above the tops of the trees. It was the opening scene of the horrors of the Wilderness. After having learned from personal inspection the exact character of the locality in which the battle was to be fought, General Grant returned to headquarters, in order to be able to communicate more promptly with the different commands. News had been received that Hill's corps of Lee's army was moving up rapidly on the Orange Plank Road. Grant was now becoming impatient to take the initiative against the enemy, and staff officers were sent with important orders to all parts of the line. It was soon seen that the infantry would have to fight it out without much aid from the artillery, as it was impossible to move many batteries to the front, owing to the difficult nature of the ground. Hancock, with great energy, had thrown forward two of his divisions to support Getty, who had already attacked Hill. I was sent to communicate with Hancock during this part of the engagement. The fighting had become exceedingly severe on that part of the field. General Alexander Hays, one of the most gallant officers in the service, commanding one of Hancock's brigades, finding that his line had broken, rushed forward to encourage his troop, and was instantly killed. Getty and Carroll were severely wounded. After remaining for some time with Hancock's men, I returned to headquarters to report the situation to the general in chief, and carried to him the sad intelligence of Hays' death. General Grant was by no means a demonstrative man, but upon learning the intelligence I brought, he was visibly affected. He was seated upon the ground, with his back against a tree, still whittling pine sticks. He sat for a time without uttering a word, and then, speaking in a low voice and pausing between the sentences, said, "Hays and I were cadets together for 3 years. We served for a time in the same regiment in the Mexican War. He was a noble man and a gallant officer. I am not surprised that he met his death at the head of his troops. It was just like him. He was a man who would never follow, but would always lead in battle." Wadsworth's division of Warren's corps was sent to support Hancock, but it encountered great difficulty in working its way through the woods, and darkness set in before it could get within striking distance of the enemy. Sedgwick had some fighting on the right of Warren, but no important results had been accomplished on his front. About 8 o'clock in the evening the firing died away, and the troops in the immediate presence of the enemy lay on their arms to await the events of the morning. Sheridan had left a force in the rear sufficient to protect the trains, and had formed the rest of his command so as to confront the enemy's cavalry, which had been moved around by the right of the enemy's line. He had severe fighting on our extreme left. When we sat down at the mess table at headquarters that evening, the events of the day were fully discussed, and each staff officer related to the general in detail the scenes which had occurred upon the particular portion of the front which he had visited. Soon after we had risen from the table and left the mess tent, Meade walked over from his headquarters, and he and the general in chief seated themselves by the campfire and talked over the events of the day and the plans for the morrow. Mr. Washburne and our staff officers made part of the group. The general manifested intense anxiety in regard to relieving the wounded, and the medical officers and commanders of troops were urged to make every possible effort to find the sufferers and convey them to the rear. Even in daylight it would have been a difficult undertaking to penetrate the thickets and carry the wounded to a place of safety, but at night it was almost impossible, for every time a lantern was shown or a noise made, it was certain to attract the fire of the enemy. However, those who had been slightly wounded made their own way to the field hospitals, and by dint of extraordinary exertions, great numbers of the seriously wounded were brought to positions where they could be cared for. During the conversation, General Grant remarked, "As Burnside's corps on our side and Longstreet's on the other side have not been engaged, and the troops of both armies have been occupied principally in struggling through thickets and fighting for position, today's work has not been much of a test of strength. I feel pretty well satisfied with the result of the engagement, for it is evident that Lee attempted by a bold movement to strike this army in flank before it could be put into line of battle, and be prepared to fight to advantage, but in this he has failed." The plan agreed upon that night for the coming struggle was as follows: Hancock and Wadsworth were to make an attack on Hill at 4:30 a. m., so as to strike him, if possible, before Longstreet could arrive to reinforce him. Burnside, who would arrive early in the morning with 3 divisions, was to send one division, Stevenson's, to Hancock, and to put the other 2 divisions between Wadsworth and Warren's other divisions, and attack Hill in flank, or at least obliquely, while Warren and Sedgwick were to attack along their fronts, inflict all the damage they could, and keep the troops opposed to them from reinforcing Hill and Longstreet. Burnside's 4th Division was to guard the wagon trains. This division was composed of colored troops, and was commanded by General Ferrero. General Meade, through whom all orders were issued to the Army of the Potomac, was of the opinion that the troops could not be got into position for the attack as early as 4:30 o'clock, and recommended 6, but General Grant objected, as he was apprehensive that this might give the enemy an opportunity to take the initiative. However, he agreed to postpone the time till 5 o'clock, and the final orders were given for that hour. Meade now arose, said good night, and walked over to his headquarters. Before 11 o'clock the general in chief remarked to the staff, "We shall have a busy day to morrow, and I think we had better get all the sleep we can to night. I am a confirmed believer in the restorative qualities of sleep, and always like to get at least 7 hours of it, though I have often been compelled to put up with much less." "It is said," remarked Washburne, "that Napoleon often indulged in only 4 hours of sleep, and still preserved all the vigor of his mental faculties." "Well, I, for one, never believed those stories," the general replied. "If the truth were known, I have no doubt it would be found that he made up for his short sleep at night by taking naps during the day." The chief then retired to his tent, and his example was followed by all the officers who could be spared from duty. The marked stillness which now reigned in camp formed a striking contrast to the shock and din of battle which had just ceased, and which was so soon to be renewed. CHAPTER IV. Chapter 4 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Grant's preparations for the second day in the Wilderness. Hancock flushed with victory. Grant at a critical moment. The crisis of the Wilderness. Grant's demeanor in the field. Grant's peculiarities in battle. Grant's confidence in success. The General in Chief as aide to a drover. Confusion caused by a night attack. Grant administers a reprimand. Grant after the battle. The Wilderness a unique combat. At 4 o'clock the next morning, May 6, we were awakened in our camp by the sound of Burnside's men moving along the Germanna road. They had been marching since 1 a.m., hurrying on to reach the left of Warren. The members of the headquarters mess soon after assembled to partake of a hasty breakfast. The general made rather a singular meal preparatory to so exhausting a day as that which was to follow. He took a cucumber, sliced it, poured some vinegar over it, and partook of nothing else except a cup of strong coffee. The first thing he did after rising from the table was to call for a fresh supply of cigars. His colored servant, Bill, brought him 2 dozen. After lighting one of them, he filled his pockets with the rest. He then went over to the knoll and began to walk back and forth slowly upon the cleared portion of the ridge. While listening for Hancock's attack on the left, we heard the sound of heavy firing on the right, and found that the enemy had attacked Sedgwick and Warren. Warren afterward had one brigade pretty roughly handled, and driven back some distance, but no ground was permanently lost or gained by either side on that part of the line. Promptly at 5 o'clock the roar of battle was heard in Hancock's front, and before 7 he had broken the enemy's line and driven him back in confusion more than a mile. The general now instructed me to ride out to Hancock's front, inform him of the progress of Burnside's movement, explain the assistance that officer was expected to render, and tell him more fully the object of sending to his aid Stevenson's division of Burnside's corps. I met Hancock on the Orange Plank Road, not far from its junction with the Brock Road, actively engaged in directing his troops and restoring the confusion in their alignment caused by the desperate fighting and the difficult character of the ground. All thought of the battle which raged about us was to me for a moment lost in a contemplation of the dramatic scene presented in the person of the knightly corps commander. He had just driven the enemy 1.5 miles. His face was flushed with the excitement of victory, his eyes were lighted by the fire of battle, his flaxen hair was thrust back from his temples, his right arm was extended to its full length in pointing out certain positions as he gave his orders, and his commanding form towered still higher as he rose in his stirrups to peer through the openings in the woods. He was considered the handsomest general officer in the army, and at this moment he looked like a spirited portrait from the hands of a master artist, with the deep brown of the dense forest forming a fitting background. It was itself enough to inspire the troops he led to deeds of unmatched heroism. He had been well dubbed Hancock the Superb. This expression dated back to the field of Williamsburg. At the close of that battle, General McClellan sent a telegram to his wife in New York announcing his victory, and as she and Hancock were old friends, he added the words, "Hancock was superb." The newspapers got hold of the dispatch, and the designation was heralded in prominent headlines throughout the entire press. The description was so appropriate that the designation clung to him through life. Along the line of Hancock's advance, the enemy's dead were everywhere visible. His wounded strewed the roads, prisoners had been captured, and battle flags had been taken. But Hancock was now compelled to halt and restore the contact between his commands. Before 9 o'clock, however, he was pushing out again on the Orange Plank Road, and another fierce fight soon began. Sheridan had become engaged in a spirited contest with Stuart's cavalry on the left at Todd's Tavern, in which our troops were completely victorious. The sound of this conflict was mistaken for a time for an attack by Longstreet from that direction, and made Hancock anxious to strengthen his exposed left flank. His embarrassments were increased by one of those singular accidents which, though trivial in themselves, often turn the tide of battle. A body of infantry was reported to be advancing up the Brock road, and moving upon Hancock's left and rear. A brigade which could ill be spared was at once thrown out in that direction to resist the threatening attack. It soon appeared that the body of infantry consisted of about 700 of our convalescents, who were returning to join their commands. The incident, however, had caused the loss of valuable time. These occurrences prevented Hancock from further taking the offensive. After waiting for some time and hearing nothing of Burnside's contemplated assault, I told Hancock I would ride over to Burnside, explain to him fully the situation on the left, and urge upon him the importance of making all possible haste. Upon reaching his position, I found that he was meeting with many difficulties in moving his men into position, and was making very little progress. I explained the absolute necessity of going to the relief of Hancock, and Colonel Comstock and I labored vigorously to help to find some means of getting the troops through the woods. Seeing the difficulties in the way, I returned to General Grant to let him know the true situation, and that an early attack from that quarter could not be depended upon. Warren's troops were driven back on a portion of his line in front of general headquarters, stragglers were making their way to the rear, the enemy's shells were beginning to fall on the knoll where General Grant was seated on the stump of a tree, and it looked for a while as if the tide of battle would sweep over that point of the field. He rose slowly to his feet, and stood for a time watching the scene, and mingling the smoke of his cigar with the smoke of battle, without making any comments. His horse was in charge of an orderly just behind the hill, but he evidently had no thought of mounting. An officer ventured to remark to him, "General, wouldn't it be prudent to move headquarters to the other side of the Germanna road till the result of the present attack is known?" The general replied very quietly, between the puffs of his cigar, "It strikes me it would be better to order up some artillery and defend the present location." Thereupon a battery was brought up, and every preparation made for defense. The enemy, however, was checked before he reached the knoll. In this instance, as in many others, the general was true to the motto of his Scottish ancestors of the Grant clan, "Stand fast, Craig Ellachie." About 11 o'clock the battle raged again with renewed fury on Hancock's front. He had been attacked in front and on the flank by a sudden advance of the enemy, who, concealed by the dense wood, had approached near at several points before opening fire. This caused some confusion among Hancock's troops, who had become in great measure exhausted by their fighting since 5 o'clock in the morning, and they were now compelled to fall back to their breastworks along the Brock road. The enemy pressed on to within a few hundred yards of the intrenchments, but did not venture to assault. In this attack Longstreet was badly wounded, and the Confederate General Jenkins was killed, both having been accidentally shot by their own men. We suffered a severe loss in the death of the gallant General Wadsworth. After Longstreet's removal from the field, Lee took command of his right in person, as we learned afterward, and ordered that any further assault should be postponed till a later hour. Colonel Leisure's brigade of Burnside's corps now executed a movement of striking brilliancy. It had been sent to Hancock and posted on the left of his line, and was ordered by him to sweep along his front from left to right. Leisure moved out promptly, facing to the right, with his right flank about 100 yards from our line of breastworks, and dashed along the entire front with such boldness and audacity that the portions of the enemy he encountered fell back without attempting to make any serious resistance. General Grant was becoming more anxious still about Burnside's attack, and I soon after galloped over to the latter with instructions to move on without a moment's delay, and connect with Hancock's right at all hazards. I found his troops endeavoring to obey orders as best they could, but in struggling through underbrush and swamps, all efforts to keep up their alignments were futile. General Burnside, when I met him this time, was dismounted and seated by the roadside. A champagne basket filled with lunch had been brought up, and at his invitation I joined him and some of his staff in sampling the attractive contents of the hamper. In doing so, we acted upon the recognized principle of experienced campaigners, who always eat a meal wherever they can get it, not knowing where the next one is to come from. It was called eating for the future. A little after noon, Burnside's advance became engaged for about a quarter of an hour, but did not accomplish any important result. I worked my way out on foot to his extreme front line at this time to obtain a more accurate knowledge of the difficulties which impeded the advance of his troops, and then returned again to headquarters to report the situation. About half the army was now under Hancock's command, and it was probable that he would need still more reinforcements, and the general in chief was devoting a good deal of thought to our right, which had been weakened. At 10:30 a. m., Sedgwick and Warren had been ordered to intrench their fronts and do everything possible to strengthen their positions. A portion of the wagon train guards had been ordered to report to Sedgwick for duty on his front. Everyone on the right was on the alert and eager to hear particulars about the fighting on the left. The various commands had been advised from time to time of the events which occurred, for it was General Grant's invariable custom to have commanding officers on different points of the line promptly informed of what occurred at other points. Generals Grant and Meade, after discussing the situation, now decided to have Hancock and Burnside make a simultaneous attack at 6 p. m. It was then supposed that Burnside would certainly be in position by that hour to unite in such an assault. I started for Hancock's front to confer with him regarding this movement, and just as I joined his troops, the enemy, directed by Lee in person, as we afterward discovered, made a desperate assault upon our line. It began at 4:15 p. m. The woods in front of Hancock had now taken fire, and the flames were communicated to his log breastworks and abatis of slashed timber. The wind was unfortunately blowing in our direction, and the blinding smoke was driven in the faces of our men, while the fire itself swept down upon them. For a time they battled heroically to maintain their position, fighting both the conflagration and the enemy's advancing columns. At last, however, the breastworks became untenable, and some of the troops who had displayed such brilliant qualities during the entire day now fell back in confusion. The enemy took advantage of the disorder, and, rushing forward with cheers, succeeded in planting some of his battle flags upon our front line of breastworks. But Hancock and all the staff officers present made strenuous exertions to rally the men, and many of them were soon brought back to the front. General Carroll's brigade was now ordered to form and retake the line of intrenchments which had been lost. These gallant troops, led by the intrepid Carroll in person, dashing forward at a run and cheering as they went, swept everything before them, and in a few minutes were in possession of the works. Both the attack and counter-attack were so handsomely made that they elicited praise from friend and foe alike. Some of Hancock's artillery was served with great efficiency in this engagement, and added much to the result. At 5 o'clock the enemy had been completely repulsed, and fell back, leaving a large number of his dead and wounded on the field. Burnside made an attack at 5:30, but with no important results. The nature of the ground was a more formidable obstruction than the enemy. Warren and Sedgwick had been engaged during part of the day, and had prevented the enemy in front of them from withdrawing any troops, but notwithstanding their gallant fighting, they had substantially gained no ground. While the most critical movements were taking place, General Grant manifested no perceptible anxiety, but gave his orders, and sent and received communications with a coolness and deliberation which made a marked impression upon those who had been brought into contact with him for the first time on the field of battle. His speech was never hurried, and his manner betrayed no trace of excitability or even impatience. He never exhibited to better advantage his peculiar ability in moving troops with unparalleled speed to the critical points on the line of battle where they were most needed, or, as it was sometimes called, feeding a fight. There was a spur on the heel of every order he sent, and his subordinates were made to realize that in battle it is the minutes which control events. He said, while waiting for Burnside to get into position and attack, "The only time I ever feel impatient is when I give an order for an important movement of troops in the presence of the enemy, and am waiting for them to reach their destination. Then the minutes seem like hours." He rode out to important points of the line twice during the day, in company with General Meade and 2 officers of the staff. It was noticed that he was visibly affected by his proximity to the wounded, and especially by the sight of blood. He would turn his face away from such scenes, and show by the expression of his countenance, and sometimes by a pause in his conversation, that he felt most keenly the painful spectacle presented by the field of battle. Some reference was made to the subject in camp that evening, and the general said, "I cannot bear the sight of suffering. The night after the first day's fight at Shiloh, I was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree, trying to get some sleep. It soon began to rain so hard that I went into a log house near by to seek shelter, but I found the surgeons had taken possession of it and were amputating the arms and legs of the wounded, and blood was flowing in streams. I could not endure such a scene, and was glad to return to the tree outside, and sit there till morning in the storm." I thought of this remark while sitting by his bedside 21 years afterward, when he, in the last days of his fatal illness, was himself undergoing supreme physical torture. As the general felt that he could be found more readily, and could issue his orders more promptly, from the central point which he had chosen for his headquarters, he remained there almost the entire day. He would at times walk slowly up and down, but most of the day he sat upon the stump of a tree, or on the ground, with his back leaning against a tree. The thread gloves remained on his hands, a lighted cigar was in his mouth almost constantly, and his penknife was kept in active use whittling sticks. He would pick up one small twig after another, and sometimes holding the small end away from him, would rapidly shave it down to a point. At other times he would turn the point toward him and work on it as if sharpening a lead pencil. Then he would girdle it, cut it in 2, throw it away, and begin on another. We had long been accused of being a nation of whittlers, and this practice on the part of such a conspicuous representative American seemed to give color to the charge. He seldom indulged in this habit in subsequent battles. The occupation played sad havoc with the thread gloves, and before nightfall several holes had been worn in them, from which his fingernails protruded. After that day the gloves disappeared, and the general thereafter went without them in camp, and wore the usual buckskin gauntlets when on horseback. It was not till the Appomattox campaign that another pair of thread gloves was donned. There was a mystery about the use of these gloves which was never entirely solved. The impression was that Mrs. Grant had purchased them and handed them to the general before he started from Washington, and that, either in deference to her, or because he had a notion that the officers in the Eastern armies were greater sticklers for dress than those in the armies of the West, he wore the gloves continuously for the first 3 days of his opening campaign in Virginia, that is to say, as long as they lasted under the wear and tear to which he subjected them. His confidence was never for a moment shaken in the outcome of the general engagement in the Wilderness, and he never once doubted his ability to make a forward movement as the result of that battle. At a critical period of the day, he sent instructions to have all the pontoon bridges over the Rapidan in his rear taken up except the one at Germanna Ford. A short time after giving this order, he called General Rawlins, Colonel Babcock, and me to him, and asked for a map. As we sat together on the ground, his legs tucked under him, tailor fashion, he looked over the map and said, "I do not hope to gain any very decided advantage from the fighting in this forest. I did expect excellent results from Hancock's movement early this morning, when he started the enemy on the run, but it was impossible for him to see his own troops, or the true position of the enemy, and the success gained could not be followed up in such a country. I can certainly drive Lee back into his works, but I shall not assault him there. He would have all the advantage in such a fight. If he falls back and intrenches, my notion is to move promptly toward the left. This will, in all probability, compel him to try and throw himself between us and Richmond, and in such a movement I hope to be able to attack him in a more open country and outside of his breastworks." This was the second time only that he had looked at the maps since crossing the Rapidan, and it was always noticeable in a campaign how seldom he consulted them compared with the constant examination of them by most other prominent commanders. The explanation of it is that he had an extraordinary memory as to anything that was presented to him graphically. After looking critically at a map of a locality, it seemed to become photographed indelibly upon his brain, and he could follow its features without referring to it again. Besides, he possessed an almost intuitive knowledge of topography, and never became confused as to the points of the compass. He was a natural bushwhacker, and was never so much at home as when finding his way by the course of streams, the contour of the hills, the general features of the country. I asked him one day whether he had ever been deceived as to the points of the compass. He said only once, when I arrived at Cairo, Illinois. The effect of that curious bend in the river turned me completely around, and when the sun came up the first morning after I got there, it seemed to me that it rose directly in the west. During a lull in the battle late in the afternoon, General Grant, in company with 2 staff officers, strolled over toward the Germanna road. While we stood on the bank of a small rivulet, a drove of beef cattle was driven past. One of the animals strayed into the stream, and had evidently made up its mind to part company with its fellows and come over to our side. One of the drovers yelled out to the general, who was a little in advance of his officers, "I say, stranger, head off that beef critter for me, will you?" The general, having always prided himself upon being a practical farmer, felt as much at home in handling cattle as in directing armies, and, without changing countenance, at once stepped forward, threw up his hands, and shouted to the animal. It stopped, took a look at him, and then, as if sufficiently impressed with this show of authority, turned back into the road. The general made no comment whatever upon this incident, and seemed to think no more about the salutation he had received than if some one had presented arms to him. He knew, of course, that the man did not recognize him. If he had supposed the man was lacking in proper military respect, he would perhaps have administered to him the same lesson which he once taught a soldier in the 21st Illinois, when he commanded that regiment. An officer who had served under him at the time told me that Colonel Grant, as he came out of his tent one morning, found a strapping big fellow posted as sentinel, who nodded his head good-naturedly, smiled blandly, and said, "Howdy, Colonel." His commander cried, "Hand me your piece," and upon taking it, faced the soldier and came to a present arms. Then, handing back the musket, he remarked, "That is the way to say 'How do you do' to your colonel." It was now about sundown. The storm of battle, which had raged with unabated fury from early dawn, had been succeeded by a calm. The contemplated general attack at 6 o'clock had been abandoned on account of the assault of the enemy on Hancock's front, and the difficulty of perfecting the alinements and supplying the men with ammunition. It was felt that the day's strife had ended, unless Lee should risk another attack. Just then the stillness was broken by heavy volleys of musketry on our extreme right, which told that Sedgwick had been assaulted, and was actually engaged with the enemy. The attack against which the general in chief during the day had ordered every precaution to be taken had now been made. Meade was at Grant's headquarters at the time. They had just left the top of the knoll, and were standing in front of General Grant's tent, talking to Mr. Washburne. Staff officers and couriers were soon sent galloping up to Meade's headquarters, and his chief of staff, General Humphreys, sent word that the attack was directed against our extreme right, and that a part of Sedgwick's line had been driven back in some confusion. Generals Grant and Meade, accompanied by me and 1 or 2 other staff officers, walked rapidly over to Meade's tent, and found that the reports still coming in were bringing news of increasing disaster. It was soon reported that General Shaler and part of his brigade had been captured; then that General Seymour and several hundred of his men had fallen into the hands of the enemy; afterward that our right had been turned, and Ferrero's division cut off and forced back upon the Rapidan. General Humphreys, on receiving the first reports, had given prompt instructions with a view to strengthening the point of the line attacked. General Grant now took the matter in hand with his accustomed vigor. Darkness had set in, but the firing still continued. Aides came galloping in from the right, laboring under intense excitement, talking wildly, and giving the most exaggerated reports of the engagement. Some declared that a large force had broken and scattered Sedgwick's entire corps. Others insisted that the enemy had turned our right completely and captured the wagon train. It was asserted at one time that both Sedgwick and Wright had been captured. Such tales of disaster would have been enough to inspire serious apprehension in daylight and under ordinary circumstances. In the darkness of the night, in the gloom of a tangled forest, and after men's nerves had been racked by the strain of a 2 days' desperate battle, the most immovable commander might have been shaken. But it was in just such sudden emergencies that General Grant was always at his best. Without the change of a muscle of his face, or the slightest alteration in the tones of his voice, he quietly interrogated the officers who brought the reports. Then, sifting out the truth from the mass of exaggerations, he gave directions for relieving the situation with the marvelous rapidity which was always characteristic of him when directing movements in the face of an enemy. Reinforcements were hurried to the point attacked, and preparations made for Sedgwick's corps to take up a new line, with the front and right thrown back. General Grant soon walked over to his own camp, seated himself on a stool in front of his tent, lighted a fresh cigar, and there continued to receive further advices from the right. A general officer came in from his command at this juncture, and said to the general in chief, speaking rapidly and laboring under considerable excitement: "General Grant, this is a crisis that cannot be looked upon too seriously. I know Lee's methods well by past experience. He will throw his whole army between us and the Rapidan, and cut us off completely from our communications." The general rose to his feet, took his cigar out of his mouth, turned to the officer, and replied with a degree of animation which he seldom manifested: "Oh, I am heartily tired of hearing about what Lee is going to do. Some of you always seem to think he is suddenly going to turn a double somersault and land in our rear and on both of our flanks at the same time. Go back to your command, and try to think what we are going to do ourselves instead of what Lee is going to do." The officer retired rather crestfallen and without saying a word in reply. This recalls a very pertinent criticism regarding his chief once made in my presence by General Sherman. He said: "Grant always seems pretty certain to win when he went into a fight with anything like equal numbers. I believe the chief reason why he was more successful than others was that, while they were thinking so much about what the enemy was going to do, Grant was thinking all the time about what he was going to do himself." Hancock came to headquarters about 8 p.m., and had a conference with the general in chief and General Meade. He had had a very busy day on his front, and while he was cheery, and showed that there was still plenty of fight left in him, he manifested signs of fatigue after his exhausting labors. General Grant, in offering him a cigar, found that only one was left in his pocket. Deducting the number he had given away from the supply he had started out with in the morning, showed that he had smoked that day about 20, all very strong and of formidable size. But it must be remembered that it was a particularly long day. He never afterward equaled that record in the use of tobacco. The general, after having given his final orders, providing for any emergency which might arise, entered his tent and threw himself down upon his camp bed. 10 minutes thereafter, an alarming report was received from the right. I looked in his tent and found him sleeping as soundly and as peacefully as an infant. I waked him and communicated the report. His military instincts convinced him that it was a gross exaggeration, and as he had already made every provision for meeting any renewed attempts against the right, he turned over in his bed and immediately went to sleep again. 21 years thereafter, as I sat by his deathbed, when his sufferings had become agonizing and he was racked by the tortures of insomnia, I recalled to him that night in the Wilderness. He said: "Ah, yes, it seems strange that I, who always slept so well in the field, should now pass whole nights in the quiet of this peaceful house without being able to close my eyes." It was soon ascertained that although Sedgwick's line had been forced back with some loss, and Shaler and Seymour had been made prisoners, only a few hundred men had been captured, and the enemy had been compelled to withdraw. General Grant had great confidence in Sedgwick in such an emergency, and the event showed that it was not misplaced. The attack on our right and its repulse ended the memorable battle of the Wilderness. The losses were found to be: killed, 2,246; wounded, 12,037; missing, 3,383; total, 17,666. The damage inflicted upon the enemy is not known, but as he was the assaulting party as often as the Union army, there is reason to believe that the losses on the two sides were about equal. Taking 24 hours as the time actually occupied in fighting, and counting the casualties in both armies, it will be found that on that bloody field every minute recorded the loss of 25 men. As the staff officers threw themselves upon the ground that night, sleep came to them without coaxing. They had been on the move since dawn, galloping over bad roads, struggling about through forest openings, jumping rivulets, wading swamps, helping to rally troops, dodging bullets, and searching for commanding officers in all sorts of unknown places. Their horses had been crippled, and they themselves were well nigh exhausted. For the small part I had been able to perform in the engagement, the general recommended me for the brevet rank of major in the regular army for gallant and meritorious services. His recommendation was afterward approved by the President. This promotion was especially gratifying for the reason that it was conferred for conduct in the first battle in which I had served under the command of the general in chief. There were features of the battle which have never been matched in the annals of warfare. For 2 days nearly 200,000 veteran troops had struggled in a death grapple, confronted at each step with almost every obstacle by which nature could bar their path, and groping their way through a tangled forest, the impenetrable gloom of which could be likened only to the shadow of death. The undergrowth stayed their progress, the upper growth shut out the light of heaven. Officers could rarely see their troops for any considerable distance, for smoke clouded the vision and a heavy sky obscured the sun. Directions were ascertained and lines established by means of the pocket compass, and a change of position often presented an operation more like a problem of ocean navigation than a question of military manoeuvres. It was the sense of sound and of touch, rather than a sense of sight, which guided the movements. It was a battle fought with the ear and not with the eye. All circumstances seemed to combine to make the scene one of unutterable horror. At times the wind howled through the tree tops, mingling its moans with the groans of the dying, and heavy branches were cut off by the fire of the artillery and fell crashing upon the heads of the men, adding a new terror to battle. Forest fires raged, ammunition trains exploded, the dead were roasted in the conflagration, the wounded, roused by its hot breath, dragged themselves along with their torn and mangled limbs in the mad energy of despair to escape the ravages of the flames, and every bush seemed hung with shreds of blood-stained clothing. It was as though Christian men had turned to fiends, and hell itself had usurped the place of earth. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Grant's third day in the Wilderness. Hail to the Chief. A night alarm. A midnight ride. Grant roughs it with his troops. Out of the Wilderness. Sheridan ordered to crush Jeb Stuart. A chapter of accidents. Grant in front of Spotsylvania. The death of Sedgwick. Arrival of dispatches. I shall take no backward steps. The next morning, May 7, General Grant was almost the first one up. He seated himself at the campfire at dawn, and looked thoroughly refreshed after the sound sleep he had enjoyed. In fact, a night's rest had greatly reinvigorated everyone. A fog, combined with the smoke from the smoldering forest fires, rendered it difficult for those of us who were sent to make reconnaissance to see any great distance, even where there were openings in the forest. A little after 6 a.m. there was some artillery firing from Warren's batteries, which created an impression for a little while that the enemy might be moving against him. But he soon sent word that he had been firing at some skirmishers who had pushed down to a point near his intrenchments and discharged a few shots. At 6:30 a.m. the general issued his orders to prepare for a night march of the entire army toward Spotsylvania Court House, on the direct road to Richmond. At 8:30 Burnside pushed out a skirmishing party to feel the enemy, and found that he had withdrawn from a portion of his line. Skirmishing continued along parts of Warren's front till 11 a.m. In fact, each army was anxious to learn promptly the position and apparent intentions of the other, so as to be able to act intelligently in making the next move in the all-absorbing game. The enemy was found to be occupying a strongly entrenched line, defended by artillery, and at an average distance from our front of nearly a mile. While sitting at the mess table taking breakfast, I asked the general-in-chief, "In all your battles up to this time, where do you think your presence upon the field was most useful in the accomplishing of results?" He replied, "Well, I don't know." Then, after a pause, "Perhaps at Shiloh." I said, "I think it was last night, when the attack was made on our right." He did not follow up the subject, for he always spoke with great reluctance about anything which was distinctly personal to himself. The only way in which we could ever draw him out, and induce him to talk about events in his military career, was to make some misstatement intentionally about an occurrence. His regard for truth was so great that his mind always rebelled against inaccuracies, and in his desire to correct the error he would go into an explanation of the facts, and in doing so would often be led to talk with freedom upon the subject. An officer related to the general an incident of the attack the night before, which showed that even the gravest events have a comical side. In the efforts to strengthen our right, a number of teamsters had been ordered into the ranks and sent hurriedly to the front. As they were marching past their teams, one of the men was recognized by his favorite lead mule, who proceeded to pay his respects to him in a friendly hee-haw, which reverberated through the forest until the sound bid fair to rival the report of the opening gun at Lexington, which fired the shot heard round the world. The teamster turned to him and cried, "Oh, you better not laugh, old Simon Bolivar. Before this fight's through, I bet they'll pick you up and put you into the ranks, too." After leaving the breakfast table, the general lighted a cigar and took his seat on a camp stool in front of his tent. In a conversation with the staff, he then began to discuss the operations of the day before. He expressed himself as satisfied with the result in the main, saying, "While it is in one sense a drawn battle, as neither side has gained or lost ground substantially since the fighting began, yet we remain in possession of the field, and the forces opposed to us have withdrawn to a distance from our front and taken up a defensive position. We cannot call the engagement a positive victory, but the enemy have only twice actually reached our lines in their many attacks, and have not gained a single advantage. This will enable me to carry out my intention of moving to the left, and compelling the enemy to fight in a more open country and outside of their breastworks." An old officer who was passing by, an acquaintance of the general's, now stepped up to the group. He had recently been ordered in from the plains, and his wild tales of red-handed slaughter in the land of the savages had already made him known in the army as the "Injun Slayer." An aide remarked to him, "Well, as you've been spoiling for a fight ever since you joined this army, how did yesterday's set to strike you by way of a skirmish?" "Oh," was the reply, "you had large numbers engaged and heavy losses, but it wasn't the picturesque, desperate, hand-to-hand fighting that you see when you're among the Injuns." "No, but we got in some pretty neat work on the white man," said the aide. "Yes, but it didn't compare with the time the Nez Perces and the Shoshone tribes had their big battle," continued the veteran. "Why, how was that?" cried all present in a chorus. "Well, you see," explained the narrator, "first the Nez Perces set up a yell louder than a blast of Gabriel's trumpet, and charged straight across the valley. But the Shoshones stood their ground without budging an inch, and pretty soon they went for the Nez Perces and drove them back again. As soon as the Nez Perces could catch their breath, they took another turn at the Shoshones and shoved them back just about where they started from. By this time the ground between them was so covered by the killed and wounded that you couldn't see as much as a blade of grass. But still they kept on charging back and forth across that valley, and they moved so fast that when their lines of battle passed me, the wind they made was so strong that I had to hold my hat on with both hands, and once I came mighty near being blown clear off my feet." "Why, where were you all this time?" asked several voices. "Oh," said he, "I was standing on a little knoll in the middle of the valley, looking on." "Why," remarked an officer, "I should think they would have killed you in the scrimmage." Then the face of the veteran of the plains assumed an air of offended innocence, and in a tone of voice which made it painfully evident that he felt the hurt, he said, "What, the Injuns? Lord, they all knew me." The general joined in the smiles which followed this bit of sadly mutilated truth. Similar Munchausenisms, indulged in from time to time by this officer, demonstrated the fact that he had become so skilled in warping veracity that one of his lies could make truth look mean alongside of it, and he finally grew so untrustworthy that it was unsafe even to believe the contrary of what he said. At 3 p.m., dispatches were received by way of Washington saying that General Butler had reached the junction of the James and Appomattox rivers the night of the 5th, had surprised the enemy, and successfully disembarked his troops, and that Sherman was moving out against Johnston in Georgia, and expected that a battle would be fought on the 7th. All preparation for the night march had now been completed. The wagon trains were to move at 4 p.m., so as to get a start of the infantry, and then go into park and let the troops pass them. The cavalry had been thrown out in advance. The infantry began the march at 8:30 p.m. Warren was to proceed along the Brock Road toward Spotsylvania Court House, moving by the rear of Hancock, whose corps was to remain in its position during the night to guard against a possible attack by the enemy, and afterward to follow Warren. Sedgwick was to move by way of Chancellorsville and Piney Branch Church. Burnside was to follow Sedgwick and to cover the trains which moved on the roads that were farthest from the enemy. Soon after dark, Generals Grant and Meade, accompanied by their staffs, after having given personal supervision to the starting of the march, rode along the Brock Road toward Hancock's headquarters with the intention of waiting there till Warren's troops should reach that point. While moving close to Hancock's line, there occurred an unexpected demonstration on the part of the troops, which created one of the most memorable scenes of the campaign. Notwithstanding the darkness of the night, the form of the commander was recognized, and word was passed rapidly along that the chief, who had led them through the mazes of the Wilderness, was again moving forward with his horse's head turned toward Richmond. Troops know but little about what is going on in a large army, except the occurrences which take place in their immediate vicinity. But this night ride of the general in chief told plainly the story of success, and gave each man to understand that the cry was to be, "On to Richmond." Soldiers, weary and sleepy after their long battle, with stiffened limbs and smarting wounds, now sprang to their feet, forgetful of their pains, and rushed forward to the roadside. Wild cheers echoed through the forest, and glad shouts of triumph rent the air. Men swung their hats, tossed up their arms, and pressed forward to within touch of their chief, clapping their hands and speaking to him with the familiarity of comrades. Pine knots and leaves were set on fire and lighted the scene with their weird, flickering glare. The night march had become a triumphal procession for the new commander. The demonstration was the emphatic verdict pronounced by the troops upon his first battle in the East. The excitement had been imparted to the horses, which soon became restive, and even the general's large bay, over which he possessed ordinarily such perfect control, became difficult to manage. Instead of being elated by this significant ovation, the general, thoughtful only of the practical question of the success of the movement, said, "This is most unfortunate. The sound will reach the ears of the enemy, and I fear it may reveal our movement." By his direction, staff officers rode forward and urged the men to keep quiet so as not to attract the enemy's attention, but the demonstration did not really cease until the general was out of sight. When Hancock's headquarters were reached, the party remained with him for some time, awaiting the arrival of the head of Warren's troops. Hancock's wound received at Gettysburg had not thoroughly healed, and he suffered such inconvenience from it when in the saddle that he had applied for permission to ride in a spring ambulance while on the march, and when his troops were not in action. He was reclining upon one of the seats of the ambulance, conversing with General Grant, who had dismounted and was sitting on the ground with his back against a tree, whittling a stick, when the sound of firing broke forth, directly in front. Hancock sprang up, seized his sword, which was lying near him, buckled it around his waist, and cried, "My horse! My horse!" The scene was intensely dramatic, and recalled vividly to the bystanders the cry of Richard III on the field of Bosworth. Grant listened a moment, without changing his position or ceasing his whittling, and then remarked, "They are not fighting. The firing is all on one side. It takes two sides to start a fight." In a few minutes the firing died away, and it was found that the enemy was not advancing. The incident fairly illustrates the contrast in the temperaments of these two distinguished soldiers. At 11 o'clock word came to Grant and Meade that their headquarters, escorts, and wagons were delaying the advance of Warren's corps, and they decided to move on to Todd's Tavern in order to clear the way. The woods were still on fire along parts of the main road, which made it almost impassable, so that the party turned to the right along a side road. The intention was to take the same route by which the cavalry had advanced, but it was difficult to tell one road from another. The night was dark, the dust was thick, the guide who was directing the party became confused, and it was uncertain whether we were riding in the right direction or riding into the lines of the enemy. The guide was for a time suspected of treachery, but he was innocent of such a charge, and had only lost his bearings. Colonel Comstock rode on in advance, and hearing the sound of marching columns not far off on our right, came back with this news, that it was decided to return to the Brock road. General Grant at first demurred when it was proposed to turn back, and urged the guide to try and find some crossroad leading to the Brock road, to avoid retracing our steps. This was an instance of his marked aversion to turning back, which amounted almost to a superstition. He often put himself to the greatest personal inconvenience to avoid it. When he found he was not traveling in the direction he intended to take, he would try all sorts of cross-cuts, ford streams, and jump any number of fences to reach another road rather than go back and take a fresh start. If he had been in the place of the famous apprentice boy who wandered away from London, he would never have been thrice mayor of that city, for with him Bow bells would have appealed to deaf ears when they chimed out, "Turn again, Whittington." The enemy who encountered him never failed to feel the effect of this inborn prejudice against turning back. However, a slight retrograde movement became absolutely necessary in the present instance, and the general yielded to the force of circumstances. An orderly was stationed at the fork of the roads to indicate the right direction to Warren's troops when they should reach that point, and our party proceeded to Todd's Tavern, reaching there soon after midnight. It was learned afterward that Anderson's (Longstreet's) corps had been marching parallel with us and at a distance of less than a mile, so that the apprehension felt was well founded. The general and staff bivouacked upon the ground. The night was quite chilly, and a couple of fires were lighted to add to our comfort. General Grant lay down with his officers beside one of the fires, without any covering. When asleep, an aide quietly spread an overcoat over him. For about 4 hours we all kept turning over every few minutes, so as to get warmed on both sides, imitating with our bodies the diurnal motion of the earth as it exposes its sides alternately to the heat of the sun. When daylight broke, it was seen that a low board structure close to which the general in chief had lain down was a pig pen, but its former occupants had disappeared, and were probably at that time nourishing the stomachs of the cavalry troopers of the invading army. Unfortunately, the odors of the place had not taken their departure with the pigs, but remained to add to the discomfort of the bivouackers. Sheridan's cavalry had had a fight at this place the afternoon before, in which he had defeated the opposing force, and the ground in the vicinity, strewn with the dead, offered ample evidence of the severity of the struggle. At daylight on the morning of the 8th, active operations were in progress throughout the columns. General Sheridan had ordered his cavalry to move by different roads to seize the bridges crossing the Po River. General Meade modified these orders and directed a portion of the cavalry to move in front of Warren's infantry on the Spotsylvania Court House Road. The enemy were felling trees and placing other obstacles in the way in order to impede the movement, and the cavalry was afterward withdrawn and the infantry directed to open the way. About sunrise General Grant, after taking off his coat and shaking it to rid it of some of the dust in which he had lain down, shared with the staff officers some soldiers' rations, and then seated himself on the ground by the roadside to take his morning smoke. Soon afterward he and General Meade rode on and established their respective headquarters near Piney Branch Church, about 2 miles to the east of Todd's Tavern. It was Sunday, but the overrunning of the country by contending armies had scattered the little church's congregation. The temple of prayer was voiceless, the tolling of its peaceful bell had given place to the echo of hostile guns, and in the excitement which prevailed it must be confessed that few recalled the fact that it was the Sabbath day. A drum corps, in passing, caught sight of the general, and at once struck up a then popular negro camp-meeting air. Everyone began to laugh, and Rawlins cried, "Good for the drummers!" "What's the fun?" inquired the general. "Why," was the reply, "they are playing 'Ain't I Glad to Get Out of the Wilderness.'" The general smiled at the ready wit of the musicians, and said, "Well, with me a musical joke always requires explanation. I only know 2 tunes. One is Yankee Doodle, and the other isn't." Charles A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, joined us during the afternoon, coming from Washington by way of Rappahannock Station, and remained at headquarters most of the time through the entire campaign. His daily and sometimes hourly dispatches to the War Department, giving the events occurring in the field, constituted a correspondence which is a rare example of perspicuity, accuracy, and vividness of description. Sheridan had been sent for by Meade to come to his headquarters, and when he arrived, between 11 and 12 o'clock that morning, a very acrimonious dispute took place between the 2 generals. Meade was possessed of an excitable temper, which under irritating circumstances became almost ungovernable. He had worked himself into a towering passion regarding the delays encountered in the forward movement, and when Sheridan appeared, went at him hammer and tongs, accusing him of blunders, and charging him with not making a proper disposition of his troops, and letting the cavalry block the advance of the infantry. Sheridan was equally fiery, and, smarting under the belief that he was unjustly treated, all the hotspur in his nature was aroused. He insisted that Meade had created the trouble by countermanding his (Sheridan's) orders, and that it was this fact which had resulted in mixing up his troops with the infantry, exposing to great danger Wilson's division, which had advanced as far as Spotsylvania Court House, and rendering ineffectual all his combinations regarding the movements of the cavalry corps. Sheridan declared with great warmth that he would not command the cavalry any longer under such conditions, and said if he could have matters his own way he would concentrate all the cavalry, move out in force against Stuart's command, and whip it. His language throughout was highly spiced and conspicuously italicized with expletives. General Meade came over to General Grant's tent immediately after, and related the interview to him. The excitement of the one was in singular contrast with the calmness of the other. When Meade repeated the remarks made by Sheridan, that he could move out with his cavalry and whip Stuart, General Grant quietly observed, "Did Sheridan say that? Well, he generally knows what he's talking about. Let him start right out and do it." By 1 o'clock Sheridan had received his orders in writing from Meade for the movement. Early the next morning he started upon his famous raid to the vicinity of Richmond in rear of the enemy's army, and made good his word. After the interview just mentioned, the general-in-chief talked for some time with officers of the staff about the results of the battle of the previous days. He said in this connection, "All things in this world are relative. While we were engaged in the Wilderness, I could not keep from thinking of the first fight I ever saw, the Battle of Palo Alto. As I looked at the long line of battle consisting of 3,000 men, I felt that General Taylor had such a fearful responsibility resting upon him that I wondered how he ever had the nerve to assume it, and when, after the fight, the casualties were reported, and the losses ascertained to be nearly 60 in killed, wounded, and missing, the engagement assumed a magnitude in my eyes which was positively startling. When the news of the victory reached the States, the windows in every household were illuminated, and it was largely instrumental in making General Taylor President of the United States. Now, such an affair would scarcely be deemed important enough to report to headquarters. He little thought at that moment that the battles then in progress would be chiefly instrumental in making the commander himself President of the United States. The movements of the opposing armies now became one of the most instructive lessons in the art of modern warfare. They showed the closeness of the game played by the two great masters who commanded the contending forces, and illustrated how thoroughly those skilled fencers had carte and tierce at their fingers' ends. They demonstrated also how far the features of a campaign may be affected by accidents and errors. In the Wilderness, the maneuvers had been largely a game of blind man's buff. They now became more like the play of Pussy Wants a Corner. Anderson had been ordered by Lee on the evening of May 7 to start for Spotsylvania Court House the next morning, but Anderson, finding the woods on fire and no good place to go into camp, kept his troops in motion, continued his march all night, and reached Spotsylvania in the morning. The cavalry which Sheridan had placed at the bridges over the Po River might have greatly impeded Anderson's march, but owing to conflicting orders the movements of the cavalry had been changed, and Anderson occupied a position at Spotsylvania that morning as the result of a series of accidents. When Lee found our wagon trains were moving in an easterly direction, he made up his mind that our army was retreating, and telegraphed on the 8th to his government at Richmond, "The enemy has abandoned his position and is moving toward Fredericksburg." He sent an order the same day to Early, then commanding Hill's corps, saying, "Move by Todd's Tavern along the Brock Road as soon as your front is clear of the enemy." It will be seen that in this order he directed a corps to move by a road which was then in full possession of our forces, and Early did not discover this fact till he actually encountered Hancock's troop at Todd's Tavern. Early was then compelled to take another road. It was after these movements that General Grant uttered the aphorism, "Accident often decides the fate of battle." At 11:30 a.m., General Grant sent a telegram to Halleck saying, "The best of feeling prevails. Route to the James River not yet definitely marked out." In talking over the situation at headquarters, he said, "It looks somewhat as if Lee intends to throw his army between us and Fredericksburg, in order to cut us off from our base of supplies. I would not be at all sorry to have such a move made, as in that case I would be in rear of Lee, and between him and Richmond." That morning, May 8, the troops under Warren encountered those of Anderson's corps who were entrenched near Spotsylvania. Warren attacked, but was not able to make much progress, and decided to strengthen his own position and wait until other troops came to his assistance before giving battle. His men had suffered great hardships. They had been under fire for 4 days, and had just made a long night march to reach their present position. Late in the afternoon, Warren and Sedgwick were ordered to attack with all their forces, but it was nearly dark before the assault could be made, and then only half of Sedgwick's command and but one of Warren's divisions participated. There was no decided result from this day's fighting. Late in the afternoon of the 8th, headquarters were moved south about 2 miles, and camp was pitched in the angle formed by the intersection of the Brock Road with the road running south from Piney Branch Church. Lee had by this time comprehended Grant's intentions, and was making all haste to throw his troops between the Union army and Richmond, and take up a strong defensive position. Most of the officers of the staff had been in the saddle since daylight, communicating with the corps commanders, designating the lines of march, and urging forward the troops, and as soon as the tents were pitched that night, all who could be spared for a while from duty turned in to catch as many winks of sleep as possible. Everyone at headquarters was up at daylight the next morning, prepared for another active day's work. Hancock was now on the right, Warren next, then Sedgwick. Burnside was moving down to go into position on the extreme left. The general expressed his intention to devote the day principally to placing all the troops in position, reconnoitering the enemy's line, and getting in readiness for a combined attack as soon as proper preparations for it could be made. The country was more open than the Wilderness, but it still presented obstacles of a most formidable nature. 4 rivers ran in a southeasterly direction. Some early pioneer, ingenious in systematic nomenclature, and who was evidently possessed of a due regard for helps to human memory, had named the streams respectively, beginning with the most southerly, the Mat, the Taw, the Po, and the Ny, and then deployed these terms in single line, closing them in until they were given a touch of the elbow, and called the formation the Mattapony, the name by which the large river is known into which the 4 smaller ones flow. Spotsylvania Court House lies between the Po and the Ny. While these streams are not wide, their banks are steep in some places, and lined by marshes in other. The country is undulating, and was at that time broken by alternations of cleared spaces and dense forest. In the woods there was a thick, tangled undergrowth of hazel, dwarf pine, and scrub oak. A little before 8 o'clock on the morning of May 9, the general mounted his horse and directed me and 2 other staff officers to accompany him to make an examination of the lines in our immediate front. This day he rode a black pony called Jeff Davis, given that name because it had been captured in Mississippi on the plantation of Joe Davis, a brother of the Confederate President. It was turned into the quartermaster's department, from which it was purchased by the general on his Vicksburg campaign. He was not well at that time, being afflicted with boils, and he took a fancy to the pony because it had a remarkably easy pace, which enabled the general to make his long daily rides with much more comfort than when he used the horses he usually rode. Little Jeff soon became a conspicuous figure in the Virginia campaign. We proceeded to Sedgwick's command, and the general had a conference with him in regard to the part his corps was to take in the contemplated attack. Both officers remained mounted during the interview. The gallant commander of the famous Sixth Corps seemed particularly cheerful and hopeful that morning, and looked the picture of buoyant life and vigorous health. When his chief uttered some words of compliment upon his recent services, and spoke of the hardships he had encountered, Sedgwick spoke lightly of the difficulties experienced, and expressed every confidence in the ability of his troops to respond heroically to every demand made upon them. When the general-in-chief left him, Sedgwick started with his staff to move farther to the front. Our party had ridden but a short distance to the left when General Grant sent me back to Sedgwick to discuss with him further a matter which it was thought had not been sufficiently emphasized in their conversation. While I was following the road I had seen him take, I heard musketry firing ahead, and soon saw the body of an officer being borne from the field. Such a sight was so common that ordinarily it would have attracted no attention, but my apprehensions were aroused by seeing several of General Sedgwick's staff beside the body. As they came nearer, I gave an inquiring look. Colonel Beaumont of the staff cast his eyes in the direction of the body, then looked at me with an expression of profound sorrow, and slowly shook his head. His actions told the whole sad story. His heroic chief was dead. I was informed that as he was approaching an exposed point of the line to examine the enemy's position more closely, General McMahon of his staff reminded him that 1 or 2 officers had just been struck at that spot by sharpshooters, and begged him not to advance farther. At this suggestion the general only smiled, and soon after had entirely forgotten the warning. Indifferent to every form of danger, such an appeal made but little impression upon him. His movements led him to the position against which he had been cautioned, and he had scarcely dismounted and reached the spot on foot when a bullet entered his left cheek just below the eye, and he fell dead. As his lifeless form was carried by, a smile still remained upon his lips. Sedgwick was essentially a soldier. He had never married, the camp was his home, and the members of his staff were his family. He was always spoken of familiarly as Uncle John, and the news of his death fell upon his comrades with a sense of grief akin to the sorrow of a personal bereavement. I rode off at once to bear the sad intelligence to the general-in-chief. For a few moments he could scarcely realize it, and twice asked, "Is he really dead?" The shock was severe, and he could ill conceal the depth of his grief. He said, "His loss to this army is greater than the loss of a whole division of troops." General Wright was at once placed in command of the Sixth Corps. At daylight on May 9, Burnside had moved down the road from Fredericksburg, crossed the Ny, driven back a force of the enemy, and finally reached a position within less than 2 miles of Spotsylvania. By noon it was found that the Confederate army occupied an almost continuous line in front of Spotsylvania, in the form of a semicircle, with the convex side facing north. The demonstrations made by Lee, and the strengthening of his right, revived in General Grant's mind the impression that the enemy might attempt to work around our left and interpose between us and Fredericksburg, and preparations were made in such case to attack Lee's left, turn it, and throw the Union army between him and Richmond. At noon a package of dispatches from Washington reached headquarters and were eagerly read. They announced that Sherman's columns were moving successfully in northwestern Georgia, that Resaca was threatened, and that Joe Johnston was steadily retreating. A report from Butler, dated the 5th, stated that he had landed at City Point, and reports of the 6th and 7th announced that he had sent out reconnoitering parties on the Petersburg Railroad and had dispatched troops to take possession of it, that he had had some hard fighting and was then entrenching and wanted reinforcements. General Grant directed the reinforcements to be sent. Sigel reported that he had not yet met the enemy and expected to move up the Shenandoah Valley and try to connect with Crook. General Grant did not express any particular gratification regarding these reports, except the one from Sherman, and in fact made very few comments upon them. Hancock had crossed the Po and was now threatening Lee's left. On the morning of the 10th, Hancock found the enemy's line strongly entrenched, and no general attack was made upon it. Lee had realized the danger threatened, and had hurried troops to his left to protect that flank. Grant, perceiving this, decided that Lee must have weakened other portions of his line, and at once determined to assault his center. At 9:30 a.m., the general-in-chief sat down in his tent at his little camp table and wrote with his own hand, as usual, a dispatch to Halleck, which began as follows: "The enemy hold our front in very strong force, and evince a strong determination to interpose between us and Richmond to the last. I shall take no backward steps." The last sentence, which I have italicized, attracted no notice at the time on the part of those who read it, but it afterward became historic and took a prominent place among the general's famous sayings. It was now suggested to him that it would be more convenient to move our camp farther to the left, so as to be near the center, where the assault was to take place, and orders were given to establish it a little more than a mile to the southeast, near the Alsop House. The tents were pitched in a comfortable-looking little dell on the edge of a deep wood, and near the principal roads of communication. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Communicating with Burnside. Grant attacks the enemy's center. How a famous message was dispatched. News from the other armies. Preparing to attack the Angle. An eventful morning at headquarters. 2 distinguished prisoners. How the Angle was captured. Scenes at the Bloody Angle. At 10:30 on the morning of May 10, the general-in-chief called me to where he was standing in front of his tent, spoke in much detail of what he wanted Burnside to accomplish, and directed me to go to that officer, explain to him fully the situation and the wishes of the commander, and remain with him on the left during the rest of the day. As I was mounting, the general added, "I had started to write a note to Burnside. Just wait a moment and I'll finish it, and you can deliver it to him." He stepped into his tent and returned in a few minutes and handed me the note. I set out at once at a gallop toward our left. There were 2 roads by which Burnside could be reached. One was a circuitous route, some distance in rear of our lines. The other was much shorter, but under the enemy's fire for quite a distance. The latter was chosen on account of the time which would thereby be saved. When the exposed part of the road was reached, I adopted the method to which aides so often resorted when they had to take the chances of getting through with a message, and when those chances were not particularly promising, putting the horse on a run and throwing the body down along his neck on the opposite side from the enemy. Although the bullets did considerable execution in clipping the limbs of the trees and stirring up the earth, they were considerate enough to skip me. The horse was struck, but only slightly, and I succeeded in reaching Burnside rather ahead of scheduled time. His headquarters had been established on the north side of the River Ny. I explained to him that a general attack was about to be made in the afternoon on the enemy's center by Warren's and Hancock's troops, and that he was to move forward for the purpose of reconnoitering Lee's extreme right, and keeping him from detaching troops from his flanks to reinforce his center. If Burnside could see a chance to attack, he was to do so with all vigor, and in a general way make the best cooperative effort that was possible. A little while before, the heroic Stevenson, commander of his 1st Division, had been struck by a sharpshooter and killed. He had served with Burnside in the North Carolina expedition, and the general was much attached to him. He felt his loss keenly, and was profuse in his expressions of grief. The forward movement was ordered at once. Burnside was in great doubt as to whether he should concentrate his 3 divisions and attack the enemy's right vigorously, or demonstrate with 2 divisions and place the 3rd in rear of Mott, who was on his right. I felt sure that General Grant would prefer the former, and urged it strenuously, but Burnside was so anxious to have General Grant make a decision in the matter himself that he sent him a note at 2:15 p.m. He did not get an answer for nearly 2 hours. The general said in his reply that it was then too late to bring up the 3rd Division, and he thought that Burnside would be secure in attacking as he was. I had ridden with General Burnside to the front to watch the movement. The advance soon reached a point within a quarter of a mile of Spotsylvania, and completely turned the right of the enemy's line. But the country was so bewildering, and the enemy so completely concealed from view, that it was impossible at the time to know the exact relative positions of the contending forces. Toward dark, Wilcox's division had constructed a line of fence-rail breastworks and held pretty securely his advanced position. I had sent 2 bulletins to General Grant describing the situation on the left, but the orderly who carried one of the despatches never arrived, having probably been killed, and the other did not reach the general till quite late, as he was riding among the troops in front of the center of the line, and it was difficult to find him. I started for headquarters that evening, but owing to the intense darkness, the condition of the roads, and the difficulty of finding the way, did not arrive till long after midnight. The same day, May 10, had witnessed important fighting on the right and center of our line. Hancock moved his troops back to the north side of the Po. Barlow's division, while withdrawing, became isolated and was twice assaulted, but each time repulsed the enemy. The losses on both sides were heavy. Wright had formed an assaulting force of 12 regiments, and placed Colonel Emory Upton in command. At 4 p.m., Wright, Warren, and Mott moved their commands forward, and a fierce struggle ensued. Warren was repulsed with severe loss, and Mott's attack failed, but Upton's column swept through the enemy's line, carrying everything before it, and capturing several guns and a number of prisoners. Unfortunately, the troops ordered to his support were so slow in reaching him that he had to be withdrawn. The men had behaved so handsomely, however, and manifested such a desire to retake the position, that General Grant had additional troops brought up and ordered another assault. Again a rush was made upon the enemy's line, and again the same gallantry was shown. Many of our men succeeded in getting over the earthworks, but could not secure a lodgment which could be held, and as the assaults at other points were not made with the dash and spirit exhibited by Upton, his troops were withdrawn after nightfall to a position of greater security, in which they would not be isolated from the rest of the forces. He was compelled to abandon his captured guns, but he brought away all his prisoners. Upton had been severely wounded. General Grant had obtained permission of the government before starting from Washington to promote officers on the field for conspicuous acts of gallantry, and he now conferred upon Upton the well-merited grade of brigadier general. Colonel Samuel S. Carroll was also promoted to the rank of brigadier general for gallantry displayed by him in this action. Lee had learned by this time that he must be on the lookout for an attack from Grant at any hour, day or night. He sent Ewell a message on the evening of the 10th, saying, "It will be necessary for you to reestablish your whole line to night. Perhaps Grant will make a night attack, as it was a favorite amusement of his at Vicksburg." While the general in chief was out on the lines supervising the afternoon attack, he dismounted and sat down on a fallen tree to write a despatch. While thus engaged, a shell exploded directly in front of him. He looked up from his paper an instant, and then, without the slightest change of countenance, went on writing the message. Some of the 5th Wisconsin wounded were being carried past him at the time, and Major E. R. Jones of that regiment said, and he mentions it in his interesting book of reminiscences published since, that one of his men made the remark, "Ulysses don't scare worth a damn." The 11th of May gave promise of a little rest for everybody, as the commander expressed his intention to spend the day simply in reconnoitering for the purpose of learning more about the character and strength of the enemy's intrenchments, and discovering the weakest points in his line, with a view to breaking through. He sat down at the mess table that morning, and made his entire breakfast off a cup of coffee and a small piece of beef cooked almost to a crisp. For the cook had by this time learned that the nearer he came to burning up the beef, the better the general liked it. During the short time he was at the table, he conversed with Mr. Elihu B. Washburne, who had accompanied headquarters up to this time, and who was now about to return to Washington. After breakfast the general lighted a cigar, seated himself on a camp chair in front of his tent, and was joined there by Mr. Washburne and several members of the staff. At 8:30 o'clock, the cavalry escort, which was to accompany the congressman, was drawn up in the road near by, and all present rose to bid him good bye. Turning to the chief, he said, "General, I shall go to see the President and the Secretary of War as soon as I reach Washington. I can imagine their anxiety to know what you think of the prospects of the campaign, and I know they would be greatly gratified if I could carry a message from you, giving what encouragement you can as to the situation." The general hesitated a moment, and then replied, "We are certainly making fair progress, and all the fighting has been in our favor. But the campaign promises to be a long one, and I am particularly anxious not to say anything just now that might hold out false hopes to the people." And then, after a pause, added, "However, I will write a letter to Halleck, as I generally communicate through him, giving the general situation, and you can take it with you." He stepped into his tent, sat down at his field table, and, keeping his cigar in his mouth, wrote a despatch of about 200 words. In the middle of the communication occurred the famous words, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." When the letter had been copied, he folded it and handed it to Mr. Washburne, who thanked him warmly, wished him a continuation of success, shook hands with him and with each of the members of the staff, and at once mounted his horse and rode off. The staff officers read the retained copy of the despatch, but neither the general himself nor anyone at headquarters realized the epigrammatic character of the striking sentence it contained until the New York papers reached camp a few days afterward with the words displayed in large headlines, and with conspicuous comments upon the force of the expression. It was learned afterward that the President was delighted to read this despatch, giving such full information as to the situation, and that he had said a few days before, when asked by a member of Congress what Grant was doing, "Well, I can't tell much about it. You see, Grant has gone to the Wilderness, crawled in, drawn up the ladder, and pulled in the hole after him, and I guess we'll have to wait till he comes out before we know just what he's up to." The general was now awaiting news from Butler and Sheridan with some anxiety. While maturing his plans for striking Lee, he was at the same time keeping a close lookout to see that Lee was not detaching any troops with the purpose of crushing Butler's or Sheridan's forces. This day, May 11, the looked-for dispatches arrived, and their contents caused no little excitement at headquarters. The general, after glancing over the reports hurriedly, stepped to the front of his tent and read them aloud to the staff officers, who had gathered about him, eager to learn the news from the cooperating armies. Butler reported that he had a strongly entrenched position at Bermuda Hundred, in the angle formed by the James and Appomattox rivers, that he had cut the railroad, leaving Beauregard's troops south of the break, and had completely whipped Hill's force. Sheridan sent word that he had torn up 10 miles of the Virginia Central Railroad between Lee's army and Richmond, and had destroyed a large quantity of medical supplies and $1.5 million of rations. The general in chief expressed himself as particularly pleased with the destruction of the railroad in rear of Lee, as it would increase the difficulty of moving troops suddenly between Richmond and Spotsylvania for the purpose of reinforcing either of those points. As usual, the contents of these despatches were promptly communicated to Generals Meade and Burnside. The result of the day's work on our front was to discover more definitely the character of the salient in Lee's defenses on the right of his center. It was in the shape of a V with a flattened apex. The ground in front sloped down toward our position, and was in most places thickly wooded. There was a clearing, however, about 400 yards in width immediately in front of the apex. Several of the staff officers were on that part of the field a great portion of the day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon the general had thoroughly matured his plans, and sent instructions to Meade directing him to move Hancock with all possible secrecy under cover of night to the left of Wright, and to make a vigorous assault on the angle at dawn the next morning. Warren and Wright were ordered to hold their corps as close to the enemy as possible, and to take advantage of any diversion caused by this attack, to push in if an opportunity should present itself. A personal conference was held with the 3 corps commanders, and every effort made to have a perfect understanding on their part as to exactly what was required in this important movement. Colonels Comstock and Babcock were directed to go to Burnside that afternoon, and to remain with him during the movements of the next day, in which he was to attack simultaneously with Hancock. The other members of the staff were sent to keep in communication with the different portions of Hancock's line. The threatening sky was not propitious for the movement, but in this entertainment there was to be no postponement on account of the weather, and the preparations went on regardless of the lowering clouds and falling rain. All those who were in the secret anticipated a memorable field day on the morrow. Hancock's troops made a difficult night march, groping their way through the gloom of the forest, their clothing drenched with rain, and their feet ankle-deep in Virginia mud. A little after midnight they reached their position, and formed for the attack at a distance of about 1,200 yards from the enemy's intrenchments. I had been out all night looking after the movements of the troops which were to form the assaulting columns. After they had all been placed in position, I started for headquarters, in obedience to instructions, to report the situation to the general in chief. He counted upon important results from the movement, although he appreciated fully the difficulties to be encountered, and was naturally anxious about the dispositions which were being made for the attack. The condition of the country was such that a horseman could make but slow progress in moving from one point of the field to another. The rain was falling in torrents, the ground was marshy, the roads were narrow, and the movements of the infantry and artillery had churned up the mud until the country was almost impassable. In the pitchy darkness one's horse constantly ran against trees, was shoved off the road by guns or wagons, and had to squeeze through lines of infantry who swore like our army in Flanders when a staff officer's horse manifested a disposition to crawl over them. By feeling the way for some hours, I reached headquarters about daylight the next morning, May 12. When I arrived, the general was up and sitting wrapped in his overcoat close to a campfire which was struggling heroically to sustain its life against the assaults of wind and rain. It had been decided to move headquarters a little nearer to the center of the lines, and most of the camp equipage had been packed up ready to start. The general seemed in excellent spirits, and was even inclined to be jocose. He said to me, "We have just had our coffee, and you will find some left for you," and then, taking a critical look at my drenched and bespattered clothes and famished appearance, added, "But perhaps you are not hungry." To disabuse the chief's mind on this score, I sent for a cup of coffee and drank it with the relish of a shipwrecked mariner, while I related the incidents of the embarrassments encountered in Hancock's movement, and the position he had taken up. Before I had quite finished making my report, the stillness was suddenly broken by artillery firing, which came from the direction of Burnside's position. A few minutes after came the sound of cheers and the rattle of musketry from Hancock's front, telling that the main assault upon the angle had begun. No one could see 100 yards from our position on account of the dense woods, and reports from the front were eagerly awaited. It was nearly an hour before anything definite was received, but at 5:30 an officer came galloping through the woods with a report from Hancock saying he had captured the first line of the enemy's works. This officer was closely followed by another, who reported that many prisoners had been taken. 15 minutes later came the announcement that Hancock had captured 2 general officers. General Grant sent Burnside this news, with a message saying, "Push on with all vigor." Wright's corps was now ordered to attack on the right of Hancock. Before 6 o'clock a message from Hancock's headquarters reported the capture of 2,000 prisoners, and a quarter of an hour later Burnside sent word that he had driven the enemy back 2.5 miles in his front. Hancock called for reinforcements, but Grant had anticipated him, and had already ordered troops to his support. The scene at headquarters was now exciting in the extreme. As aides galloped up one after the other in quick succession with stirring bulletins, all bearing the glad tidings of overwhelming success, the group of staff officers standing about the camp fire interrupted their active work of receiving, receipting for, and answering dispatches by shouts and cheers which made the forest ring. General Grant sat unmoved upon his camp chair, giving his constant thoughts to devising methods for making the victory complete. At times the smoke from the struggling camp fire would for a moment blind him, and occasionally a gust of wind would blow the cape of his greatcoat over his face, and cut off his voice in the middle of a sentence. Only once during the scene he rose from his seat and paced up and down for about 10 minutes. He made very few comments upon the stirring events which were crowding so closely upon one another until the reports came in regarding the prisoners. When the large numbers captured were announced, he said, with the first trace of animation he had shown, "That's the kind of news I like to hear. I had hoped that a bold dash at daylight would secure a large number of prisoners. Hancock is doing well." This remark was eminently characteristic of the Union commander. His extreme fondness for taking prisoners was manifested in every battle he fought. When word was brought to him of a success on any part of the line, his first and most eager question was always, "Have any prisoners been taken?" The love for capturing prisoners amounted to a passion with him. It did not seem to arise from the fact that they added so largely to the trophies of battle, and was no doubt chiefly due to his tenderness of heart, which prompted him to feel that it was always more humane to reduce the enemy's strength by captures than by slaughter. His desire in this respect was amply gratified, for during the war it fell to his lot to capture a larger number of prisoners than any general of modern times. Meade had come over to Grant's headquarters early, and while they were engaged in discussing the situation, about 6:30 a.m., a horseman rode up wearing the uniform of a Confederate general. Halting near the camp fire, he dismounted and walked forward, saluting the group of Union officers as he approached. His clothing was covered with mud, and a hole had been torn in the crown of his felt hat, through which a tuft of hair protruded, looking like a Sioux chief's warlock. Meade looked at him attentively for a moment, and then stepped up to him, grasped him cordially by the hand, and cried, "Why, how do you do, General?" and then turned to the general in chief and said, "General Grant, this is General Johnson, Edward Johnson." General Grant shook hands warmly with the distinguished prisoner, and exclaimed, "How do you do? It is a long time since we last met." "Yes," replied Johnson, "it is a great many years, and I had not expected to meet you under such circumstances." "It is one of the many sad fortunes of war," answered General Grant, who offered the captured officer a cigar, and then picked up a camp chair, placed it with his own hands near the fire, and added, "Be seated, and we will do all in our power to make you as comfortable as possible." Johnson sat down, and said in a voice and with a manner which showed that he was deeply touched by these manifestations of courtesy, "Thank you, General, thank you. You are very kind." He had been in the Corps of Cadets with General Meade, and had served in the Mexican War with General Grant, but they probably would not have recognized him if they had not already heard that he had been made a prisoner. I had known Johnson very well, and it was only 4 years since I had seen him. We recognized each other at once, and I extended a cordial greeting to him, and presented the members of our staff. He was soon quite at his ease, and bore himself under the trying circumstances in a manner which commanded the respect of every one present. General Hancock had already provided him with a horse to make his trip to the rear with the rest of the prisoners as comfortably as possible. After some pleasant conversation with Grant and Meade about old times and the strange chances of war, he bade us good bye and started under escort for our base of supplies. General George H. Stewart was also captured, but was not sent in to general headquarters on account of a scene which had been brought about by an unseemly exhibition of temper on his part. Hancock had known him in the old army, and in his usual frank way went up to him, greeted him kindly, and offered his hand. Stewart drew back, rejected the offer, and said rather haughtily, "Under the present circumstances, I must decline to take your hand." Hancock, who was somewhat nettled by this remark, replied, "Under any other circumstances, General, I should not have offered it." No further attempt was made to extend any courtesies to his prisoner, who was left to make his way to the rear on foot with the others who had been captured. While Generals Grant and Meade were talking with General Johnson by the campfire, a despatch came in from Hancock saying, "I have finished up Johnson, and am now going into Early." General Grant passed this despatch around, but did not read it aloud, as usual, out of consideration for Johnson's feelings. Soon after came another report that Hancock had taken 3,000 prisoners, then another that he had turned his captured guns upon the enemy and made a whole division prisoners, including the famous Stonewall Brigade. Burnside now reported that his right had lost its connection with Hancock's corps. General Grant sent him a brief characteristic note in reply, saying, "Push the enemy with all your might. That's the way to connect." The general-in-chief showed again upon that eventful morning the value he placed upon minutes. Aides were kept riding at a full run carrying messages, and the terseness, vigor, and intensity manifested in every line of his field orders were enough to spur the most sluggish to prompt action. After giving such instructions as would provide for the present emergencies, the general ordered the pony "Jeff Davis" to be saddled, and started for the front. He left an adjutant general behind, with orders to forward to him promptly all communications. The staff rode with the general, and after a while reached a clearing on a piece of elevated ground from which a view of portions of the line could be obtained. It was found, upon learning the details of the assault upon the angle, that, notwithstanding the fatigues and hardships to which the troops had been subjected, they had moved forward with the step of veterans, and had marched halfway across the open ground which separated them from the well-defended earthworks in their front with a steady pace and unbroken alignment. At that point they sent up cheers which rent the air, and the columns dashed forward at a run, scattering the enemy's pickets before them in their swift advance. A brisk fire was opened by the Confederate line from a position to the left, but, unheeding it, and without firing a shot, the assaulting column tore away the slashed timber and other obstacles in its path, and rushed like a mighty torrent over the intrenchments. A desperate hand-to-hand encounter now followed, in which men fought like demons, using their bayonets and clubbed muskets when in too close contact to load and fire. The main assault fell on Johnson's division of Lee's army. Lee was led to believe that there was an intention to attack his left, and he had sent most of Johnson's artillery to strengthen that flank. Johnson had his suspicions aroused during the night that there were preparations under way for attacking his front, and had induced Lee to order the artillery back. By a strange coincidence, it arrived just as Johnson's line was carried, and before the guns could fire a shot, they fell into Hancock's hands. Besides capturing Generals Stewart and Johnson, he took nearly 4,000 prisoners, 30 pieces of artillery, several thousand stands of small arms, and about 30 colors. His troops swept on half a mile, driving the enemy before them in confusion, and did not pause till they encountered a second line of intrenchments. The enemy was now driven to desperation, and every effort was bent toward retaking his lost works. Reinforcements were rushed forward by Lee as soon as he saw the threatening condition of matters at the angle, and a formidable counter-movement was rapidly organized against Hancock. As our troops were upon unknown territory, and as their formations had been thrown into considerable confusion by the rapidity of their movements, They withdrew slowly before the attack to the main line of works they had captured, and, turning them against the enemy, held them successfully during all the terrific struggle that followed. By 6 o'clock a.m. Wright was on that portion of the field, and his men were placed on the right of the angle. Scarcely had he taken up this position when the Confederates made a determined and savage attack upon him, but despite their well-directed efforts they failed to capture the line. Wright was wounded early in the fight, but refused to leave the field. Hancock had placed some artillery upon high ground, and his guns fired over the heads of our troops and did much execution in the ranks of the enemy. Warren had been directed to make an attack before 8 o'clock, in order to prevent the enemy from massing troops upon the center in an effort to retake the angle, but he was slow in carrying out the order. Although the instructions were of the most positive and urgent character, he did not accomplish the work expected of him. A little before 11 o'clock, General Grant became so anxious that he directed General Meade to relieve Warren if he did not attack promptly, and to put General Humphreys in command of his corps. General Meade concurred in this course, and said that he would have relieved Warren without an order to that effect if there had been any further delay. General Grant said to one or two of us who were near him, "I feel sorry to be obliged to send such an order in regard to Warren. He is an officer for whom I had conceived a very high regard. His quickness of perception, personal gallantry, and soldierly bearing pleased me, and a few days ago I should have been inclined to place him in command of the Army of the Potomac in case Meade had been killed. But I began to feel, after his want of vigor in assaulting on the 8th, that he was not as efficient as I had believed, and his delay in attacking and the feeble character of his assaults to day confirmed me in my apprehensions." This was said in a kindly spirit, but with an air of serious disappointment. Longstreet's troops had continued to confront Warren, knowing that to lose that part of the enemy's line would expose the troops at the angle to a flank attack, and the obstacles to a successful assault were really very formidable. Warren was blamed not so much for not carrying the line in his front as for delays in making the attack. The general now started for another part of the field, and kept moving from point to point to get a close view of the fighting on different parts of the line. Once or twice he called for a powerful field glass belonging to Badeau. This was rather unusual, for the general never carried a glass himself, and seldom used one. He was exceptionally far-sighted, and generally trusted to his natural vision in examining the field. Badeau's nearsightedness made him very dependent on his glass. A few days before, while he was using it, a battery commander who was passing attempted a professional joke by remarking, "I say, Badeau, can you see Richmond?" "Not quite," answered the colonel, "though I hope to some day." "Better have the barrels of your glass rifled so that it will carry farther," suggested the artillerist. Before riding far, the general came to a humble-looking farmhouse which was within range of the enemy's guns, and surrounded by wounded men, sullen-looking prisoners, and terror-stricken stragglers. The fences were broken, the ground was furrowed by shells, and the place presented a scene which depicted war in its most repulsive aspect. An old lady and her daughter were standing on the porch. When the mother was told that the officer passing was the general-in-chief, she ran toward him, and with tears running down her cheeks, threw up her arms and cried, "Thank God! Thank God! I again behold the glorious flag of the Union that I have not laid eyes on for 3 long, terrible years. Thank the Lord that I have at last seen the commander of the Union armies. I am proud to say that my husband and my son went from here to serve in those armies, but I have been cut off from all communication, and can get no tidings of them. Oh, you don't know, sir, what a loyal woman suffers in this land, but the coming of the Union troops makes me feel that deliverance is at last at hand, and that the gates have been opened for my escape from this hell." The general was so touched by this impassioned speech, and felt so firmly convinced that the woman was telling the truth, that he dismounted and went into the yard and sat for a little time on the porch to learn the details of her story, and to see what he could do to comfort and succor her. She gave an account of her persecutions and sufferings which would have moved the sternest heart. The general, finding that she was without food, ordered a supply of rations to be issued to her and her daughter, and promised to have inquiries set on foot to ascertain the whereabouts of her husband and son. She was profuse in her expressions of gratitude for these acts of kindness. Her story was afterward found to be true in every particular. I had been anxious to participate in the scenes occurring at the angle, and now got permission to go there and look after some new movements which had been ordered. Lee made 5 assaults in all that day, in a series of desperate and even reckless attempts to retake his main line of earthworks, but each time his men were hurled back defeated, and he had to content himself in the end with throwing up a new line further in his rear. The battle near the angle was probably the most desperate engagement in the history of modern warfare, and presented features which were absolutely appalling. It was chiefly a savage hand-to-hand fight across the breastworks. Rank after rank was riddled by shot and shell and bayonet thrust, and finally sank, a mass of torn and mutilated corpses. Then fresh troops rushed madly forward to replace the dead, and so the murderous work went on. Guns were run up close to the parapet, and double charges of canister played their part in the bloody work. The fence rails and logs in the breastworks were shattered into splinters, and trees over 1.5 feet in diameter were cut completely in two by the incessant musketry fire. A section of the trunk of a stout oak tree thus severed was afterward sent to Washington, where it is still on exhibition at the National Museum. We had not only shot down an army, but also a forest. The opposing flags were in places thrust against each other, and muskets were fired with muzzles against muzzle. Skulls were crushed with clubbed muskets, and men stabbed to death with swords and bayonets thrust between the logs in the parapet which separated the combatants. Wild cheers, savage yells, and frantic shrieks rose above the sighing of the wind and the pattering of the rain, and formed a demoniacal accompaniment to the booming of the guns as they hurled their missiles of death into the contending ranks. Even the darkness of night and the pitiless storm failed to stop the fierce contest, and the deadly strife did not cease till after midnight. Our troops had been under fire for 20 hours, but they still held the position which they had so dearly purchased. My duties carried me again to the spot the next day, and the appalling sight presented was harrowing in the extreme. Our own killed were scattered over a large space near the angle, while in front of the captured breastworks the enemy's dead, vastly more numerous than our own, were piled upon each other, in some places 4 layers deep, exhibiting every ghastly phase of mutilation. Below the mass of fast decaying corpses, the convulsive twitching of limbs and the writhing of bodies showed that there were wounded men still alive and struggling to extricate themselves from their horrid entombment. Every relief possible was afforded, but in too many cases it came too late. The place was well named the Bloody Angle. The results of the battle are best summed up in the report which the general in chief sent to Washington. At 6:30 p.m., May 12th, he wrote to Halleck as follows: "The 8th day of battle closes, leaving between 3,000 and 4,000 prisoners in our hands for the day's work, including 2 general officers and over 30 pieces of artillery. The enemy are obstinate and seem to have found the last ditch. We have lost no organization, not even that of a company, whilst we have destroyed and captured 1 division (Johnson's), 1 brigade (Dole's), and 1 regiment entire of the enemy. The Confederates had suffered greatly in general officers. 2 had been killed, 4 severely wounded, and 2 captured. Our loss in killed, wounded, and missing was less than 7,000. That of the enemy between 9,000 and 10,000, as nearly as could be ascertained." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Grant and Meade. Field Diversions. Seizing Advantage Ground. Grant and the Wounded Confederate. Grant's Toilet in Camp. Important Dispatches. Through Rain and Mud. Grant and the Dying Soldier. Bad News. On the morning of May 13, General Grant expressed some anxiety as to the possibility of Lee's falling back toward Richmond without our knowing it in time to follow him up closely enough to attack him, although it was thought that the almost impassable condition of the roads would probably prevent such an attempt. Skirmishers were pushed forward near enough to discover the meaning of a movement of some of the organization in Lee's center, and it was found that the enemy was merely taking up a new position in rear of the works which had been captured from him. There was no other fighting that day. The general busied himself principally with inquiries about the care of the wounded and the burial of the killed. He thought not only of the respect due the gallant dead, but of proper rewards for the living whose services had contributed conspicuously to the victory. He wrote a communication to the Secretary of War in which he urged the following promotions: Meade and Sherman to be major generals, and Hancock a brigadier general in the regular army; Wright and Gibbon to be major generals of volunteers, and Carroll, Upton, and McCandless to be brigadier generals in that service. He had already promoted Upton on the field, but this promotion had to be confirmed in Washington. He said in his letter, "General Meade has more than met my most sanguine expectations. He and Sherman are the fittest officers for large commands I have come in contact with." An animated discussion took place at headquarters that day regarding General Meade's somewhat anomalous position, and the embarrassments which were at times caused on the field by the necessity of issuing orders through him instead of direct to the corps commanders. The general in chief always invited the most frank and cordial interchange of views, and never failed to listen patiently to the more prominent members of his staff. He seldom joined in the discussions, and usually reserved what he had to say till the end of the argument, when he gave his views and rendered his decision. It was now urged upon him with much force that time was often lost in having field orders pass through an intermediary; that there was danger that, in transmitting orders to corps commanders, the instructions might be either so curtailed or elaborated as to change their spirit; that, no matter how able General Meade might be, his position was in some measure a false one; that few responsibilities were given him, and yet he was charged with the duties of an army commander; that if he failed, the responsibility could not be fixed upon him, and if he succeeded he could not reap the full reward of his merits; that, besides, he had an irascible temper, and often irritated officers who came in contact with him, while General Grant was even-tempered, and succeeded in securing a more hearty cooperation of his generals when he dealt with them direct. The discussion became heated at times. At the close of the arguments the general said, "I am fully aware that some embarrassments arise from the present organization, but there is more weight on the other side of the question. I am commanding all the armies, and I cannot neglect others by giving my time exclusively to the Army of the Potomac, which would involve performing all the detailed duties of an army commander, directing its administration, enforcing discipline, reviewing its court-martial proceedings, etc. I have Burnside's, Butler's, and Sigel's armies to look after in Virginia, to say nothing of our Western armies, and I may make Sheridan's cavalry a separate command. Besides, Meade has served a long time with the Army of the Potomac, knows its subordinate officers thoroughly, and led it to a memorable victory at Gettysburg. I have just come from the West, and if I removed a deserving Eastern man from the position of army commander, my motives might be misunderstood, and the effect be bad upon the spirits of the troops. General Meade and I are in close contact on the field. He is capable and perfectly subordinate, and by attending to the details he relieves me of much unnecessary work, and gives me more time to think and to mature my general plans. I will always see that he gets full credit for what he does." This was a broad view of the situation, and one to which the general mainly adhered throughout the war. But after that day he gave a closer personal direction in battle to the movements of subdivisions of the armies. General Meade manifested an excellent spirit through all the embarrassments which his position at times entailed. He usually showed his orders to General Grant before issuing them, and as their camps in this campaign were seldom more than a pistol shot distant from each other, dispatches from the corps commanders directed to Meade generally reached the general in chief about the same time. In fact, when they were together, Meade frequently handed dispatches to his chief to read before he read them himself. As Grant's combativeness displayed itself only against the enemy, and he was a man with whom an associate could not quarrel without furnishing all the provocation himself, he and Meade continued on the best of terms officially and personally throughout this long and eventful campaign. During the 10 days of battle through which we had just passed, very little relief, physical or mental, had been obtained ; but there was one staff officer, a Colonel , who often came as bearer of messages to our headquarters, who always managed to console himself with novel reading, and his peculiarity in this respect became a standing joke among those who knew him. He went about with his saddle bags stuffed full of thrilling romances, and was seen several times sitting on his horse under a brisk fire, poring over the last pages of an absorbing volume to reach the denouement of the plot, and evincing a greater curiosity to find how the hero and the heroine were going to be extricated from the entangled dilemma into which they had been plunged by the unsympathetic author than to learn the result of the surrounding battle. One of his peculiarities was that he took it for granted that all the people he met were perfectly familiar with his line of literature, and he talked about nothing but the merits of the latest novel. For the last week he had been devouring Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. It was an English translation, for the officer had no knowledge of French. As he was passing a house in rear of the angle, he saw a young lady seated on the porch, and, stopping his horse, bowed to her with all the grace of a Chesterfield, and endeavored to engage her in conversation. Before he had gone far, he took occasion to remark, "By the way, have you seen Les Miserables?" anglicizing the pronunciation. Her black eyes snapped with indignation as she tartly replied, "Don't you talk to me that way. They're a good deal better than Grant's Miserables, anyhow." This was retold so often by those who heard it that, for some time after, its repetition seriously endangered the colonel's peace of mind. On the morning of the 14th it was decided to move the headquarters of Generals Grant and Meade farther east to a position on some high ground 3/4 of a mile north of the Ny River and near the Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania Court house road. The two generals and their staff officers rode forward on the Massaponax Church road, and came to a halt and dismounted at a house not far from the Ny River. About half a mile south of that stream, at a place near the Gale House, there was a hill held by the enemy which overlooked both the Massaponax and the Fredericksburg roads, and as it commanded an important position, it was decided to try to get possession of it. Just then General Upton rode up, joined the group, and, addressing himself to both Generals Grant and Meade, said, with his usual enthusiasm and confidence, and speaking with great rapidity, "I can take that hill with my brigade. I hope you will let me try it. I'm certain I can take it." He was asked how many men he had left, as his brigade had seen very hard fighting in the last few days. He replied, "About 800 or 900 men." It was soon decided to let him make the attempt, and General Wright, who was supervising the movement, gave Upton orders to start forward at once and seize the position. Upton put his brigade in motion with his usual promptness, but the regular brigade had preceded him and captured the hill. Upton relieved the regular brigade and occupied the place, but his possession of it was not of long duration. The enemy sent forward a portion of Mahony's infantry and Chambliss's cavalry, and Upton was compelled to fall back before superior numbers. However, there was no intention to allow the enemy to hold such an important position, and Meade directed Warren to send one of his brigades to recapture it. Ayres's brigade moved forward with spirit, and the position was soon retaken and held. General Grant expressed to General Meade his pleasure at seeing Warren's troops making so prompt and successful a movement, and as both officers had censured Warren on the 13th, they were anxious now to give him full credit for his present conduct. General Meade sent him the following despatch: "I thank you and Ayres for taking the hill. It was handsomely done." General Wright then moved forward 2 brigades to relieve Ayres. This was the only fighting on that day. While riding about the field, General Grant stopped at a house and expressed a desire to prepare some despatches. A number of wounded were lying upon the porch and in the rooms. They had made their way there in accordance with the usual custom of wounded men to seek a house. It seems to be a natural instinct, as a house conveys the idea of shelter and of home. I walked with the general into a back room to see whether there was a dry spot which he might take possession of for a short time to write messages and look over the maps. As we entered, there was seen sitting in the only chair a Confederate corporal of infantry who had been shot in the right cheek just under the eye, the ball coming out near the left ear. A mass of coagulated blood covered his face and neck, and he presented a shocking appearance. He rose the moment we entered, pushed his chair forward towards the general, and said, with a bow and a smile, "Here, take my chair, sir." General Grant looked at him and replied, "Ah, you need that chair much more than I. Keep your seat. I see you are badly hurt." The officer answered good-naturedly, "If you folks let me go back to our lines, I think I ought to be able to get a leave to go home and see my girl. But I reckon she wouldn't know me now." The general said, "I will see that one of our surgeons does all in his power for you." And soon after he told one of the surgeons who was dressing the wounds of our own men to do what he could for the Confederate. The despatches were afterward written in another room. 33 years afterward, I discovered that this corporal's name was W. R. Thaxton, and that he was in excellent health and living in Macon, Georgia. The enemy had now set to work to discover the real meaning of our present movements. In the afternoon, skirmishers pushed forward on our right, and found that Warren's corps was no longer there. In the night of the 14th, Lee began to move troops to his right. Grant now directed Hancock's corps to be withdrawn and mass behind the center of our line, so that it could be moved promptly in either direction. When the general got back to camp that evening, his clothes were a mass of mud from head to foot, his uniform being scarcely recognizable. He sat until bedtime without making any change in his dress. He never seemed particularly incommoded by the travel-stained condition of his outer garments, but was scrupulously careful, even in the most active campaigns, about the cleanliness of his linen and his person. The only chance for a bath was in having a barrel sawed in two and using the half of it as a sort of sitz bath. During most of this campaign, the general, like the staff officers, used this method of bathing, or, as our English friends would say, tubbing. Afterward, he supplied himself with a portable rubber bathtub. While campaign life is not a good school for the cultivation of squeamishness, and while the general was always ready to rough it in camp, yet he was particularly modest in performing his toilet, and his tent fronts were always tied close, and the most perfect privacy was secured when he was washing or changing his clothes. While thus engaged, even his servant was not allowed to enter his quarters. The next day, May 15, the rain continued, and the difficulties of moving became still greater. Important despatches were received from the other armies. They informed the general-in-chief that General Averill's cavalry had cut a portion of the East Tennessee Railroad, and had also captured and destroyed a depot of supplies in West Virginia. Butler reported that he had captured some works near Drury's Bluff on the James River. The next day, the 16th, came a dispatch from Sherman saying that he had compelled Johnston to evacuate Dalton and was pursuing him closely. Sheridan reported that he had destroyed a portion of the Virginia Central and the Fredericksburg railroads in Lee's rear, had killed General J.E.B. Stuart, completely routed his cavalry, and captured a portion of the outer lines of Richmond. He said he might possibly have taken Richmond by assault, but being ignorant of the operations of General Grant and General Butler, and knowing the rapidity with which the enemy could throw troops against him, he decided that it would not be wise to make such an attempt. The loss of General Stuart was a severe blow to the enemy. He was their foremost cavalry leader, and one in whom Lee reposed great confidence. We afterward heard that he had been taken to Richmond, and had reached there before he died, that Jefferson Davis visited his deathbed, and was greatly affected when he found that there was no hope of saving the life of this accomplished officer. The continual rain was most disheartening. On May 16, Grant wrote to Halleck, "We have had 5 days almost constant rain, without any prospect yet of its clearing up. The roads have now become so impassable that ambulances with wounded men can no longer run between here and Fredericksburg. All offensive operations must necessarily cease until we can have 24 hours of dry weather. The army is in the best of spirits and feels the greatest confidence in ultimate success. The elements alone have suspended hostilities. In the Wilderness, the army had to struggle against fire and dust. Now it had to contend with rain and mud. An ordinary rain, lasting for a day or two, does not embarrass troops, but when the storm continues for a week, it becomes one of the most serious obstacles in a campaign. The men can secure no proper shelter and no comfortable rest. Their clothing has no chance to dry, and a tramp of a few miles through tenacious mud requires as much exertion as an ordinary day's march. Tents become saturated and weighted with water, and draft animals have increased loads and heavier roads over which to haul them. Dry wood cannot be found, cooking becomes difficult. The men's spirits are affected by the gloom, and even the most buoyant natures become disheartened. It is much worse for an army acting on the offensive, for it has more marching to do, being compelled to move principally on exterior lines. Staff officers had to labor day and night during the present campaign in making reconnaissances and in cross-questioning natives, deserters, prisoners, and fugitive negroes in an attempt to secure data for the purpose of constructing local maps from day to day. As soon as these were finished, they were distributed to the subordinate commanders. Great confusion arose from the duplication of the names of houses and farms. Either family names were particularly scarce in that section of the state, or else the people were united by close ties of relationship, and country cousins abounded to a confusing extent. So many farmhouses in some of the localities were occupied by people of the same name that, when certain farms were designated in orders, serious errors arose, at times, from mistaking one place for another. The weather looked a little brighter on May 17, but the roads were still so heavy that no movement was attempted. A few reinforcements were received at this time, mainly some heavy artillery regiments from the defenses about Washington, who had been drilled to serve as infantry. On the 17th, Brigadier General R. O. Tyler arrived with a division of these troops, numbering, with the Corcoran Legion, which had also joined, nearly 8,000 men. They were assigned to Hancock's corps. Headquarters were this day moved about 1.25 miles to the southeast, to a point not far from Massaponax Church. We knew that the enemy had depleted the troops on his left in order to strengthen his right wing, and on the night of the 17th, Hancock and Wright were ordered to assault Lee's left the next morning, directing their attack against the second line he had taken up in rear of the Angle, or, as some of the troops now called it, Hell's Half-Acre. The enemy's position, however, had been strengthened at this point more than it was supposed, and his new line of intrenchments had been given a very formidable character. Our attacking party found the ground completely swept by a heavy and destructive fire of musketry and artillery, but in spite of this the men moved gallantly forward and made desperate attempts to carry the works. It was soon demonstrated, however, that the movement could not result in success, and the troops were withdrawn. General Grant had ridden over to the right to watch the progress of this attack. While he was passing a spot near the roadside where there were a number of wounded, one of them, who was lying close to the roadside, seemed to attract his special notice. The man's face was beardless, he was evidently young, his countenance was strikingly handsome, and there was something in his appealing look which could not fail to engage attention even in the full tide of battle. The blood was flowing from a wound in his breast, the froth about his mouth was tinged with red, and his wandering, staring eyes gave unmistakable evidence of approaching death. Just then a young staff officer dashed by at a full gallop, and as his horse's hoofs struck a puddle in the road, a mass of black mud was splashed in the wounded man's face. He gave a piteous look, as much as to say, "Couldn't ye let me die in peace, and not add to my sufferings?" The general, whose eyes were at that moment turned upon the youth, was visibly affected. He reined in his horse, and seeing from a motion he made that he was intending to dismount to bestow some care upon the young man, I sprang from my horse, ran to the side of the soldier, wiped his face with my handkerchief, spoke to him, and examined his wound. But in a few minutes the unmistakable death rattle was heard, and I found that he had breathed his last. I said to the general, who was watching the scene intently, "The poor fellow is dead," remounted my horse, and the party rode on. The chief had turned round twice to look after the officer who had splashed the mud and who had passed rapidly on, as if he wished to take him to task for his carelessness. There was a painfully sad look upon the general's face, and he did not speak for some time. While always keenly sensitive to the sufferings of the wounded, this pitiful sight seemed to affect him more than usual. When General Grant returned to his headquarters, greatly disappointed that the attack had not succeeded, he found despatches from the other armies which were by no means likely to furnish consolation to him or to the officers about him. Sigel had been badly defeated at New Market, and was in retreat. Butler had been driven from Drury's Bluff, though he still held possession of the road to Petersburg, and Banks had suffered defeat in Louisiana. The general was in no sense depressed by the information, and received it in a philosophic spirit. But he was particularly annoyed by the despatches from Sigel, for 2 hours before he had sent a message urging that officer to make his way to Staunton to stop supplies from being sent from there to Lee's army. He immediately requested Halleck to have Sigel relieved, and General Hunter put in command of his troops. General Canby was sent to supersede Banks. This was done by the authorities at Washington, and not upon General Grant's suggestion, though the general thought well of Canby and made no objection. In commenting briefly upon the bad news, General Grant said, "Lee will undoubtedly reinforce his army, largely by bringing Beauregard's troops from Richmond, now that Butler has been driven back, and will call in troops from the Valley, since Sigel's defeated forces have retreated to Cedar Creek. Hoke's troops will be needed no longer in North Carolina, and I am prepared to see Lee's forces in our front materially strengthened. I thought the other day that they must feel pretty blue in Richmond over the reports of our victories, but as they are in direct telegraphic communication with the points at which the fighting took place, they were no doubt at the same time aware of our defeats, of which we have not learned till today, so probably they did not feel as badly as we imagined." The general was not a man to waste any time over occurrences of the past. His first thoughts were always to redouble his efforts to take the initiative and overcome disaster by success. Now that his cooperating armies had failed him, he determined upon still bolder movements on the part of the troops under his immediate direction. As the weather was at this time more promising, his first act was to sit down at his field desk and write an order providing for a general movement by the left flank toward Richmond, to begin the next night, May 19. He then sent to Washington asking the cooperation of the Navy in changing our base of supplies to Port Royal on the Rappahannock. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Attempt to turn the Union right. Bill. Grant's unprotected headquarters. Grant and the Virginia lady. A race for the North Anna. A noonday halt at Mrs. Tyler's. The fact that a change had been made in the position of our troops, and that Hancock's corps had been withdrawn from our front and placed in rear of our center, evidently made Lee suspect that some movement was afoot, and he determined to send General Ewell's corps to try to turn our right, and to put Early in readiness to cooperate in the movement if it should promise success. In the afternoon of May 19, a little after 5 o'clock, I was taking a nap in my tent to try to make up for the sleep lost the night before. Aides-de-camp in this campaign were usually engaged in riding back and forth during the night between headquarters and the different commands, communicating instructions for the next day, and had to catch their sleep in installments. I was suddenly awakened by my colored servant crying out to me, "Wake up, sir, for God's sake, the whole of Lee's army in our rear." He was in a state of feverish excitement, and his face seemed 2 shades lighter than its ordinary hue. The black boys were not to be blamed for manifesting fright, for they all had a notion that their lives would not be worth praying for if they fell into the hands of the enemy and were recognized as persons who had made their escape from slavery to serve in the Yankee army. Hearing heavy firing in the direction of our rear, I put my head out of the tent, and seeing the general and staff standing near their horses, which had been saddled, I called for my horse and hastened to join them. Upon my inquiring what the matter was, the general said, "The enemy is detaching a large force to turn our right. I wish you would ride to the point of attack and keep me posted as to the movement, and urge upon the commanders of the troops in that vicinity not only to check the advance of the enemy, but to take the offensive and destroy them if possible. You can say that Warren's corps will be ordered to cooperate promptly." General Meade had already sent urgent orders to his troops nearest the point threatened. I started up the Fredericksburg road, and saw a large force of infantry advancing, which proved to be the troops of Ewell's corps who had crossed the Ny River. In the vicinity of the Harris House, about a mile east of the Ny, I found General Tyler's division posted on the Fredericksburg road, with Kitching's brigade on his left. By Meade's direction, Hancock had been ordered to send a division to move at double quick to Tyler's support, and Warren's Maryland brigade arrived on the ground later. The enemy had made a vigorous attack on Tyler and Kitching, and the contest was raging fiercely along their lines. I rode up to Tyler, who was an old army friend, found him making every possible disposition to check the enemy's advance, and called out to him, "Tyler, you are in luck today. It isn't every one who has a chance to make such a debut in joining an army. You are certain to knock a brevet out of this day's fight." He said, "As you see, my men are raw hands at this sort of work, but they are behaving like veterans." Hancock had arrived on the ground in person, and when Birney's troops of his corps came up, they were put into action on Tyler's right. Crawford of Warren's corps arrived about dark, and was put in position on the left. The brunt of the attack, however, had been broken by the troops upon which it first fell. Each regiment of Tyler's heavy artillery was as large as some of our brigades. These regiments had been thoroughly drilled and disciplined in the defenses about Washington, but this was their first engagement, and their new uniforms and bright muskets formed a striking contrast to the travel-stained clothing and dull-looking arms of the other regiments. When the veterans arrived, they cracked no end of jokes at the expense of the new troops. They would cry out to them, "How are you, heavies? Is this work heavy enough for you? You're doing well, my sons. If you keep on like this a couple of years, you'll learn all the tricks of the trade." They were particularly anxious to get hold of the new arms of the fresh troops, and when a man was shot down, a veteran would promptly seize his gun in exchange for his own, which had become much the worse for wear in the last week's rainstorms. The fighting was exceedingly obstinate, and continued until after 9 o'clock, but by that hour the enemy had been driven back at all points, and forced to beat a rapid retreat across the Ny. His loss in killed and wounded was severe, and we captured over 400 prisoners from him. We did not escape a considerable loss on our side, 600 of our men having been killed and wounded. A staff officer, passing over the ground after dark, saw in the vicinity of the Fredericksburg road a row of men stretched upon the ground, looking as if they had lain down in line of battle to sleep. He started to shake several of them, and cried out, "Get up! What do you mean by going to sleep at such a time as this?" He was shocked to find that this row consisted entirely of dead bodies lying as they fell, shot down in ranks, with their alignment perfectly preserved. The scene told with mute eloquence the story of their valor and the perfection of their discipline. The brevet rank predicted for Tyler was conferred upon him for his services in this engagement, and it had been fairly won. Lee had evidently intended to make Ewell's movement a formidable one, for Early had received orders to cooperate in the attack if it should promise success, and during the afternoon he sent forward a brigade, which made an assault on his front. The attempt, however, was a complete failure. This attack by Ewell on the 19th prevented the orders previously issued for the general movement by the left flank from being carried out until the night of the 20th. The Army of the Potomac had been embarrassed by having too much artillery. Finding that the country through which it had to move was more difficult than had been supposed, General Grant gave an order on the 19th to send 92 guns back to Washington. The next morning, May 20, the general was later than usual in making his appearance, in consequence of having overslept. Finally his voice was heard calling from his tent to his colored servant, "Bill! Ho, Bill! What time is it?" The servant ran to him, found he was still in bed, and told him the hour. In scarcely more than 10 minutes the general appeared at the mess table. We were not surprised at the rapidity with which he had dressed himself, for we had learned by this time that in putting on his clothes he was as quick as a lightning change actor in a variety theater. When the officers at headquarters were called up particularly early to start on the march, every one did his utmost to be on time and not keep the general waiting, but however vigorous the effort, no one could match him in getting on his clothes. There was seldom any occasion for such hurried dress, but with him it was a habit which continued through life. Bill, the servant who waited on the general, was a notable character. He was entirely a creature of accident. When the general was at Cairo in 1861, Bill suddenly appeared one day at headquarters with 2 other slave boys who had just escaped from their former masters in Missouri. They belonged to that class of fugitive blacks who were characterized by those given to artistic comparisons as charcoal sketches from the hands of the old masters. Bill was of a genuine burnt cork hue, and no white blood contaminated the purity of his lineage. He at once set himself to work without orders, taking care of one of the aides, and by dint of his force of character resisted all efforts of that officer to discharge him. When any waiter was absent, or even when all were present, he would turn up in the headquarters mess tent and insist on helping the general at table. Then he attached himself to Colonel Boomer, and forced that officer, in spite of himself, to submit to his services. After the colonel had been killed in the assault on Vicksburg, Bill suddenly put in an appearance again at headquarters, and was found making himself useful to the general, notwithstanding the protests of the other servants, and before long he had himself regularly entered upon the general's private payroll. When his chief came East, Bill followed, and gradually took entire charge of the general's personal comfort as valet, waiter, and man of all work. He was devoted, never known to be beyond call, had studied the general's habits so carefully that he could always anticipate his few wants, and became really very useful. I had a striking illustration one morning in front of Spotsylvania of how devoted Bill was to the general's comfort. While we were camping in the region of wood ticks, garter snakes, and beetles, I saw Bill in front of the general's tent, thrusting his hand first into one of the chief's boots and then into the other. "What are you doing that for, Bill?" I asked. "Oh," he explained, "I allers feel around in de general's boots before I lets him put dem on, to see dat no insects done got into dem de previous night." He followed in the general's shadow all through his presidential terms. Then he insisted upon attempting business in Washington, and afterward tried his hand at preaching, but he had fed so long at the public crib that his appetite had been spoiled for any other means of sustaining life, and he finally made his way into a government department as messenger, where he still is, and where it is hoped that his eventful life may be rounded out in the quiet and comfort to which his public services entitle him. He will not be as dramatic an historical character as Napoleon's Mameluke, but in his humble way he was as faithful and devoted to his chief as the famous Roustan. In discussing the contemplated movement to the left, General Grant said on the morning of May 20, "My chief anxiety now is to draw Lee out of his works and fight him in the open field, instead of assaulting him behind his intrenchments. The movement of Early yesterday gives me some hope that Lee may at times take the offensive, and thus give our troops the desired opportunity." In this, however, the general was disappointed, for the attack of the 19th was the last offensive movement in force that Lee ventured to make during the entire campaign. The series of desperate battles around Spotsylvania had ended, but other soil was now to be stained by the blood of fratricidal war. Torbert's cavalry division began the march to the south on May 20, and as soon as it was dark Hancock's corps set out for Milford Station, a distance of about 20 miles, to take up a position on the south bank of the Mattapony. Guiney Station was reached the next morning after a night march of 8 miles. Hancock's advance crossed the Mattapony at noon and entrenched his position. At 10 o'clock that morning Warren had moved south, and that night he reached the vicinity of Guiney Station. Burnside put his corps in motion as soon as the road was clear of Hancock's troops, and was followed by Wright. Generals Grant and Meade, with their staffs, took up their march on May 21st, following the road taken by Hancock's corps, and late in the afternoon reached Guiney Station. Our vigilant signal officers, who had made every effort to read the enemy's signals, now succeeded in deciphering an important despatch, from which it was learned that Lee had discovered the movement that our forces were making. Hancock was now many miles in advance, and the head of Warren's corps was a considerable distance in the rear. Our party, besides a small cavalry and infantry escort, consisted entirely of officers, many of them of high rank. One might have said of it what Curran said of the books in his library, not numerous, but select. It was suggested by some that, before pitching camp for the night, the headquarters had better move back upon the road on which we had advanced until Warren's troops should be met. But General Grant made light of the proposition, and ordered the camp to be established where we were, saying, "I think, instead of our going back, we had better hurry Warren forward." Suggestions to the general to turn back fell, as usual, upon deaf ears. While our people were putting up the tents and making preparations for supper, General Grant strolled over to a house near by, owned by a Mr. Chandler, and sat down on the porch. I accompanied him, and took a seat beside him. In a few minutes a lady came to the door, and was surprised to find that the visitor was the general in chief. He was always particularly civil to ladies, and he rose to his feet at once, took off his hat, and made a courteous bow. She was ladylike and polite in her behavior, and she and the general soon became engaged in a pleasant talk. Her conversation was exceedingly entertaining. She said, among other things, "This house has witnessed some sad scenes. One of our greatest generals died here just a year ago, General Jackson, Stonewall Jackson, of blessed memory." "Indeed," remarked General Grant. "He and I were at West Point together for a year, and we served in the same army in Mexico." "Then you must have known how good and great he was," said the lady. "Oh, yes," replied the general. "He was a sterling, manly cadet, and enjoyed the respect of everyone who knew him. He was always of a religious turn of mind, and a plodding, hard-working student. His standing was at first very low in his class, but by his indomitable energy he managed to graduate quite high. He was a gallant soldier and a Christian gentleman, and I can understand fully the admiration your people have for him." "They brought him here the Monday after the battle of Chancellorsville," she continued. "You probably know, sir, that he had been wounded in the left arm and right hand by his own men, who fired upon him accidentally in the night, and his arm had been amputated in the field. The operation was very successful, and he was getting along nicely, but the wet applications made to the wound brought on pneumonia, and it was that which caused his death. He lingered till the next Sunday afternoon, May 10, and then he was taken from us." Here the lady of the house became very much affected, and almost broke down in recalling the sad event. Our tents had by this time been pitched, and the general, after taking a polite leave of his hostess, and saying he would place a guard over her house to see that no damage was done to her property, walked over to camp, and soon after sat down with the mess to a light supper. The question has been asked why General Grant in this movement left so great a distance between Hancock's corps and the rest of his army. He did it intentionally, and under the circumstances it was unquestionably wise generalship. He was determined to try by every means in his power to tempt Lee to fight outside of his entrenched lines. He had, in the battles of the last 2 weeks, thoroughly measured Lee's capacity as an opponent, and he believed it would be difficult to force him to take the offensive unless some good opportunity were offered. He knew that Lee, from the distance over which he would have to move his troops, could not attack the isolated Hancock with more than an army corps. Such a force he was certain Hancock could whip, and Grant, being in close communication with the several corps, felt that he could bring up reinforcements as rapidly as the enemy, and that the chances would be greatly in his favor if he could thus bring on an engagement in the open field. There was no question in his mind as to whipping his opponent. The only problem was how to get at him. The next morning, May 22, headquarters moved south, following the line which had been taken by Hancock's troops, which ran parallel with the Fredericksburg Railroad. The officers and men had never experienced a more sudden change of feelings and prospects. The weather was pleasant, the air was invigorating, the sun was shining brightly, and the roads were rapidly drying up. The men had been withdrawn from the scenes of their terrible struggles at Spotsylvania, and were no longer confronting formidable earthworks. The features of the country had also entirely changed. Though there were many swamps, thickets, and streams with difficult approaches, the deep gloom of the wilderness had been left behind. The country was now more open, and presented many clearings, and the range of vision was largely increased. The roads were broad, the land was well cultivated, and the crops were abundant. The men seemed to breathe a new atmosphere, and were inspired with new hope. It was again on to Richmond, and the many miles they were now gaining toward the enemy's capital and out of reach of fire made them experience that buoyancy of feeling which always accompanies the prestige of success. But while the country was covered with farms and houses, there was scarcely an inhabitant to be seen. Most of the able-bodied men were serving in the armies, and the slaves had been driven farther south. Many of the non-combatants had gone away to escape the invading army, and the only people encountered were women and children and old and decrepit men. The corps were now rapidly moving toward Hanover Junction, which is about 25 miles north of Richmond. Lee, notwithstanding his superior means of obtaining information, had not begun to move until Hancock's corps had crossed the Mattapony at Milford. He then started rapidly down the Telegraph Road, and as he had a shorter route than the Union forces, it appears that he reached Hanover Court House at the head of Ewell's corps at 9:30 o'clock on May 22. His telegrams and maneuvers all go to show that he was entirely deceived in regard to Grant's movements. He reported at that time, "I have learned as yet nothing of the movements of the enemy east of the Mattapony." The day before, in speaking of the position of Grant's army, he said, "I fear this will secure him from attack until he crosses the Pamunkey." Even after Grant had crossed the Mattapony, Lee spoke of the Union forces as being east of that river, and was hurrying forward troops in order to prevent Grant from crossing the Pamunkey, a stream formed by the junction of the North Anna and the South Anna rivers, while Grant was in reality moving toward the North Anna. In these movements Lee was entirely outgeneraled. On the morning of May 22, Hancock was instructed to remain at Milford during the day, while the other corps were directed to move south by roads which would not separate them by distances of more than 4 miles. It appears to have been about midday of the 22d when Lee obtained information through his cavalry of our advance toward the North Anna. Hancock could not well have reached Hanover Junction before Lee, for Lee's route from the right of his intrenchments on the Po to Hanover Junction by the Telegraph Road was about 28 miles, while the route of Hancock's corps from Anderson's Mill to Hanover Junction via Bowling Green was about 34 miles. Besides, as Hancock was advancing with a detached corps through an enemy's country and over unknown roads, he had to move with caution. Early in the afternoon, General Grant decided to halt for a couple of hours to be in easy communication with the troops that were following. He selected for the halt a plantation which was beautifully situated on high ground, commanding a charming view of the valley of the Mattapony. A very comfortable house stood not far from the road along which Burnside's corps was marching. In making halts of this kind, a house was usually selected for the reason that good water was easily obtainable, and facilities were afforded for looking at maps and conducting correspondence. General Grant never entered any of the houses, as they were usually occupied by ladies, and he did not wish to appear to invade their dwellings. He generally sat on the porch. When we reached this plantation, the escort and the junior staff officers lounged about the grounds in the shade of the trees, while General Grant, accompanied by 2 or 3 of us who were riding with him, dismounted and ascended the steps of the porch. A very gentle and prepossessing-looking lady standing in the doorway was soon joined by an older woman. General Grant bowed courteously and said, "With your permission, I will spend a few hours here." The younger lady replied very civilly, "Certainly, sir." The older one exclaimed abruptly, "I do hope you will not let your soldiers ruin our place and carry away our property." The general answered politely, "I will order a guard to keep the men out of your place, and see that you are amply protected," and at once gave the necessary instructions. The ladies, seeing that the officer with whom they were conversing was evidently one of superior rank, became anxious to know who he was, and the older one stepped up to me and in a whisper asked his name. Upon being told that he was General Grant, she seemed greatly surprised, and in a rather excited manner informed the other lady of the fact. The younger lady, whose name was Mrs. Tyler, said that she was the wife of a colonel in the Confederate Army who was serving with General Joe Johnston in the West, but she had not heard from him for some time, and she was very anxious to learn through General Grant what news he had from that quarter. The general said, "Sherman is advancing upon Rome, and ought to have reached that place by this time." Thereupon the older lady, who proved to be the mother-in-law of the younger one, said very sharply, "General Sherman will never capture that place. I know all about that country, and you haven't an army that will ever take it. We all know very well that Sherman is making no headway against General Johnston's army." We could see that she was entertaining views which everywhere prevailed in the South. The authorities naturally put the best face upon matters, and the newspapers tried to buoy up the people with false hopes. It was not surprising that the inhabitants of the remote parts of the country were in ignorance of the true progress of the war. General Grant replied in a quiet way, "General Sherman is certainly advancing rapidly in that direction, and while I do not wish to be the communicator of news which may be unpleasant to you, I have every reason to believe that Rome is by this time in his possession." The older lady then assumed a bantering tone, and became somewhat excited and defiant in her manner, and the younger one joined with her in scouting the idea that Rome could ever be taken. Just then a courier rode up with dispatches from Washington containing a telegram from Sherman. General Grant glanced over it and then read it to the staff. It announced that Sherman had just captured Rome. The ladies had caught the purport of the communication, although it was not intended that they should hear it. The wife burst into tears, and the mother-in-law was much affected by the news, which was, of course, sad tidings to both of them. The mother then began to talk with great rapidity and with no little asperity, saying, "I came from Richmond not long ago, where I lived in a house on the James River, which overlooks Belle Isle, and I had the satisfaction of looking down every day on the Yankee prisoners. I saw thousands and thousands of them, and before this campaign is over I want to see the whole of the Yankee army in Southern prisons." Just then Burnside rode into the yard, dismounted, and joined our party on the porch. He was a man of great gallantry and elegance of manner, and was always excessively polite to the gentler sex. He raised his hat, made a profound bow to the ladies, and as he looked at his corps filing by on the road, said to the older one, who was standing near him, "I don't suppose, madam, that you ever saw so many Yankee soldiers before?" She replied instantly, "Not at liberty, sir." This was such a good shot that every one was greatly amused, and General Grant joined heartily in the laugh that followed at Burnside's expense. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Grant crosses the North Anna. Sheridan returns from his raid. Meeting between Grant and Burnside. Destroying a railroad. The enemy reinforced. A female oddity. Grant recrosses the North Anna. Hancock's corps had been fighting and marching almost continuously for over a week, both day and night, and the halt on May 22 was made to give a much needed rest. It was a curious study to watch the effect which the constant exposure to fire had produced upon the nervous system of the troops. Their nerves had become so sensitive that the men would start at the slightest sound, and dodge at the flight of a bird or the sight of a pebble tossed past them. One of their amusements in camp at that time was to throw stones and chips past one another's heads, and raise a laugh at the active dodging and bending the body low, or jack-knifing, as the men called it. This did not indicate any loss of courage. It was merely an effect produced by a temporary physical condition, which the men could not control, and gave ample evidence of the nervous strain to which they had so long been subjected. Dodging the head under fire is often as purely involuntary as winking. I have known, in my experience, only two men who could remain absolutely immovable under a heavy fire, without even the twitching of a muscle. One was a bugler in the cavalry, and the other was General Grant. In the evening of the 22d, the general in chief issued written orders directing the movement of the troops for the next day. The march was to begin at 5 o'clock in the morning, and the several corps were to send out cavalry and infantry in advance on all the roads to ascertain the position of the enemy. The purpose was to cross the North Anna River west of the Fredericksburg Railroad, and to strike Lee wherever he could be found. To understand the topography of the country, it is necessary to explain that the North Anna and the South Anna run in an easterly direction, at a distance from each other of 8 or 10 miles in the vicinity of the region in which Grant's operations took place, and unite and form the Pamunkey River about 5 miles east of the line of the Fredericksburg Railroad. This road crossed the North Anna about 2 miles north of Hanover Junction, the intersection of the Fredericksburg and the Virginia Central Railroads. The Telegraph Road crossed the river by a wooden bridge half a mile west of the railroad bridge. Farther up the river there were 3 fords about 1.5 miles apart. Hancock marched to the Telegraph Road Bridge, Burnside to Ox Ford, and Warren to Jericho Ford. Wright followed Warren. Burnside's corps used plantation roads, which ran between the main roads, which had been taken by the corps of Hancock and Warren. Hancock approached the river at the Telegraph Road Bridge about noon. He found the enemy holding an earthwork on the north side, and saw a force posted on the opposite bank. Seeing the importance of gaining possession of the defensive work, he determined to take it by assault, and did so handsomely, some of the enemy being captured, and the rest driven over the bridge, followed closely by our men. The retreating force was thrown into great confusion, and in the rush a number were crowded off the bridge and drowned. Burnside, on reaching Ox Ford, found it held by the enemy strongly entrenched on the south bank of the river, and no attack was made. Warren reached Jericho Ford soon after noon, seized it, laid a pontoon bridge, and by 4:30 p.m. had moved his whole corps to the south bank. At 6 o'clock, Hill's corps attacked Warren's line before his troops were all in position, and forced it back some distance, but the enemy was soon repulsed. Wright's corps was moved up to support Warren, but it was not deemed necessary to send it across the river until the next morning. General Grant rode during this day, May 23d, with Hancock's corps. While halting in the afternoon at a house not far from the river, he was told by the people living there that Lee had rested for a few hours at the same house the day before, and that his entire army had crossed the river. On the morning of the 24th, Hancock crossed to the south side. Crittenden's division crossed the river and joined Warren's corps. They advanced against the enemy with a view of dislodging him from his position at Ox Ford, but his lines were found so strong that after a brief encounter our forces withdrew. They had not been able to take with them any artillery. That night our whole army, except one division of Burnside's corps, was on the south side of the river and close up to the enemy's lines. General headquarters were established near Chesterfield Station on May 24. That day Sheridan returned from his memorable cavalry raid, and was warmly greeted by General Grant at headquarters, and heartily congratulated about his signal success. He related some of the principal incidents in the raid very graphically, but with becoming modesty. In describing a particularly hot fight, he would become highly animated in manner and dramatic in gesture; then he would turn to some ludicrous incident, laugh heartily, and seem to enjoy greatly the recollection of it. It will be remembered that he started out suddenly on May 8, passed round the right of Lee's army, keeping out of reach of his infantry, crossed the North Anna on the night, destroyed 10 miles of the Virginia Central Railroad, together with cars, locomotives, and a large amount of army supplies, recaptured 375 of our prisoners on their way from Spotsylvania to Richmond, crossed the South Anna, struck the Fredericksburg road at Ashland, and destroyed the depot, many miles of road, a train of cars, and a large supply of army stores. Finding that the enemy's cavalry were concentrating, he united his divisions, which had been operating at different points in the work of destruction, and fought a pitched battle at Yellow Tavern, about 7 miles north of Richmond, capturing 2 pieces of artillery, mortally wounding the commander, J. E. B. Stuart, and killing Brigadier General James B. Gordon. He then entered the advanced lines of intrenchments north of Richmond, crossed the Chickahominy, and reached Haxall's Landing on the James, where he replenished his supplies from stores sent to him by Butler. After remaining there from the 14th to the 17th of May, he started on his return to the Army of the Potomac. He had lost only 425 men in killed, wounded, and missing. One important effect of Sheridan's operations was that he compelled all of the enemy's cavalry to be moved against him, which left our large train of 400 wagons free from their attacks. General Grant at times had a peculiar manner of teasing officers with whom he was on terms of intimacy, and in this interview he began to joke with his cavalry leader by saying to those who were gathered about him, "Now, Sheridan evidently thinks he has been clear down to the James River, and has been breaking up railroads and even getting a peep at Richmond. But probably this is all imagination, or else he has been reading something of the kind in the newspapers. I don't suppose he seriously thinks that he made such a march as that in 2 weeks." Sheridan joined in the fun, and replied, "Well, after what General Grant says, I do begin to feel doubtful as to whether I have been absent at all from the Army of the Potomac." Sheridan had become well bronzed by his exposure to the sun, and looked the picture of health. It was seen at once that the general in chief did not intend to give him or his command any rest. He told him of the movements he had in contemplation, and Sheridan saw that all his troops would be wanted immediately at the front. That evening, the 24th, General Grant issued an order, which he had been considering for some time, assigning Burnside's corps to the Army of the Potomac, and putting him under the command of Meade. It was found that such a consolidation would be much better for purposes of administration, and give more unity to the movements. It had been heretofore necessary to inform Meade of the instructions given to Burnside, and to let Burnside know of the movements that were to be undertaken by Meade, in order that the commanders might understand fully what was intended to be accomplished, and be in a position to cooperate intelligently. This involved much correspondence and consumed time. The new order was intended to avoid this, and simplify the methods which had been employed. While General Grant was riding past the headquarters of Burnside the next morning, Burnside came out of his tent, and in company with several of his officers came up to General Grant, who had now halted by the roadside, shook hands with him, and said, "I have received the instructions assigning my command to the Army of the Potomac. That order is excellent. It is a military necessity, and I am glad it has been issued." This conduct of Burnside gave the greatest satisfaction to the general in chief, and he commented very favorably upon it afterward. It must be recollected in this connection that Burnside was senior in rank to Meade, and had commanded the Army of the Potomac when Meade was a division commander under him; and the manner in which Burnside acquiesced in his new assignment, and the spirit he manifested in his readiness to set aside all personal aims and ambitions for the public good, were among the many instances of his patriotism and his absolute loyalty to the cause he served. The general headquarters were moved farther west on May 25, and established on the north side of the North Anna, near Quarles's Ford, at a place known as Quarles's Mills. That day it became evident that Lee was going to make a permanent stand between the North and the South Anna. His position was found to be exceedingly strong, and was somewhat similar to the one taken up at Spotsylvania. The lines were shaped something like the letter U, with the base resting on the river at Ox Ford. It had one face turned toward Hancock, and the other toward Warren. The lines were made exceedingly formidable by means of strong earthworks with heavy obstructions planted in front, and were flanked on the right by an impenetrable swamp, and on the left by Little River. General Grant said, in discussing the situation at this time: "It now looks as if Lee's position were such that it would not be prudent to fight a battle in the narrow space between these two rivers, and I shall withdraw our army from its present position and make another flank march to the left. But I want, while we are here, to destroy a portion of the Virginia Central Railroad, as that is the road by which Lee is receiving a large part of his supplies and reinforcements." He ended the conversation by directing me to cross the river and superintend this operation. I went with a portion of Russell's division of Wright's corps, which began the work of destruction at a point on the railroad about 800 yards from the enemy's extreme left. A brigade was extended along one side of the road in single rank, and at a given signal the men took hold of the rails, lifted up the road, and turned it upside down. Then, breaking the rails loose, they used them as levers in prying off the cross ties, which they piled up at different points, laid the rails across them, and set fire to the ties. As soon as the rails became sufficiently hot, they bent in the middle by their own weight. Efforts were then made to twist them so as to render them still more unserviceable. Several miles of railway were thus destroyed. The reinforcements which General Grant had predicted would be sent to Lee's army had reached him. Between 12,000 and 15,000 men arrived from the 22d to the 25th of May. Breckinridge had come from the Valley of Virginia with nearly all of his forces. Pickett brought a division from the vicinity of Richmond, and Hoke's brigade of Early's division had also been sent to Lee from the Confederate capital. On the 22d, as soon as Grant had learned the extent of the disaster to Butler's army on the James, he said that Butler was not detaining 10,000 men in Richmond, and not even keeping the road south of that city broken, and he considered it advisable to have the greater part of Butler's troops join in the campaign of the Army of the Potomac. On May 25, he telegraphed orders to Halleck, saying: "Send Butler's forces to White House to land on the north side and march up to join this army. The James River should be held to City Point, but leave nothing more than is absolutely necessary to hold it, acting purely on the defensive. The enemy will not undertake any offensive operations there, but will concentrate everything here." At the same time he said: "If Hunter can possibly get to Charlottesville and Lynchburg, he should do so, living on the country. The railroads and canals should be destroyed beyond the possibility of repair for weeks." These instructions were given in consequence of the withdrawal of Breckinridge's command, which left the Valley of Virginia undefended. When I recrossed the river and returned to headquarters in the evening, I found General Grant sitting in front of his tent smoking a cigar, and anxious to hear the report as to the extent of the damage to the railroad. About the time I finished relating to him what had been accomplished, an old woman who occupied a small house near by strolled over to headquarters, apparently bent upon having a friendly chat with the commander of the Yankee armies. The number of questions she asked showed that she was not lacking in the quality of curiosity which is supposed to be common to her sex. She wore an old-fashioned calico dress about 6 inches too short, with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. She had a nose so sharp that it looked as if it had been caught in the crack of a door, and small gray eyes that twinkled and snapped as she spoke. She began by nodding a familiar "How do you do" to the general, and saying in a voice which squeaked like the high notes of an E-flat clarinet with a soft reed: "I believe you command all these hyah Yankees that are comin' down hyah and cavortin' around over this whole section of country." The general bowed an assent, and she continued, "I'm powerful glad General Lee has been licking you all from the Rapidan clan down hyah, and that now he's got you just where he wants you." Then she drew up a camp chair alongside the general, seated herself on it, and finding that her remarks seemed to be received good-naturedly, grew still more familiar, and went on to say, "Yes, and afore long Lee'll be a-chasing you all up through Pennsylvania again. Was you up there in Pennsylvania when he got after you all last summer?" The general had great difficulty in keeping his face straight, as he replied, "Well, no, I wasn't there myself. I had some business in another direction." He did not explain to her that Vicksburg was at that time commanding something of his attention. Said she, "I notice our boys got away with lots of them Conestado horses up there, and they brought lots of them back with them. We got a pretty good show of them round this section of country, and they're just the best draft horses you ever see. Hope the boys will get up there again soon and bring back some more of them." The general kept on smoking his cigar, and was greatly amused by the conversation. After a little while the woman went back to her house, but returned later and said, "See hyah, I'm all alone in my house, and I'm kinder skeered. I expect them Yankee soldiers of yourn will steal everything I have, and murder me afore morning if you don't give me some protection." "Oh," replied the general, "we will see that you are not hurt." And turning to Lieutenant Dunn of the staff, he said, "Dunn, you had better go and stay in the old lady's house to-night. You can probably make yourself more comfortable there than in camp anyhow, and I don't want her to be frightened." Dunn followed the old woman rather reluctantly to her house, and played guardian angel to her till the next morning. General Grant had now presented to him for solution a very formidable military problem. Lee's position, from the strength and location of his intrenchments and the defensive character of the country, was impregnable, or at least it could not be carried by assault without involving great loss of life. The general had therefore decided to withdraw and make another movement by the left flank, in the hope of so maneuvering as to afford another opportunity of getting a chance to strike Lee outside his earthworks. However, a withdrawal in the face of a vigilant foe, and the crossing of a difficult river within sight of the enemy, constitute one of the most hazardous movements in warfare. There was the possibility, also, that Lee might mass his artillery on his left flank, and try to hold it by this means and with the minimum of his infantry, and with the bulk of his army move out on his right in an attempt to crush Hancock's corps. This is exactly what Grant himself would have done under similar circumstances, but he had by this time become familiar with Lee's methods, and had very little apprehension that he would take the offensive. Nevertheless, Hancock was ordered to take every precaution against a possible assault. The withdrawal of the army was conducted with consummate skill, and furnishes an instructive lesson in warfare. In the first place, the enemy had to be deceived and thrown off his guard to make the movement at all safe. For this purpose, Wilson's division of cavalry was transferred to the right of the army on May 25, and ordered to cross the North Anna and proceed to Little River on Lee's extreme left, and make a vigorous demonstration to convey the impression that there was a movement of the army in that direction with a view to turning Lee's left. This was done so effectually that Lee telegraphed to Richmond the next morning, "From present indications, the enemy seems to contemplate a movement on our left flank." During the night of the 25th, the trains and all of the artillery, which was in position on our right wing, were quietly moved to the north bank of the river. Russell's division of the Sixth Corps was also withdrawn and moved in the rear of Burnside, and at daylight the next morning halted in a place where its movements could not be seen by the enemy during the day. Its position in front of the enemy had been skillfully filled with men from other parts of the command, and its absence was not discovered. Early in the morning of May 26, instructions were issued for the withdrawal of the entire army that night. After these orders had been dispatched, the general seated himself in front of his tent for a quiet smoke. In a few minutes the old woman, who had had the familiar chat with him the evening before, rushed over to his tent in a high state of excitement. Swinging her arms like the fans of a windmill, and screaming at the top of her shrill voice, she cried out, "See here, these Yankees of yourn got into my barn last night and stole the only horse I had, and I want you to send some of your folks out to find 'em and bring 'em back." The general listened to her story, and when she had finished, remarked quietly, "Madam, perhaps it is one of those Conestoga horses you spoke of that belong up in Pennsylvania, and some of our men have made up their minds to take him back home." The old lady at this remark was rather crestfallen, and said with a grin, "Well, I reckon you got me on that. But you Yankees had no business down here anyhow, and I think you might get me back that hoss." The general replied, "I'm very sorry indeed that this has occurred, and if the army were in camp I would send you around with a guard to see whether the horse could be recognized by you and recovered, but the troops are moving constantly, and it would be utterly impossible to find the animal." She finally went off, shaking her fist and muttering, "I'm sartain of one thing, anyhow. General Lee'll just dust you all off this place afore you can say scat." The operations of the last 2 days had made the duties of staff officers particularly arduous, and a great many of us were feeling the effects of the last week's hard work and exposure, the loss of sleep, and the breathing of a malarious atmosphere. In connection with the renewal of the work of destroying the railroad, I was sent across the river again on the 26th, and on returning that afternoon to headquarters found myself suffering severely from fever and sick headache. About dark, General Grant wished me to make another trip to the extreme right to assist in the work of withdrawing the troops, as I was particularly familiar with that part of the lines. Sickness is no excuse in the field, so I started across the river again without making my condition known to the general. To make matters worse, a thunderstorm came up, accompanied by vivid lightning, and between the flashes the darkness was so impenetrable that it was slow work finding the roads. Babcock, seeing my condition, volunteered to accompany me, so that if I gave out, the orders I was carrying might still reach their destination. We remained in the saddle the greater part of the night. On my return to headquarters, a surgeon supplied me liberally with round shot in the form of quinine pills, which were used so effectively that my fever was soon forced to beat a retreat. As soon as it was dark, the other divisions of Wright's corps had begun the recrossing of the river. This corps followed the route which had been taken by Russell's division, while Warren took a road a little farther to the north. Burnside and Hancock next withdrew, and so cautiously that their movements entirely escaped detection by the enemy. All the corps left strong guards in their fronts, which were withdrawn at the last moment. The pontoon bridges were taken up after crossing the river, and cavalry was sent to the several fords to hold them after they had been abandoned by the infantry, and to destroy any facilities for crossing which had been neglected. The withdrawal from the North Anna had now been successfully accomplished. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Grant crosses the Pamunkey. Maneuvering for position. Grant interviews a prisoner. Region of the Totopotomoy. Grant seizes Old Cold Harbor. W. F. Smith's troops join the Army of the Potomac. Grant disciplines a teamster. Grant's fondness for horses. Moving into position. The halt at Bethesda Church. As soon as all the commands had safely recrossed the North Anna, General Grant set out on the morning of May 27, and marched with the troops in the new movements to the left. Sheridan, with 2 divisions of his cavalry, had started east the afternoon of the day before, and had moved rapidly to Hanovertown on the Pamunkey, a distance of nearly 30 miles. On the march, the general-in-chief, as he rode by, was vociferously cheered, as usual, by the troops. Every movement directed by him inspired the men with new confidence in his ability and his watchfulness over their interests, and not only the officers but the rank and file understood fully that he had saved them on the North Anna from the slaughter which would probably have occurred if they had been thrown against Lee's formidable intrenchments, and had had to fight a battle with their backs to a river, that he had skillfully withdrawn them without the loss of a man or a wagon, and that they were again making an advanced movement. The soldiers by this time were getting on intimate terms with their commander, in fact, becoming quite chummy. One man in the ranks touched his hat as the chief rode by, and asked, "Is it all right, General?" He received a nod of the head in reply, and the words, "Yes, I think so." Another man looked up at him and said in an earnest tone, "General, we'll lick 'em sure pop next time." These remarks were not attempts at undue familiarity, but expressions of a genuine sentiment of soldierly fellowship which the men had learned to entertain toward their chief. That night general headquarters were established at Mangolic Church, about 20 miles in a southeasterly direction from Quarles's Ford. The cavalry had been handled with great skill. It made a feint as if to cross at Littlepage's and Taylor's fords on the Pamunkey, and after dark moved rapidly to Hanover Ferry, about 12 miles farther down the stream, where the actual crossing took place on the morning of the 27th. It was followed by Russell's division of infantry. The rest of the troops had made a good march, and soon after midday on May 28, Wright, Hancock, and Warren had crossed the river and gone into position about a mile and a half beyond. Burnside had reached the ferry, but remained on the north side to guard the trains. General Grant had pushed on to Hanover Ferry, and expressed himself as greatly pleased at the success of the movement. He had abundant reason to congratulate himself upon the thorough carrying out of his instructions. In each of his 3 attempts to move close to Lee's troops and cross difficult rivers in his very face, Grant had been completely successful, and had manoeuvered so as to accomplish a most formidable task in warfare with insignificant loss. In the operations of the last few days, General Grant had employed with wonderful skill his chief military characteristics of quickness of thought, celerity of action, and fertility of resource. While his plans were always well matured, and much thought and investigation were expended upon perfecting them in advance, yet they were sufficiently general in their nature to admit readily of those changes which often have to be made upon the instant in consequence of some unanticipated movement of the enemy, or some unexpected discovery in the topography of the field of operations. It seemed a little singular to him that Lee, after falling back behind the North Anna River, had allowed the Union army to advance across that difficult stream without any substantial resistance, and that, when across, he had made a stand with his back to another river, the South Anna, and remained there entirely passive, and that 3 days afterward he had permitted the Union army to withdraw across the North Anna under his very nose, without even attacking its rear guards. It was these circumstances which made Grant say at this time, and also write to the government, "Lee's army is really whipped. A battle with them outside of intrenchments cannot be had." Our base of supplies was now transferred from Port Royal to White House on the York River. Before describing the personal incidents connected with what is known as the Cold Harbor Campaign, it is important to give the reader a general idea of the character of the country in which the manoeuvring and fighting occurred. Hanover Town, near which place our army had now been concentrated, is about 17 miles in a straight line northeast from Richmond. The country is crossed by 2 streams, Totopotomoy Creek and the Chickahominy River, both running in a southeasterly direction, the latter being about 4 miles from Richmond at the nearest point. Between these are a number of smaller creeks and rivulets. Their banks are low, and their approaches swampy and covered with woods and thickets. 3 main roads lead from Hanovertown to Richmond. The most northerly is called the Hanovertown or Shady Grove Road, the second route the Mechanicsville Road, and the third and most southerly, which runs through Old Cold Harbor, New Cold Harbor, and Gaines Mill, is known as the Cold Harbor Road. Old Cold Harbor, halfway between Hanovertown and Richmond, consisted merely of a few scattered houses, but its strategic position was important for reasons which will hereafter appear. New Cold Harbor was little more than the intersection of crossroads about a mile and a half west of Old Cold Harbor. It was at first supposed that Cold Harbor was a corruption of the phrase Cool Arbor, and the shade trees in the vicinity seemed to suggest such a name. But it was ascertained afterward that the name Cold Harbor was correct, that it had been taken from the places frequently found along the highways of England, and means shelter without fire. On May 28 Sheridan was pushed out toward Mechanicsville to discover the enemy's position, and after a sharp fight at Haw's Shop drove a body of the enemy out of some earthworks in which it was posted. That night the Ninth Corps crossed the river. Wilson's cavalry divisions remained on the north side until the morning of the 30th to cover the crossing of the trains. General Headquarters had crossed the Pamunkey on the pontoon bridge in the afternoon of May 28, after a hard, dusty ride, and had gone into camp on the south side. In the meantime, Lee had moved his entire army rapidly from the North Anna and thrown it between our army and Richmond. On the morning of the 29th, Wright, Hancock, and Warren were directed to move forward and make a reconnaissance in force, which brought about some spirited fighting. The movement disclosed the fact that all of Lee's troops were in position on the north side of the Chickahominy and were well entrenched. General Grant was particularly anxious that evening to obtain information of the enemy from some inside source. Several prisoners had been taken, and one of them, who was disposed to be particularly talkative, was brought into headquarters, it being thought that the general might like to examine him in person. He was a tall, slim, shock-headed, comical-looking creature, and proved to be so full of native humor that I give the portion of his conversation which afforded us the most amusement. He, of course, did not know in whose presence he was, as he rattled off his quick-witted remarks. "What command do you belong to?" asked the general. "I'm in Early's corps, and I belong to a North Carolina regiment, sir," was the reply. "Oh, you're from North Carolina," remarked the general. "Yes," said the prisoner, "and a good deal farther from it just now than I'd like to be, God knows." "Well, where were you taken, and how did you get here?" was the next asked. "How'd I get here? Well, when a man has half a dozen of them thar reckless and desperate dragoons of yourn lambing him round the road on a tight run and walloping him with the flats of their sabers, he don't have no trouble getting here." "Is your whole corps in our front, and when did it arrive?" inquired the general. "Well, now, just let me tell you about that," said the prisoner, "and let me begin right from the start. I'm not going to fool you, because I'm fast losing interest in this fight. I was a peaceful man, and I didn't want to hurt nobody, when a conscript officer down thar in the old Tar State came round and told me I'd have to get into the ranks and go to fighting for my rights. I tried to have him point 'em out for me. I told him I'd as lief have 'em all, but I wasn't strenuous about it. Then he began to put on more airs than a bucking horse at a county fair, and told me to come right along, that the country wanted me. Well, I had noticed that our folks was losing a good many battles, that you all was too much for 'em, and I got to flattering myself that perhaps it was only right for me to go and join our army, just to kind of even things up. But matters has been going pretty rough with us ever since, and I'm getting to feel peacefuller and peacefuller every day. They're feeding us half the time on crumbs, and there's one boy in my company that's got so thin you have to throw a tent fly over him to get up a respectable shadow. Then they have a way of camping us alongside of creeks not much bigger than a slate pencil, and you have to be powerful quick about getting what water you want, or some thirsty cow will come along and drink up the whole stream. I thought from all the fuss she had made at the start that South Carolina was going to fight the whole war through herself and make it a picnic for the rest of us, but when there's real trouble she has to get the old Tar State to do the solid work." "Are there any men from South Carolina in your brigade?" was the next question. The answer came with a serio-comic expression of countenance. "Yes, a few in the band." The general suppressed the laugh with which he was now struggling, and feeling that an effort to get any useful information from the North Carolinian would be a slow process, disappeared into his tent to attend to some correspondence, and left the prisoner to be further interviewed by the staff. "I tell you, gentlemen," went on the Confederate, "there's lots of cobwebs in my throat, and I could talk to you all a good deal better if I only had a dish of liquor. There's nothing braces a man up like taking a little of the tanglefoot." Thereupon a canteen and cup were brought, and after the man had poured out about 4 fingers of commissary whiskey and tossed it off as if it were water, he looked considerably invigorated. "Nothing as soothing as corn juice after all," he continued. "I'd like to live in Kaintucky. Them Kaintucky fellers say they can walk right into a cornfield, strip off an ear, and just squeeze a drink of whiskey right out'n it. "How did you happen to be picked up?" was now asked. "Well, you see, sah," he replied, "our Captain Jimmy Skipworth marched me out on his picket line. Captain Jimmy's one of them thar slack-twisted, loose-belted, toggle-j'inted kind of fellers that sends you straight out to the front, and if you don't get killed right off, why, he gets all out of patience, and thinks you want to live forever. You can't get away, because he's always keeping tab on you. When he marched us out today, I says to him, 'Captain Jimmy, thar won't 'pear to be enough of the boys a-comin' along with us. Now, I tell you, when we go to monkeyin' with them Yankees, we ought to have plenty of company. We don't want to feel lonesome.' Well, we got there and went to diggin' a ditch so we could flop down in it and protect our heads, and could use it afterward for burying you all in it, if we could get hold of you. Well, just then you opened lively and come up at us a-whoopin' and a-careerin' like sin, and as for me, I took a header for the ditch. The boys saw something drop, and I didn't make any effort to pick it up again till the misunderstanding was over. The first thing I knowed after that, you lighted onto me, yanked me out of the hole, and then turned me over to some of you dragoons. And, Lord, how they did run me into your lines! And so here I am." After the provost marshal's people had been told to take the prisoner to the rear and treat him well, the man, before moving on, said, "Gentlemen, I would like mighty well to see that newfangled weepon of yours that shoots like it was a whole platoon. They tell me you can load it up on Sunday and fire it off all the rest of the week." He had derived this notion from the Spencer carbine, the new magazine gun, which fired 7 shots in rapid succession. After this exhibition of his talent for dialogue, he was marched off to join the other prisoners. On May 30, Wright, Hancock, and Warren engaged the enemy in their respective fronts, which led to some active skirmishing, the enemy's skirmishers being in most places strongly entrenched. Burnside this day crossed the Totopotomoy. Early's, formerly Ewell's, corps moved out with the evident intention of turning our left, and made a heavy attack, but was repulsed and forced to fall back after suffering a severe loss, particularly in field officers. About noon, Grant received word that transports bringing W. F. Smith's troops from Butler's army were beginning to arrive at White House, and they were ordered to move forward at once and join the Army of the Potomac. General Grant thought that it was not improbable that the enemy would endeavor to throw troops around our left flank in the hope of striking Smith a crushing blow before we could detach a force from the Army of the Potomac to prevent it. Sheridan was directed to watch for such a movement, and an infantry brigade was sent out early that morning to join Smith and march back with him so as to strengthen his forces. General Grant said at this time, "Nothing would please me better than to have the enemy make a movement around our left flank. I would in that case move the whole army to the right and throw it between Lee and Richmond." But this opportunity did not arise. On May 30, the general headquarters had been established in a clearing on the north side of the Shady Grove Road, about 1 3/4 miles west of Hawes' Shop. General Grant this day sent a dispatch to Halleck at Washington, saying, "I wish you would send all the pontoon bridging you can to City Point to have it ready in case it is wanted." As early as May 26, staff officers had been sent from the Army of the Potomac to collect all the bridging material at command and hold it in readiness. This was done in order to be prepared to cross the James River, if deemed best, and attack Richmond and Petersburg from the south side, and carry out the views expressed by Grant in the beginning of the Wilderness Campaign as to his movements in certain contingencies. It was seen by him from the operations of the 30th that the enemy was working his way southward by extending his right flank with a view to securing Old Cold Harbor and holding the roads running from that point toward the James River and White House. This would cut off Grant's short route to the James in case he should decide to cross that river, and would also command the principal line of communication with his base at White House. Old Cold Harbor was therefore a point much desired by both the contending generals, and the operations of the 31st were watched with much interest to see which army would secure the prize. That morning my orders took me to the extreme left in connection with the movements of the cavalry. Sheridan advanced rapidly from Old Cold Harbor, attacked a body of the enemy entrenched there, and after a severe fight carried the position. The place, however, was too important to be abandoned by the enemy without a further struggle, and he soon returned, bringing up a force so large that it appeared for a time impossible for Sheridan to hold his position. Finding no troops advancing to his support, the only course which seemed open to him was to fall back, but just as he had withdrawn he received an order to hold the place at all hazards until reinforcements could reach him. With his usual zeal and boldness he now reoccupied the enemy's breastworks, dismounted his men, and determined to make a desperate struggle to hold the position against whatever force might be sent against him. Darkness set in, however, before the enemy made another assault. In anticipation of a hard fight for the possession of Cold Harbor, General Grant had ordered Wright's corps to make a night march and move to Sheridan's relief. Lee, discovering this, ordered Anderson's corps to Cold Harbor. On Sheridan's front during the night we could distinctly hear the enemy's troops making preparations for the next morning's attack, and could even hear some of the commands given by their officers. Soon after daylight on June 1 the assault began. Sheridan kept quiet till the attacking party came within a short distance of his breastworks, and then opened with a destructive fire, under which the enemy fell back in considerable confusion. He soon rallied, however, and rushed again to the assault, but once more recoiled before Sheridan's well-delivered volleys. Wright had been instructed to arrive at daylight, but the night march had been exceptionally difficult, and the head of his column did not appear until 9 o'clock. The troops were footsore and jaded, but they moved promptly into line, and relieved Sheridan's little force, which had been fighting desperately against great odds for about 4 hours. Grant had secured Old Cold Harbor and won the game. Smith's corps consisted of 13,000 men. He left about 2,500 to guard White House, and with the rest started for the front, reaching there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of June 1. At 5 o'clock, Wright's and Smith's commands advanced and captured the earthworks in their front, taking about 750 prisoners. The enemy had made 3 attacks upon Warren, but had been handsomely repulsed. Hancock and Burnside had also been attacked, no doubt to prevent them from sending troops to reinforce our left. The enemy seemed roused to desperation in his struggle to gain the much-coveted strategic point at Old Cold Harbor, and made several savage attacks in that direction during the night, but they were all successfully repelled. In gaining and holding the important position sought, the Union army that day lost nearly 2,000 men in killed and in wounded. The enemy probably suffered to about the same extent. Headquarters were moved about 2 miles this day, June 1, to the Villa House, which was half a mile south of Totopotomoy Creek, on the road leading from Hawes' Shop to Bethesda Church. Before starting, the general's servant asked whether he should saddle Jeff Davis, the horse Grant had been riding for 2 days. "No," was the reply. "We are getting into a rather swampy country, and I fear little Jeff's legs are not quite long enough for wading through the mud. You'd better saddle Egypt." This horse was large in size and a medium-colored bay. He was called Egypt, not because he had come from the region of the Nile, but from the junction of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers in southern Illinois, a section of the country named after the land of the Ptolemies. When the horse was brought up, the general mounted as usual in a manner peculiar to himself. He made no perceptible effort, and used his hands but little to aid him. He put his left foot in the stirrup, grasped the horse's mane near the withers with his left hand, and rose without making a spring, by simply straightening the left leg till his body was high enough to enable him to throw the right leg over the saddle. There was no climbing up the animal's side, and no jerky movements. The mounting was always done in an instant, and with the greatest possible ease. Rawlins rode with the general at the head of the staff. As the party turned a bend in the road near the crossing of the Totopotomoy, the general came in sight of a teamster whose wagon was stalled in a place where it was somewhat swampy, and who was standing beside his team, beating his horses brutally in the face with the butt end of his whip, and swearing with a volubility calculated to give a sulphurous odor to all the surrounding atmosphere. Grant's aversion to profanity and his love of horses caused all the ire in his nature to be aroused by the sight presented. Putting both spurs into Egypt's flanks, he dashed toward the teamster, and raising his clenched fist, called out to him, "What does this conduct mean, you scoundrel? Stop beating those horses!" The teamster looked at him, and said coolly, as he delivered another blow aimed at the face of the wheel horse, "Well, who's driving this team, anyway, you or me?" The general was now thoroughly angered, and his manner was by no means as angelic as that of the celestial being who called a halt when Balaam was disciplining the ass. "I'll show you, you infernal villain!" he cried, shaking his fist in the man's face. Then, calling to an officer of the escort, he said, "Take this man in charge, and have him tied up to a tree for 6 hours as a punishment for his brutality." The man slunk off sullenly in charge of the escort to receive his punishment, without showing any penitence for his conduct. He was evidently a hardened case. Of course, he was not aware that the officer addressing him was the general in chief, but he evidently knew that he was an officer of high rank, as he was accompanied by a staff and an escort, so that there was no excuse for the insubordinate and insolent remark. During the stirring scenes of that day's battle, the general twice referred to the incident in vehement language, showing that the recollection of it was still rankling in his mind. This was the one exhibition of temper manifested by him during the entire campaign, and the only one I ever witnessed during my many years of service with him. I remarked that night to Colonel Bowers, who had served with his chief ever since the Fort Donelson campaign, "The general today gave us his first exhibition of anger. Did you ever see him fire up in that way in his earlier campaigns?" "Never but once," said Bowers, "and that was in the Iuka campaign. One day on the march he came across a straggler who had stopped at a house and assaulted a woman. The general sprang from his horse, seized a musket from the hands of a soldier, and struck the culprit over the head with it, sending him sprawling to the ground." He always had a peculiar horror of such crimes. They were very rare in our war, but when brought to his attention, the general showed no mercy to the culprit. Grant and Meade rode along the lines that day, and learned from personal observation the general features of the topography. About noon they stopped at Wright's headquarters, and the commander of the Sixth Corps gave the party some delicious ice water. He had found an ice house near his headquarters, and after a hot and dusty ride since daylight, the cool draught was gratefully relished by those whose thirst it slaked. The previous winter had been unusually cold, and an abundance of ice had formed upon the streams in Virginia. The well-filled ice houses found on the line of march were a great boon to the wounded. General Wright had assumed command of the Sixth Corps at a critical period of the campaign, and under very trying circumstances, but he had conducted it with such heroic gallantry and marked ability that he had commended himself highly to both Grant and Meade. That night the variety of food at the headquarters mess was increased by the arrival of a supply of oysters received by way of White House. Shellfish were among the few dishes which tempted the general's appetite, and as he had been living principally on roast beef and hard bread during the whole campaign, and had not eaten enough of these to sustain life in an ordinary person, everyone was delighted that evening, when sitting down at the mess table, to see the general attack the oysters with evident relish and make a hearty meal of them. Thereafter every effort was made to get a supply of that species of sea food as often as possible. At the dinner table he referred again to the brutality of the teamsters, saying, "If people knew how much more they could get out of a horse by gentleness than by harshness, they would save a great deal of trouble both to the horse and the man. A horse is a particularly intelligent animal. He can be made to do almost anything if his master has intelligence enough to let him know what is required. Some men, for instance, when they want to lead a horse forward, turn toward him and stare him in the face. He, of course, thinks they are barring his way, and he stands still. If they would turn their back to him and move on, he would naturally follow. I am looking forward longingly to the time when we can end this war, and I can settle down on my St. Louis farm and raise horses. I love to train young colts, and I will invite you all to visit me and take a hand in the amusement. When the old age comes on and I get too feeble to move about, I expect to derive my chief pleasure from sitting in a big armchair in the center of a ring, a sort of training course, holding a colt's leading line in my hand and watching him run around the ring." He little foresaw that a torturing disease was to cut short his life before he could realize his cherished hopes of enjoying the happiness of the peaceful old age which he anticipated. No warrior was ever more anxious for peace, and all of the general's references to the pending strife evinced his constant longing for the termination of the struggle upon terms which would secure forever the integrity of the Union. When he prepared his letter of acceptance of his first nomination for the presidency, he wrote no random phrase, but expressed the genuine sentiments of his heart when he said, "Let us have peace." The night of the 1st of June was a busy one for both officers and men. Grant, eager as usual to push the advantage gained, set about making such disposition of the troops as would best accomplish this purpose. Hancock was ordered to move after nightfall from the extreme right to the extreme left of the army. The night was extremely dark, especially when passing through the woods. No one was familiar with the roads, the heat was intense, and the dust stifling. But notwithstanding all the difficulties encountered, Hancock arrived at Old Cold Harbor on the morning of June 2, after a march of over 12 miles. As the men were greatly exhausted, however, from hunger and fatigue, they had to be given an opportunity to rest and eat their rations, and it was found impossible to make a formidable assault until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Warren and Burnside were both attacked while they were moving their troops, but they repelled all assaults, and caused the enemy considerable loss. At daylight on June 2, the headquarters were moved about 2 miles south to a camp near Bethesda Church, so as to be nearer the center of the line, which had been extended toward the left. Upon reaching the church, and while waiting for the arrival of the wagons and the pitching of the tents, a number of important orders were issued. The pews had been carried out of the church and placed in the shade of the trees surrounding it. The general in chief and his officers seated themselves in the pews, while the horses were taken to a little distance in the rear. The ubiquitous photographers were promptly on the ground, and they succeeded in taking several fairly good views of the group. A supply of New York papers had just been received, and the party, with the exception of the general, were soon absorbed in reading the news. He was too much occupied at the time in thinking over his plans for the day to give attention to the papers, and was content to hear from the staff a summary of anything of importance mentioned in the press. He was usually a diligent reader of the newspapers and of all current literature. There was one New York morning journal which claimed a special previous knowledge of his movements, and made some very clever guesses concerning his plans. He used to call this paper his organ, and upon the arrival of the mail he would generally pick it up first and remark, "Now let me see what my organ has to say, and then I can tell better what I am going to do." A large delegation of the Christian Commission had arrived at White House, and was now moving up toward the lines with a supply train which carried many comforts for the wounded. I saw among the number a person whom I recognized as the pastor of a church which I had attended some years before. He was trudging along like the others, in his shirt sleeves, wearing a broad-brimmed slouch hat, and was covered with Virginia dust. I presented him to General Grant and the rest of the officers, and then brought up a number of the other members of the commission, and presented them in turn. General Grant rose to his feet, shook hands with them, and greeted them all with great cordiality. Then, resuming his seat, he said, "Sit down, gentlemen, and rest. You look tired after your march." They thanked him, and several of them took seats in the church pews near him, though, considering their professional training, most of them would have doubtless felt more at home in the pulpit than in the pews. The general continued by saying, "I am very glad to see you coming to the army on your present mission. Unfortunately, you will find an extensive field for your work. My greatest concern in this campaign is the care of the large number of wounded. Our surgeons have been unremitting in their labors, and I know you can be of great assistance." The gentleman replied, "We have brought with us everything that we thought could minister to the comfort of the wounded, and we will devote ourselves religiously to the work." After the general had assured them that they should have all necessary transportation put at their disposal, they bid him good bye and continued their march. His parting words were, "Remember, gentlemen, whatever instructions you may receive, let your first care be for the wounded." Before leaving, they expressed to the staff their great delight in having had this unexpected chat with the commander of the armies, and having been treated by him with so much consideration. The Christian Commission, as well as the Sanitary Commission, was often of inestimable service to the wounded, and many a gallant fellow owed his life to its kindly and devoted ministerings. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Strength of Lee's Position at Cold Harbor, Why Grant Assaulted at Cold Harbor, A Notable Instance of Courage, Battle of Cold Harbor, After the Battle, Grant's Comments on Cold Harbor, Grant's Hammering. Lee had manoeuvered and fought over this ground 2 years before, and was perfectly acquainted with every detail of topography, while to Grant it was entirely new. There were, however, in the Army of the Potomac a great many prominent officers who had served with McClellan on the Peninsula and were familiar with the locality. General Grant, as usual, had not only to give direction to the active movements taking place under his own eye, but was compelled to bestow much thought upon the cooperating armies at a distance, and the double responsibility was a severe tax upon his energies. He expected that much would be accomplished in the Valley of Virginia by Hunter, now that the forces opposed to him had withdrawn, and was urging him to increased exertion, but he had to communicate with him by way of Washington, which created much delay and added greatly to the anxieties of the general in chief. In the afternoon of the 2d, Lee became aware that we were sending troops against his right, and was active in moving his forces to meet an attack on that flank. His left now rested on Totopotomoy Creek, and his right was near New Cold Harbor, and was protected by an impassable swamp. A strong parapet was thrown up on his right in the rear of a sunken road which answered the purpose of a ditch. On the left center the ground was lower and more level, but difficult of approach on account of swamps, ravines, and thickets. Added to this were the usual obstacles of heavy slashings of timber. General Grant had manoeuvered skillfully with a view to compelling Lee to stretch out his line and make it as thin and weak as possible, and it was at present over 6 miles long. A serious problem now presented itself to General Grant's mind, whether to attempt to crush Lee's army on the north side of the James, with the prospect, in case of success, of driving him into Richmond, capturing the city perhaps without a siege, and putting the Confederate government to flight; or to move the Union army south of the James without giving battle, and transfer the field of operations to the vicinity of Petersburg. It was a nice question of judgment. After discussing the matter thoroughly with his principal officers and weighing all the chances, he decided to attack Lee's armies in its present position. He had succeeded in breaking the enemy's line at Chattanooga, Spotsylvania, and other places, under circumstances which were not more favorable, and the results to be obtained now would be so great in case of success that it seemed wise to make the attempt. The general considered the question not only from a military standpoint, but he took a still broader view of the situation. The expenses of the war had reached nearly $4 millions a day. Many of the people in the North were becoming discouraged at the prolongation of the contest. If the army were transferred south of the James without fighting a battle on the north side, people would be impatient at the prospect of an apparently indefinite continuation of operations, and as the sickly season of summer was approaching, the deaths from disease among the troops meanwhile would be greater than any possible loss encountered in the contemplated attack. The loss from sickness on the part of the enemy would naturally be less, as his troops were acclimated and ours were not. Besides, there were constant rumors that if the war continued much longer, European powers would recognize the Confederacy and perhaps give it material assistance, but this consideration influenced Grant much less than the others. Delays are usually dangerous, and there was at present too much at stake to admit of further loss of time in ending the war if it could be avoided. The attack was ordered to be made at daylight on the morning of June 3. The eve of battle was, as usual, an anxious and tiresome night at headquarters, and some changes in the detailed orders specifying the part the troops were to perform in the coming action were made nearly as late as midnight. Lee's position was such that no turning movement was practicable, and it was necessary that one of his flanks should be crushed by a direct assault. An attack on the enemy's right promised the better results, and Grant had decided to strike the blow there. Of course, the exact strength of the enemy's position could not be ascertained until developed by a close attack, as changes were constantly being made in it, and new batteries were likely to be put in position at any time. The general's intention, therefore, was to attack early in the morning and make a vigorous effort to break Lee's right, and if it were demonstrated that the assault could not succeed without too great a sacrifice of life, to desist and have the men throw up cover for their protection with a view of holding all the ground they had gained. Our troops were disposed as follows: Hancock on the extreme left, Wright next, then Smith and Warren, with Burnside on the extreme right. Everything was now in readiness for the memorable battle of Cold Harbor. Headquarters had been moved 2 miles farther to our left and established near Old Cold Harbor, so as to be within easy reach of the main point of attack. It has been stated by inimical critics that the men had become demoralized by the many assaults in which they had been engaged, that they had lost much of their spirit, and were even insubordinate, refusing to move against the earthworks in obedience to the orders of their immediate commanders. This is a gross slander upon the troops, who were as gallant and subordinate as any force in the history of modern warfare, although it is true that many of the veterans had fallen, and that the recruits who replaced them were inferior in fighting qualities. In passing along on foot among the troops at the extreme front that evening, while transmitting some of the final orders, I observed an incident which afforded a practical illustration of the deliberate and desperate courage of the men. As I came near one of the regiments, which was making preparations for the next morning's assault, I noticed that many of the soldiers had taken off their coats, and seemed to be engaged in sewing up rents in them. This exhibition of tailoring seemed rather peculiar at such a moment, but upon closer examination it was found that the men were calmly writing their names and home addresses on slips of paper and pinning them on the backs of their coats, so that their dead bodies might be recognized upon the field and their fate made known to their families at home. They were veterans who knew well from terrible experience the danger which awaited them, but their minds were occupied, not with thoughts of shirking their duty, but with preparation for the desperate work of the coming morning. Such courage is more than heroic, it is sublime. At 4:30 a.m., June 3, Hancock, Wright, and Smith moved forward promptly to the attack. Hancock's troops struck a salient of the enemy's works, and after a desperate struggle captured it, taking a couple of hundred prisoners, 3 guns, and a stand of colors. Then, turning the captured guns upon the enemy, they soon drove him from that part of the line into his main works a short distance in the rear. The second line, however, did not move up in time to support the first, which was finally driven back and forced out of the works it had captured. The men resisted stubbornly, and taking advantage of the crest of a low hill at a distance of 50 or 60 yards from the captured works, they rapidly threw up enough cover to enable them to hold that position. Another division had rushed forward in column to effect a lodgment, if possible, in the enemy's works, but an impassable swamp divided the troops, who were now subjected to a galling fire of artillery and musketry, and although a portion of them gained the enemy's intrenchments, their ranks had become too much weakened and scattered to hold their position, and they were compelled to fall back. Wright's corps had moved forward and carried the rifle pits in its front, and then assaulted the main line. This was too strong, however, to be captured, and our troops were compelled to retire. Nevertheless, they held the line and protected it as best they could, at a distance of only 30 or 40 yards from the enemy. Smith made his assault by taking advantage of a ravine which sheltered his troops somewhat from the crossfire of the enemy. His men drove the enemy's skirmishers before them, and carried the rifle pits with great gallantry. But the line had to be readjusted at close quarters, and the same crossfire from which Wright had suffered made further advances extremely hazardous. Smith now reported that his troops were so cut up that there was no prospect of carrying the works in his front unless the enfilading fire on his flank could be silenced. Additional artillery was then sent forward to try to keep down the enemy's fire. Burnside had captured the advanced rifle pits in front of Early's left, and had taken up a position close to the enemy's main line. Warren's line was long and thin, and his troops, from the position they occupied, could not do much in the way of assaulting. These demonstrations against the enemy's left were principally to keep him engaged, and prevent him from withdrawing troops to reinforce his right. Warren had cooperated with Burnside in driving Early from the Shady Grove road, upon which he had advanced and made an attack. Gordon had attacked Warren's center, but was handsomely repulsed. Wilson's division of cavalry, which had returned from destroying the Virginia Central Railroad, moved across the Totopotomoy to Hall's Shop, drove the enemy from that place, and made a further advance, carried some rifle pits, and held them for an hour, but was unable to connect with Burnside's infantry, and withdrew to Hawes' Shop. The reports received by General Grant were at first favorable and encouraging, and he urged a continuance of the successes gained; but finding the strength of the position greater than any one could have supposed, he sent word at 7 a.m. to General Meade, saying: "The moment it becomes certain that an assault cannot succeed, suspend the offensive, but when one does succeed, push it vigorously, and if necessary pile in troops at the successful point from wherever they can be taken." Troops had again pushed forward at different points of the line. General Grant had established himself at a central position, which had been made known to all the commanders and staff officers, so that he could at that point receive promptly all reports. Some of these messages were rather contradictory, and became still more conflicting as the attack proceeded. His staff officers were active in bringing information from every important point, but the phases of battle were changing more rapidly than they could be reported. At 11 o'clock the general rode out among the lines to consult with commanding officers on the spot. Hancock now reported that the position in his front could not be taken. Wright stated that a lodgment might be made in his front, but that nothing would be gained by it unless Hancock and Smith were to advance at the same time. Smith thought that he might be able to carry the works before him, but was not sanguine. Burnside believed he could break the enemy's line in his front, but Warren on his left did not agree in this opinion. The general-in-chief now felt so entirely convinced that any more attacks upon the enemy's works would not result in success that at 12:30 o'clock he wrote the following order to General Meade: "The opinion of the corps commanders not being sanguine of success in case an assault is ordered, you may direct a suspension of farther advance for the present. Hold our most advanced positions and strengthen them. To aid the expedition under General Hunter, it is necessary that we should detain all the army now with Lee until the former gets well on his way to Lynchburg. To do this effectually, it will be better to keep the enemy out of the intrenchments of Richmond than to have him go back there. Wright and Hancock should be ready to assault in case the enemy should break through General Smith's lines, and all should be ready to resist an assault." After finishing this despatch, the general discussed at some length the situation, saying: "I am still of the opinion I have held since leaving the North Anna, that Lee will not come out and take the offensive against us. But I want to prepare for every contingency, and I am particularly anxious to be able to turn the tables upon the enemy in case they should, after their success this morning in acting on the defensive, be tempted to make a counterattack upon our lines." At 2 o'clock Grant announced the result of the engagement to Halleck. At 3 o'clock, while waiting for news in regard to the casualties of the morning and reports in detail from the corps commanders, he busied himself in sending instructions in regard to Banks's command in Louisiana, and advised a movement against Mobile. There was a good deal of irregular firing along the lines, and in the afternoon it became heavy on Burnside's right. The enemy had made an attack there, and while it lasted he attempted to haul off some of his batteries; but Burnside's return fire was so vigorous that this attempt was prevented. In the night the enemy's troops withdrew from Burnside's front, leaving some of their wounded in his hands and their dead unburied. General Grant's time was now given up almost entirely to thinking of the care of the wounded. Our entire loss in killed, wounded, and missing was nearly 7,000. Our surgeons were able to give prompt relief to the wounded who were recovered, as every preparation had been made for this emergency, and our army was fortunately only 12 miles from a water base. Many, however, were left between the lines, and as the works were close together, and the intervening ground under a constant fire, it was not possible to remove a great number of the wounded, or to bury the dead. The enemy's wounded in our hands were taken in charge by our surgeons, and the same care was given to them as to our own men. That evening, when the staff officers had assembled at headquarters after much hard riding and hot work during the day, the events which had occurred were discussed with the commander, and plans talked over for the next morning. The general said, "I regret this assault more than any one I have ever ordered. I regarded it as a stern necessity, and believed that it would bring compensating results, but, as it has proved, no advantages have been gained sufficient to justify the heavy losses suffered. The early assault at Vicksburg, while it was not successful, yet brought compensating advantages, for it taught the men that they could not seize the much coveted prize of that stronghold without a siege, and it was the means of making them work cheerfully and patiently afterward in the trenches, and of securing the capture of the place with but little more loss of life. Whereas, if the assault had not been made, the men could not have been convinced that they could not have captured the city by making a dash upon it which might have saved them many months of arduous labor, sickness, and fatigue." The matter was seldom referred to again in conversation, for General Grant, with his usual habit of mind, bent all his energies toward consummating his plans for the future. There has been brought out recently a remarkable vindication of Grant's judgment in ordering the assault at Cold Harbor. In a lecture delivered at San Antonio, Texas, April 20, 1896, by ex-United States Senator John H. Reagan, who was Postmaster General in Jefferson Davis's cabinet, he states that he and several of the judges of the courts in Richmond rode out to General Lee's headquarters and were with him during this attack. In describing the interview, he says: "He (Lee) then said to me that General Grant was at that time assaulting his lines at 3 different places, with columns of from 6 to 8 deep. Upon this, I asked him if his line should be broken, what reserve he had. He replied, 'Not a regiment,' and added that if he should shorten his lines to make a reserve, the enemy would turn him, and if he should weaken his lines to make a reserve, they would be broken. This is a confirmation of the fact that Grant had succeeded in compelling Lee to stretch out his line almost to the breaking point, and a proof that if our attacking columns had penetrated it, Lee would have been found without reserves, and the damage inflicted upon him would have been irreparable." There are critics who were severe in their condemnation of what Grant called hammering and Sherman called pounding, but they were found principally among the stay-at-homes, and especially the men who sympathized with the enemy. A soldier said one night, when reading by a campfire an account of a call issued by a disloyal newspaper at home for a public meeting to protest against the continued bloodshed in this campaign, "Who's shedding this blood, anyhow? They better wait till we fellows down here at the front hollow enough." The soldiers were as anxious as their commander to fight the war to a finish and be allowed to return to their families and their businesses. Grant could have effectually stopped the carnage at any time by withholding from battle. He could have avoided all bloodshed by remaining north of the Rapidan, entrenching, and not moving against his enemy. But he was not placed in command of the armies for that purpose. It had been demonstrated by more than 3 years of campaigning that peace could be secured only by whipping and destroying the enemy. No one was more desirous of peace, no one was possessed of a heart more sensitive to every form of human suffering than the commander, but he realized that paper bullets are not effective in warfare. He knew better than to attempt to hew rocks with a razor, and he felt that in campaigning the hardest blows bring the quickest relief. He was aware that in Wellington's armies the annual loss from disease was 113 out of 1,000. In our Mexican War, 152, and in the Crimea, 600. And that in the campaigns thus far in our own war, more men had died from sickness while lying in camp than from shot and shell in battle. He could not select his ground for fighting in this continuous siege of fortified lines, for though he and his chief officers applied all their experience and skill in endeavors to maneuver the enemy out of strong positions before attacking him, his foe was often too able and wily to fall into the trap set for him, and had to be struck in positions which were far from Grant's choosing. When Lee stopped fighting, the cause of secession was lost. If Grant had stopped fighting, the cause of the Union would have been lost. He was assigned one of the most appalling tasks ever entrusted to a commander. He did his duty fearlessly to the bitter end, and triumphed. In 13 months after Lincoln handed him his commission of lieutenant general and entrusted to him the command of the armies, the war was virtually ended. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Grant decides to cross the James. Sufferings at the front. Grant's visitor from the Pacific slope. An important mission. Dealing with a libeler of the press. Losses. Grant relates some anecdotes. The time had now come when Grant was to carry out his alternative movement of throwing the entire army south of the James River. Halleck, who was rather fertile in suggestions, although few of them were ever practicable, had written Grant about the advisability of throwing his army round by the right flank, taking up a line northeast of Richmond, controlling the railroads leading north of Richmond, and using them to supply the Union army. This view may have been favored in Washington, for the reason that it was thought it would better protect the capital. Grant said in discussing this matter at headquarters, "We can defend Washington best by keeping Lee so occupied that he cannot detach enough troops to capture it. If the safety of the city should really become imperiled, we have water communication, and can transport a sufficient number of troops to Washington at any time to hold it against attack." This movement, proposed by Halleck, would separate the Army of the Potomac by a still greater distance from Butler's army, while it would leave us a long, vulnerable line of communication, and require a large part of our effective force to properly guard it. I shall prepare at once to move across the James River, and in the meantime destroy to a still greater extent the railroads north of Richmond. On June 5, General J. G. Barnard of the United States Engineer Corps was assigned to duty as chief engineer at Grant's headquarters. The general-in-chief realized that he was in a swampy and sickly portion of the country. The malaria was highly productive of disease, and the Chickahominy fever was dreaded by all the troops who had a recollection of its ravages when they campaigned in that section of the country 2 years before. The operations had been so active that precautions against sickness had necessarily been much neglected, and the general was anxious, while giving the men some rest, to improve the sanitary conditions. By dint of extraordinary exertions, the camps were well policed, and large quantities of fresh vegetables were brought forward and distributed. Cattle were received in much better condition than those which had made long marches, and had furnished beef which was far from being wholesome. Greater attention was demanded in the cooking of the food and the procuring of better water. Dead animals and offal were buried, and more stringent sanitary regulations were enforced throughout the entire command. What was most distressing at this time was the condition of affairs at the extreme front. No one who did not witness the sights on those portions of the line where the opposing troops were in exceptionally close contact can form an idea of the sufferings experienced. Staff officers used to work their way on foot daily to the advanced points, so as to be able to report with accuracy these harrowing scenes. Some of the sights were not unlike those of the bloody Angle at Spotsylvania. Between the lines where the heavy assaults had been made there was in some places a distance of 30 or 40 yards, completely covered by the dead and wounded of both sides. The bodies of the dead were festering in the sun, while the wounded were dying a torturing death from starvation, thirst, and loss of blood. In some places the stench became sickening. Every attempt to make a change in the picket line brought on heavy firing, as both sides had become nervous from long watchfulness, and the slightest movement on either front led to the belief that it was the beginning of an assault. In the night there was often heavy artillery firing, sometimes accompanied by musketry, with a view to deterring the other side from attacking, or occasioned by false rumors of an attempt to assault. The men on the advanced line had to lie close to the ground in narrow trenches, with little water for drinking purposes except that obtained from surface drainage. They were subjected to the broiling heat by day and the chilling winds and fogs at night, and had to eat the rations that could be got to them under the greatest imaginable discomfort. The staff officers, in their frequent visits to the front of our lines, had learned the most exposed points, and in passing them usually quickened their speed so as to be a shorter time under the enemy's fire. There was one particularly dangerous place where a dirt road ran along the foot of a knoll on the side toward the enemy. A prominent citizen from the Pacific coast, whom General Grant knew, had arrived from Washington and was spending a few days at headquarters to see what an army in the field looked like. One morning, as the general was mounting with a portion of his staff to make one of his frequent reconnoitering trips along the lines, the visitor proposed to ride with him, but said before starting, "Is there going to be much shooting where you're going, General? For I've got a wife and children waiting for me on the Pacific slope, and I don't want to get pinked by the Johnny Rebs." "Well, they're not very particular over there where their shots strike when they begin firing. I always advise persons who have no business to transact with them to keep away," replied the general. "Yes, but I want to see as much of this show as possible, now that I've come here," said the guest, and mounting a horse which had been ordered up for him, he rode along with the party. Pretty soon some stray artillery shots flew in our direction, but the visitor rode on without showing any signs of disturbance, except a very active ducking of the head, accompanied by a running comment upon the utter carelessness and waste of ammunition on the part of the enemy, and the evident disposition to mow down a mild-mannered and harmless civilian with as little hesitation as they would the general-in-chief who was crowding them with all his armies. After a while we came to the dangerous portion of the dirt road, and the staff officers reminded the general that it was usually pretty hot there. But he passed over it at a walk without paying attention to the warning, and stopped at the most exposed point to examine the position in front, which seemed to him to present some features of importance. A battery instantly opened, and shot and shell shrieked through the air and plowed the ground in a most enlivening manner. The visitor, whose head was now bobbing from one side to the other like a signal flag waving a message, cried out to the commander, "See here, General, it don't appear to me that this place could have been selected by you with special reference to personal safety." The general was absorbed in his examination of the ground, and made no reply for a minute or two. Then, looking at his guest, who was growing red and pale by turns, and rolling nearly out of his saddle and dodging to the right and left, remarked with a smile, "You are giving yourself a great deal of useless exercise. When you hear the sound of a shot, it has already passed you." Just then a shell exploded close by, scattering the dirt in every direction. This was too great a trial for the overstrained nerves of the visitor. He turned his horse's head to the rear, drove both spurs into the animal's flanks, and as he dashed away with the speed of a John Gilpin, he cried back to us, "I have a wife and family waiting for me, and I'm pressed for time. Besides, I'm not much of a curiosity seeker anyway." Just then his black silk hat blew off, but he did not stop to recover it, and was soon out of sight. He had evidently reached a state of mind when the best of hats appears to be of no special value. That evening, in camp, the general perpetrated a number of jokes at the visitor's expense, saying to him, "Well, you appear to have won that race you entered your horse for this afternoon." "Yes," said the visitor, "I seem to have got in first." "Perhaps," continued the general, "you felt like that soldier in one of our retreats, who, when asked by an officer where he was going, said, "I'm trying to find the rear of this army, but it don't appear to have any." "I don't know why it was, but Lee seemed to have some personal grudge against me," remarked the guest. "I think," said the general, "it must have been that high hat which attracted his attention." "Great Scott!" screamed the visitor, springing from his camp stool, as if the enemy had again opened fire on him. "Do you know that hat had a card in it with my name on it? Holy smoke! If the boys get hold of it and give me away, and the news gets out to the Pacific Slope, I'll be a dead duck in the next political campaign." General Grant was now stimulating every one to increased activity in making preparations for the formidable movement he was about to undertake in throwing the army with all its impedimenta across the James. He was fully impressed with its hazardous nature, but was perfectly confident that he could carry it out without encountering extraordinary risks. The army had to be withdrawn so quietly from its position that it would be able to gain a night's march before its absence should be discovered. The fact that the lines were within 30 or 40 yards of each other at some points made this an exceedingly delicate task. Roads had to be constructed over the marshes leading to the lower Chickahominy, and bridges thrown over that stream preparatory to crossing. The army was then to move to the James and cross upon pontoon bridges and improvised ferries. This would involve a march of about 50 miles in order to reach Butler's position, while Lee, holding interior lines, could arrive there by a march of less than half that distance. In the afternoon of June 6, the general called Colonel Comstock and me into his tent, asked us to be seated, and said with more impressiveness of manner than he usually manifested, "I want you to undertake an important mission preliminary to moving the army from its present position. I have made up my mind to send Smith's corps by a forced night march to Cole's Landing on the Chickahominy, there to take boats and be transferred to Butler's position at Bermuda Hundred. These troops are to move without their wagons or artillery. Their batteries will accompany the Army of the Potomac. That army will be held in readiness to pull out in short notice, and by rapid marches reach the James River and prepare to cross. I want you to go to Bermuda Hundred and explain the contemplated movement fully to General Butler, and see that the necessary preparations are made by him to render his position secure against any attack from Lee's forces while the Army of the Potomac is making its movement. You will then select the best point on the river for the crossing, taking into consideration the necessity of choosing a place which will give the Army of the Potomac as short a line of march as practicable, and which will at the same time be far enough downstream to allow for a sufficient distance between it and the present position of Lee's army to prevent the chances of our being attacked successfully while in the act of crossing. You should be guided also by considerations of the width of the river at the point of crossing, and of the character of the country by which it will have to be approached." Early the next morning, Comstock and I rode rapidly to White House, and then took a steamboat down the Pamunkey and York Rivers and up the James, reaching Butler's headquarters at Bermuda Hundred the next day. After having obtained a knowledge of the topography along the James, and secured the best maps that could be had, we dispatched a message to the general and started down the James on the 10th, making further careful reconnaissance of the banks and the approaches on each side. Comstock and I had served on General McClellan's staff when his army occupied the north bank of the James 2 years before, and the country for many miles along the river was quite familiar to us. This knowledge was of much assistance on the present mission. We returned by the same route by which we had come, and reached headquarters on the 12th. We had noted one or two places on the river which might have served the purpose of crossing, but all things considered, we reported unhesitatingly in favor of a point familiarly known as Fort Powhatan, about 10 miles below City Point, the latter place being at the junction of the James and Appomattox rivers. Several roads led to the point selected for crossing both on the north and the south side of the James, and it was found that they could be made suitable for the passage of wagon trains by repairing and in some places corduroying them. The principal advantage of the place selected was that it was the narrowest point that could be found on the river below City Point, being 2,100 feet in width from Wilcox's Landing on the north side to Windmill Point on the south side. General Grant had been anxiously awaiting our return, and had in the meantime made every preparation for withdrawing the army from its present position. On our arrival, we went at once to his tent, and were closeted with him for nearly an hour, discussing the contemplated operation. While listening to our verbal report and preparing the orders for the movement which was to take place, the general showed the only anxiety and nervousness of manner he had ever manifested on any occasion. After smoking his cigar vigorously for some minutes, he removed it from his mouth, put it on the table, and allowed it to go out. Then relighted it, gave a few puffs, and laid it aside again. In giving him the information he desired, we could hardly get the words out of our mouths fast enough to suit him. He kept repeating, "Yes, yes," in a manner which was equivalent to saying, "Go on, go on," and the numerous questions he asked were uttered with much greater rapidity than usual. This would not have been noticed by persons unfamiliar with his habit, but to us it was evident that he was wrought up to an intensity of thought and action which he seldom displayed. At the close of the interview he informed us that he would begin the movement that night. The same day on which Comstock and I started from Cold Harbor, June 7, Sheridan had been sent north with 2 divisions of cavalry to break up the Virginia Central Railroad, and, if practicable, to push west and join General Hunter's force, which was moving down the valley. It was expected that the enemy's cavalry should be compelled to follow Sheridan, and that our large trains would be safe from its attacks during the contemplated movement across the James River. Nothing was left unthought of by the trained mind of the commander who was conducting these formidable operations. On June 9, a portion of the Army of the Potomac had been set to work fortifying a line to our left and rear on the ground overlooking the Chickahominy, under cover of which the army could move down that stream. Boats for making the ferriage of the James had been ordered from all available places. Preparations had been made for bridging necessary points on the Chickahominy, and a large force had been put to work under engineer officers to repair the roads. This day, June 12, was Sunday, but it was by no means a day of rest. All was now ready for the important movement. General Meade had been untiring in his efforts during this eventful week. He was General Grant's senior by 7 years, was older than any of the corps commanders, and was naturally of an excitable temperament, and with the continual annoyances to which he was subjected, he not infrequently became quite irritable. He was greatly disturbed at this time by some newspaper reports stating that on the second night of the Battle of the Wilderness he had advised a retreat across the Rapidan, and in talking this matter over with General Grant, his indignation became so great that his wrath knew no bounds. He said that the rumor had been circulated throughout the press, and would be believed by many of the people, and perhaps by the authorities in Washington. Mr. Dana, the Assistant Secretary of War, who was still with the army, was present at the interview, and he and General Grant tried to console Meade by assurances that the story would not be credited, and that they would give a broad contradiction to it. Mr. Dana at once sent a dispatch to the Secretary of War, alluding to the rumor and saying, "This is entirely untrue. He has not shown any weakness of the sort since moving from Culpeper, nor once intimated a doubt as to the successful issue of the campaign." The Secretary replied the next day, June 10, saying, "Please say to General Meade that the lying report alluded to in your telegram was not even for a moment believed by the President or myself. We have the most perfect confidence in him. He could not wish a more exalted estimation of his ability, his firmness, and every quality of a commanding general than is entertained for him." The newspaper correspondent who had been the author of this slander was seized and placed on a horse with large placards hung upon his breast and back bearing the inscription, "Libeler of the Press," and drummed out of camp. There had never been a moment when Meade had not been in favor of bold and vigorous advancements, and he would have been the last man to counsel a retreat. While at the mess table, taking our last meal before starting upon the march to the James on the evening of the 12th, the conversation turned upon the losses which had occurred and the reinforcements which had been received up to that time. The figures then known did not differ much from those contained in the accurate official reports afterward compiled. From the opening of the campaign, May 4, to the movement across the James, June 12, the total casualties in the Army of the Potomac, including Sheridan's cavalry and Burnside's command, had been: killed, 7,621; wounded, 38,339; captured or missing, 8,966; total, 54,926. The services of all the men included in these figures were not, however, permanently lost to the army. A number of them were prisoners who were afterward exchanged, and many had been only slightly wounded and were soon ready for duty again. Some were doubtless counted more than once, as a soldier who was wounded on a battle twice and afterward killed may have been counted 3 times in making up the list of casualties, whereas the army had really lost but 1 man. The losses of the enemy have never been ascertained. No precise information on the subject has been discovered, and not even a general statement can be made of his casualties. In a few of the battles of this campaign, his losses were greater than the losses suffered by the Union troops. In the greater part of the battles they were less. Our reinforcements had amounted to just about the same number as the losses. It was estimated from the best sources of information that Lee had also received reinforcements equal to his losses, so that the armies were now of about the same size as when the campaign began. All the reinforcements organized in the North and reported as on their way to the front did not reach us. There was a good deal of truth in the remark reported to have been made by Mr. Lincoln: "We get a large body of reinforcements together and start them to the front, but after deducting the sick, the deserters, the stragglers, and the discharged, the numbers seriously diminish by the time they reach their destination. It's like trying to shuffle fleas across a barnyard. You don't get 'em all there." General Grant said during the discussion: "I was with General Taylor's command in Mexico when he not only failed to receive reinforcements, but found that nearly all his regulars were to be sent away from him to join General Scott. Taylor was apt to be a little absent-minded when absorbed in any perplexing problem, and the morning he received the discouraging news, he sat down to breakfast in a brown study, poured out a cup of coffee, and instead of putting in the sugar, he reached out and got hold of the mustard pot and stirred half a dozen spoonfuls of its contents into the coffee. He didn't realize what he had done till he took a mouthful, and then he broke out in a towering rage. We learned something at Shiloh about the way in which the reports of losses are sometimes exaggerated in battle. At the close of the first day's fight, Sherman met a colonel of one of his regiments with only about 100 of his soldiers in ranks, and said to him, "Why, where are your men?" The colonel cast his eyes sadly along the line, wiped a tear from his cheek, and replied in a whimpering voice, "We went in 800 strong, and that's all that's left of us." "You don't tell me!" exclaimed Sherman, beginning to be deeply affected by the fearful result of the carnage. "Yes," said the colonel, "the Rebs appeared to have a special spite against us." Sherman passed along some hours afterward, when the commissary was issuing rations, and found that the colonel's men were returning on the run from under the bank of the river, where they had taken shelter from the firing, and in a few minutes nearly all of the lost 700 had rejoined, and were boiling coffee and eating a hearty meal with an appetite that showed that they were still very much alive. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The start for the James, Grant's secretiveness, stealing a march on the enemy, the passage of the James, a brilliant spectacle, General W. F. Smith's attack on Petersburg, donning summer uniform. At dark on the evening of June 12 the famous march to the James began. General Grant had acted with his usual secrecy in regard to important movements, and had spoken of his detailed plans to only a few officers, upon whose reticence he could rely implicitly, and whom he was compelled to take into his secret in order to make the necessary preparations. The orders for the movement were delivered to commanders in the strictest confidence. Smith's corps began its march that night to White House, its destination having been changed from Cole's Landing on the Chickahominy, and on its arrival it embarked for Bermuda Hundred, the position occupied by Butler in the angle between the James River and the Appomattox. A portion of Wilson's division of cavalry, which had not accompanied Sheridan, pushed forward to Long Bridge on the Chickahominy, 15 miles below Cold Harbor. All the bridges on that river had been destroyed, and the cavalry had to dismount and wade across the muddy stream under great difficulty, but they soon succeeded in reaching the opposite bank in sufficient numbers to drive away the enemy's cavalry pickets. A pontoon bridge was then rapidly constructed. Warren had kept close to the cavalry, and on the morning of the 13th his whole corps had crossed the bridge. Hancock's corps followed. Burnside set out on the road to Jones's Bridge, 20 miles below Cold Harbor, and was followed by Wright. Cavalry covered the rear. Warren moved out some distance on the Long Bridge road, so as to watch the routes leading toward Richmond and hold the bridge across the White Oak Swamp. He was to make demonstrations which were intended to deceive Lee and give him the impression that our army was turning his right with the intention of either moving upon Richmond or crossing the James above City Point. How completely successful this movement was in confusing the enemy will be seen later. General Grant started from his camp near Old Cold Harbor on the night of June 12. Although there was moonlight, the dust rose in such dense clouds that it was difficult to see more than a short distance, and the march was exceedingly tedious and uncomfortable. The artillerymen would at times have to walk ahead of the battery horses and locate the small bridges along the road by feeling for them. After the general had got some miles out on the march from Cold Harbor, an officer of rank joined him, and as they rode along began to explain a plan which he had sketched, providing for the construction of another line of intrenchments some distance in rear of the lines then held by us, to be used in case the army should at any time want to fall back and move toward the James, and should be attacked while withdrawing. The general kept on smoking his cigar, listened to the proposition for a time, and then quietly remarked to the astonished officer, "The army has already pulled out from the enemy's front, and is now on its march to the James." This is mentioned as an instance of how well his secrets could be kept. He had never been a secretive man until the positions of responsibility in which he was placed compelled him to be chary in giving expression to his opinions and purposes. He then learned the force of the philosopher's maxim that the unspoken word is a sword in the scabbard, while the spoken word is a sword in the hand of one's enemy. In the field there were constant visitors to the camp, ready to circulate carelessly any intimations of the commander's movements, at the risk of having much valuable information reach the enemy. Any encouraging expression given to an applicant for favors was apt to be tortured into a promise, and the general naturally became guarded in his intercourse. When questioned beyond the bounds of propriety, his lips closed like a vice, and the obtruding party was left to supply all the subsequent conversation. These circumstances proclaimed him a man who studied to be uncommunicative, and gave him a reputation for reserve which could not fairly be attributed to him. He was called the American Sphinx, Ulysses the Silent, and the Great Unspeakable, and was popularly supposed to move about with sealed lips. It is true that he had no small talk introduced merely for the sake of talking, and many a one will recollect the embarrassment of a first encounter with him resulting from the fact, But while, like Shakespeare's soldier, he never wore his dagger in his mouth, yet in talking to a small circle of friends upon matters to which he had given special consideration, his conversation was so thoughtful, philosophical, and original that he fascinated all who listened to him. The next morning, June 13, the general made a halt at Long Bridge, where the head of Hancock's corps had arrived, and where he could be near Warren's movement and communicate promptly with him. That evening he reached Wilcox's Landing, and went into camp on the north bank of the James, at the point where the crossing was to take place. Hancock's corps made a forceful march, and reached the river at Wilcox's Landing on the afternoon of June 13. Wright's and Burnside's corps arrived there the next day. Warren's corps withdrew on the night of the 13th from the position to which it had advanced, and reached the James on the afternoon of the 14th. The several corps had moved by forced marches over distances of from 25 to 55 miles, and the effect of the heat and dust, and the necessity of every man's carrying an ample supply of ammunition and rations, rendered the marches fatiguing in the extreme. Although the army started on the night of the 12th, it was not until the next morning that Lee had any knowledge of the fact, and even then he wholly misunderstood the movement. He telegraphed to Richmond at 10 p.m. on the 13th, "At daybreak this morning it was discovered that the army of General Grant had left our front. Our skirmishers were advanced between 1 and 2 miles, but failing to discover the enemy were withdrawn, and the army was moved to conform to the route taken by him." It will be seen from this that Lee was occupied with Warren's advance directly toward Richmond, and made his army conform to this route, while Grant, with the bulk of his forces, was marching in an entirely different direction. On the 14th, General Grant took a small steamer and ran up the river to Bermuda Hundred to have a personal interview with General Butler, and arrange plans for his forces to move out at once and make an attack upon Petersburg. Grant knew now that he had stolen a march on Lee, and that Petersburg was almost undefended, and with his usual fondness for taking the offensive, he was anxious to hasten the movement which he had had in contemplation against that place, to be begun before the Army of the Potomac should arrive. His instructions were that as soon as Smith's troops reached their destination, they should be reinforced by as many men as could be spared from Butler's troops, about 6,000, and move at once against Petersburg. General Grant returned to Wilcox's Landing at 1 p.m. He had sent a dispatch from Bermuda Hundred to Washington, giving briefly the situation of the army and the progress of the movement. That afternoon reports were received showing pretty definitely Lee's present position, for Grant, with the energy and system which he never failed to employ in securing prompt information regarding his opponent's movements, had had Lee's operations closely watched. The work of laying the great pontoon bridge across the James began after 4 p.m. on June 14, and was finished by 11 o'clock that night. It was 2,100 feet in length, and required 101 pontoons. The pontoons, which were in the channel of the river, where the water was swift and deep, were attached to vessels that were anchored above and below for this purpose. Admiral Lee's fleet took position in the river, and assisted in covering the passage of the troops. Hancock began to move his corps on ferry boats on the 14th, and before daylight on the morning of the 15th his entire infantry had been transferred to the south side of the James, with 4 batteries of artillery. By 6:30 a.m. 3 ferry boats had been added to the number in use, which greatly facilitated the passage of his wagons and artillery. Butler had been ordered to send 60,000 rations to Hancock that morning. Hancock waited for them till 11 o'clock, and then started for Petersburg without them. General Grant now received the following answer to his dispatch of the day before to the President: "I began to see it. You will succeed. God bless you all. A. Lincoln." By midnight of the 16th the army, with all its artillery and trains, had been safely transferred to the south side of the James without a serious accident or the loss of a wagon or an animal, and with no casualties except those which occurred in the minor encounters of Warren's corps and the cavalry with the enemy. This memorable operation, when examined in all its details, will furnish one of the most valuable and instructive studies in logistics. As the general in chief stood upon the bluff on the north bank of the river on the morning of June 15, watching with unusual interest the busy scene spread out before him, it presented a sight which had never been equaled even in his extended experience in all the varied phases of warfare. His cigar had been thrown aside, his hands were clasped behind him, and he seemed lost in the contemplation of the spectacle. The great bridge was the scene of a continuous movement of infantry columns, batteries of artillery, and wagon trains. The approaches to the river on both banks were covered with masses of troops moving briskly to their positions or waiting patiently their turn to cross. At the two improvised ferries, steamboats were gliding back and forth with the regularity of weavers' shuttles. A fleet of transports covered the surface of the water below the bridge, and gunboats floated lazily upon the stream, guarding the river above. Drums were beating the march, bands were playing stirring quicksteps, the distant booming of cannon on Warren's front showed that he and the enemy were still exchanging compliments, and mingled with these sounds were the cheers of the sailors, the shouting of the troops, the rumbling of wheels, and the shrieks of steam whistles. The bright sun, shining through a clear sky upon the scene, cast its sheen upon the water, and was reflected from the burnished gun barrels and glittering cannon, and brought out with increased brilliancy the gay colors of the waving banners. The calmly flowing river reflected the blue of the heavens, and mirrored on its surface the beauties of nature that bordered it. The rich grain was standing high in the surrounding fields. The harvest was almost ripe, but the harvesters had fled. The arts of civilization had recoiled before the science of destruction, and in looking from the growing crops to the marching columns, the gentle smile of peace contrasted strangely with the savage frown of war. It was a matchless pageant that could not fail to inspire all beholders with the grandeur of achievement and the majesty of military power. The man whose genius had conceived and whose skill had executed this masterly movement stood watching the spectacle in profound silence. Whether his mind was occupied with the contemplation of its magnitude and success, or was busied with maturing plans for the future, no one can tell. After a time he woke from his reverie, mounted his horse, and gave orders to have headquarters ferried across to the south bank of the river. On arriving there, he set out for City Point, but he had ridden only a short distance when a small steamer came along, and as he wished to reach City Point as quickly as possible to direct operations from there, he decided to go aboard the boat. It was hailed and took him on, with Parker and a couple of other staff officers. The rest of us went by land so as to take some instructions to Hancock's corps and to familiarize ourselves with that part of the country. Upon reaching City Point, headquarters were established on a high bluff at the junction of the James and the Appomattox rivers. I have said that the passage of the James had been effected without the loss of an animal. A proper regard for strict veracity requires a modification of the statement. The headquarters mess had procured a Virginia cow, the rich milk of which went far toward compensating for the shortcomings in other supplies. While preparing to ferry across the river, the cow was tied to a tree to prevent her from turning deserter, and in the hurry of embarking was entirely forgotten. The mess felt the loss keenly until another animal was procured. That evening at the dinner table, when reference was made to the incident, the general said, "Well, it seems that the loss of animals in this movement falls most heavily upon headquarters." General William F. Smith had disembarked his troops at Bermuda Hundred during the preceding night, the 14th, had started immediately upon his movement against Petersburg, and had struck the Confederate pickets the next morning, June 15. The enemy was protected by a line of rifle pits and heavy thickets. After some hard fighting, he was driven from his position. Our troops then moved forward, and by 1:30 arrived at a point from which it was thought that an assault could be made upon the intrenchments. Reconnaissance was made during the afternoon, and finally Smith decided that a direct assault would be too hazardous, and at 7:30 threw forward his troops in strong skirmish lines. After a short struggle, the enemy was forced back from his intrenchments in front of our center and left, and Smith's second line then made an attack upon the rest of the works. The Confederates were now driven back at all points. 4 guns were taken and turned upon the retreating troops, the line of intrenchments was carried, and 300 prisoners and 16 pieces of artillery captured. Instead of following up this advantage with his whole force in an attempt to seize the city, Smith made no further advance. Staff officers from Grant had reached Smith at 4 o'clock, saying that Hancock was marching toward him. The head of Hancock's troops reached a point a mile in the rear of Hinks's division of Smith's command about 6:30, and 2 divisions of Hancock's corps were ordered to push on and cooperate in the pending movement. Night soon after set in, and Smith contented himself with having 2 divisions of Hancock's corps occupy the works which had been captured. Reinforcements from Lee's army were now arriving in Smith's front. General Grant's belief regarding the inferior force in Petersburg proved to be entirely correct. While the works were well supplied with artillery, about the only available troops to defend them were Wise's brigade of 2,500 men and Deering's cavalry of 2,000. Besides this force, there was only the local militia, composed of old men and young boys who had never seen active service. The general-in-chief had used all the arts of which he was master in preparing and conducting this memorable movement across the James, which was beset at all points by innumerable difficulties. He had thrown nearly 16,000 troops against Petersburg before Lee had sent a single reinforcement there, and had moved them by transports so that they might not arrive exhausted by a long march. With a perfect knowledge of Lee's movements, Grant had brought the advance of his army in front of Petersburg on the 15th, while Lee was still groping about to discover his opponent's movements. In reaching this point, Grant had marched more than twice the distance of Lee's route, and had crossed 2 rivers, one a most formidable obstacle. In commenting in his memoirs, Volume 2, page 186, on this movement, he says, "I believed then, and still believe, that Petersburg could have been easily captured at that time." The weather had become so warm that the general and most of the staff had ordered thin, dark blue flannel blouses to be sent to them to take the place of the heavy uniform coats which they had been wearing. The summer clothing had arrived and was now tried on. The general's blouse, like the others, was of plain material, single-breasted, and had 4 regulation brass buttons in front. It was substantially the coat of a private soldier, with nothing to indicate the rank of an officer except the 3 gold stars of a lieutenant general on the shoulder straps. He wore at this time a turned-down white linen collar and a small black butterfly cravat, which was hooked on to his front collar button. The general, when he put on the blouse, did not take the pains to see whether it fitted him, or to notice how it looked, but thought only of the comfort it afforded, and said, "Well, this is a relief," and then added, "I have never taken as much satisfaction as some people in making frequent changes in my outer clothing. I like to put on a suit of clothes when I get up in the morning, and wear it until I go to bed, unless I have to make a change in my dress to meet company. I have been in the habit of getting 1 coat at a time, putting it on and wearing it every day as long as it looked respectable, instead of using a best and a second best. I know that is not the right way to manage, but a comfortable coat seems like an old friend, and I don't like to change it." The general had also received a pair of light, neatly fitted calfskin boots, to which he seemed to take a fancy. Thereafter he wore them most of the time in place of his heavy top boots, putting on the latter only when he rode out in wet weather. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Petersburg. Lee mystified as to Grant's movements. A change of complexion. Meade in action. Condition of the army. Grant's camp at City Point. Grant at the mess table. On the morning of June 16, General Grant went to the Petersburg front. He was accompanied by most of his staff and by Mr. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War. The enemy was then constantly arriving and occupying his intrenchments in strong force. Burnside's corps had just come up and was put in position on Hancock's left. At 10:15 a.m., Grant sent an order to Meade to hurry Warren forward and start up the river himself by steamer and take command in person at Petersburg. The enemy's intrenchments, which protected Petersburg, were well located and were in some places strong. They started at a point on the south bank of the Appomattox, about a mile from the eastern outskirts of the city, and extended in the form of a semicircle to a point on the river at about the same distance from the western limits of the city. Petersburg had at that time a population of 18,000, and was called the Cockade City from the fact that at the breaking out of the War of 1812 it furnished a company which was peculiarly uniformed, and in which each man wore in his hat a conspicuous cockade. The probability of Lee's attacking Bermuda Hundred in force induced General Grant to return to City Point to direct the movements on Butler's lines. While riding in that direction, he met Meade hurrying forward from the steamer landing. In a short interview, and without dismounting from his horse, he instructed that officer to move at once to the front and make a vigorous attack upon the works at Petersburg at 6 o'clock in the evening, and drive the enemy, if possible, across the Appomattox. It was discovered before that hour that the enemy was advancing upon Butler's front, and General Grant directed me to ride at full speed to Meade and tell him that this made it still more important that his attack should be a vigorous one, and that the enemy might be found weaker there on account of troops having been collected at Bermuda Hundred. I found Meade standing near the edge of a piece of woods, surrounded by some of his staff, and actively engaged in superintending the attack which was then in progress. His usual nervous energy was displayed in the intensity of his manner and the rapid and animated style of his conversation. He assured me that no additional orders could be given which could add to the vigor of the attack. He was acting with great earnestness, and doing his utmost to carry out the instructions which he had received. He had arrived at the front about 2 o'clock, and his plans had been as well matured as possible for the movement. 3 redans, as well as a line of earthworks connecting them, were captured. The enemy felt the loss keenly, and made several desperate attempts during the night to recover the ground, but in this he did not succeed. When I got back to City Point that evening, General Grant felt considerably encouraged by the news brought him, and spent most of the night in planning movements for the next day. After further consultation with the general-in-chief, I started again for the front at Petersburg before dawn on the 17th, carrying instructions looking to the contemplated attacks that day. Burnside's troops surprised the enemy at daybreak by making a sudden rush upon his works, captured his intrenchments, and swept his line for a mile, and took 600 prisoners, a stand of colors, 4 guns, and 1,500 stands of small arms. Attacks were also made by Hancock and Warren, and more of the enemy's line was captured, but not permanently held. Telegrams sent by General Lee on June 17 show how completely mystified he was, even at that late day, in regard to Grant's movements. At 12 p.m. he sent a despatch to Beauregard saying, "Until I can get more definite information of Grant's movements, I do not think it prudent to draw more troops to this side of the river." At 1:45 p.m. he telegraphed, "Warren's corps crossed the Chickahominy at Long Bridge on the 13th. That night it marched to Westover. Some prisoners were taken from it on the 14th. Have not heard of it since." At 4:30 he sent Beauregard another despatch, saying, "Have no information of Grant's crossing the James River, but upon your report have ordered troops up to Chaffin's Bluff." Grant, on the contrary, had ascertained from watchers on Butler's tall signal tower, which had been erected at Bermuda Hundred, just how many railway trains with troops had passed towards Petersburg, and learned from the columns of dust that large forces were marching south. From scouts, prisoners, and refugees he had secured each day a close knowledge of Lee's movements. Colonel Parker, the Indian, had been diligently employed in these busy days, helping to take care of General Grant's correspondence. He wrote an excellent hand, and as one of the military secretaries often overhauled the general's correspondence and prepared answers to his private letters. This evening he was seated at the writing table in the general's tent, while his chief was standing at a little distance outside talking with some of the staff. A citizen who had come to City Point in the employ of the Sanitary Commission, and who had been at Cairo when the general took command there in 1861, approached the group and inquired, "Where is the old man's tent? I'd like to get a look at him. Haven't seen him for 3 years." Rawlins, to avoid being interrupted, said, "That's his tent," at the same time pointing to it. The man stepped over to the tent, looked in, and saw the swarthy features of Parker as he sat in the general's chair. The visitor seemed a little puzzled, and as he walked away was heard to remark, "Yes, that's him, but he's got all fired sunburnt since I last had a look at him." The general was greatly amused by the incident, and repeated the remark afterward to Parker, who enjoyed it as much as the others. At daylight on the 18th, Meade's troops advanced to the assault which had been ordered, but made the discovery that the enemy's line of the day before had been abandoned. By the time new formations could be made, Lee's army had arrived in large force, great activity had been displayed in strengthening the fortifications, and the difficulties of the attacking party had been greatly increased. The Second Corps was temporarily commanded by D. B. Birney, as Hancock's Gettysburg wound had broken out afresh the day before, entirely disabling him. Gallant assaults were repeatedly made by Burnside, Warren, and Birney, and while they did not succeed in the object of carrying the enemy's main line of fortifications, positions were gained closer to his works, and these were held and strongly intrenched. Both of the opposing lines on this part of the ground were now strengthened, and remained substantially the same in position from that time until the capture of Petersburg. General Grant realized the nature of the ground and the circumstances that prevented the troops from accomplishing more than had been done, and he complimented Meade upon the promptness and vigor with which he had handled his army on this day of active operations. Indeed, Meade had shown brilliant qualities as commander of a large army, and under the general directions given him had made all the dispositions and issued all the detailed orders. Grant felt it necessary to remain at City Point in order to be in communication with both Meade and Butler, as Lee's troops were that day moving rapidly south past Butler's front. My duties kept me on Meade's front a large part of the day. He showed himself the personification of earnest, vigorous action in rousing his subordinate commanders to superior exertions. Even his fits of anger and his resort to intemperate language stood him at times in good stead in spurring on everyone upon that active field. He sent ringing dispatches to all points of the line, and paced up and down upon the field in his nervous, restless manner, as he watched the progress of the operations and made running comments on the actions of his subordinates. His aquiline nose and piercing eyes gave him something of the eagle's look, and added to the interest of his personality. He had much to try him upon this occasion, and if he was severe in his reprimands and showed faults of temper, he certainly displayed no faults as a commander. When the battle was over, no one was more ready to make amends for the instances in which he felt that he might have done injustice to his subordinates. He said to them, "Sorry to hear you cannot carry the works. Get the best line you can, and be prepared to hold it. I suppose you cannot make any more attacks, and I feel satisfied all has been done that can be done." Lee himself did not arrive at Petersburg until noon that day. After I had returned to headquarters that evening, and had given the general in chief reports of the battle in more detail than he had received them by despatches during the day, he sat in his tent and discussed the situation philosophically, saying: "Lee's whole army has now arrived, and the topography of the country about Petersburg has been well taken advantage of by the enemy in the location of strong works. I will make no more assaults on that portion of the line, but will give the men a rest, and then look to extensions toward our left, with a view to destroying Lee's communications on the south and confining him to a close siege." At 10 o'clock he turned to his table and wrote the following message to Meade: "I am perfectly satisfied that all has been done that could be done, and that the assaults of to day were called for by all the appearances and information that could be obtained. Now we will rest the men, and use the spade for their protection until a new vein can be struck." It was apparent in the recent engagements that the men had not attacked with the same vigor that they had displayed in the Wilderness campaign, but this was owing more to the change in their physical than in their moral condition. They had moved incessantly both day and night, and had been engaged in skirmishing or in giving battle from the 4th of May to the 18th of June. They had seen their veteran comrades fall on every side, and their places filled by inexperienced recruits, and many of the officers in whom they had unshaken confidence had been killed or wounded. Officers had been in the saddle day and night, securing snatches of sleep for a few hours at a time as best they could. Sleeping on horseback had become an art, and experienced riders had learned to brace themselves in their saddles, rest their hands on the pommel, and catch many a cat nap while riding. These snatches of sleep were of short duration, and accomplished under many difficulties, but often proved more refreshing than might be supposed. There was considerable suffering from sickness in many of the camps. It may be said that the enemy had suffered equally from the same causes that impaired the efficiency of our men, but there was a vast difference between the conditions of the two armies. The enemy had been engaged principally in defending strong intrenchments and in making short marches. He was accustomed to the Southern climate, and was buoyed up with the feeling that he was defending his home and fireside. A controversy had arisen as to the cause of Hancock's not reaching Petersburg earlier on the 15th. Hancock conceived the idea that the circumstances might be construed as a reproach upon him, and he asked for an official investigation. But General Grant had no intention of reflecting either upon him or Meade. He assured them that in his judgment no investigation was necessary. He recommended them both for promotion to the grade of major general in the regular army, and each was appointed to that rank. The headquarters camp at City Point was destined to become historic, and to be the scene of some of the most memorable events of the war. It was located at the junction of the James and Appomattox rivers, and was within easy water communication with Fort Monroe and Washington, as well as with Butler's army, which was to occupy positions on both sides of the upper James. The City Point Railroad was repaired, and a branch was constructed to points south of Petersburg, immediately in rear of the line held by the Army of the Potomac, so that there might be convenient communication with that army. The new portion of the road was built, like most of our military railroads, upon the natural surface of the ground, with but little attempt at grading. It ran uphill and down dale, and its undulations were so marked that a train moving along it looked in the distance like a fly crawling over a corrugated washboard. At City Point there was a level piece of ground on a high bluff, on which stood a comfortable house. This building was assigned to the chief quartermaster, and General Grant's headquarters camp was established on the lawn. The tents occupied a line a little over 100 feet back from the edge of the bluff. In the middle of the line were General Grant's quarters. A hospital tent was used as his office, while a smaller tent connecting in the rear was occupied as his sleeping apartment. A hospital tent fly was stretched in front of the office tent so as to make a shaded space in which persons could sit. A rustic bench and a number of folding camp chairs with backs were placed there, and it was beneath this tent fly that most of the important official interviews were held. When great secrecy was to be observed, the parties would retire to the office tent. On both sides of the general's quarters were pitched close together enough officers' tents to accommodate the staff. Each tent was occupied by 2 officers. The mess tent was pitched in the rear, and at a short distance still farther back a temporary shelter was prepared for the horses. A wooden staircase was built, reaching from headquarters to the steamboat landing at the foot of the bluff. Ample wharves, storehouses, and hospitals were rapidly constructed, and a commodious base of supplies was established in the vicinity. The day the wharf was completed and planked over, the general took a stroll along it, his hands thrust in his trousers pocket, and a lighted cigar in his mouth. He had recently issued instructions to take every precaution against fire, and had not gone far when a sentinel called out, "It's against orders to come on the wharf with a lighted cigar." The general at once took his Havana out of his mouth and threw it into the river, saying, "I don't like to lose my smoke, but the sentinel's right. He evidently isn't going to let me disobey my own orders." Each staff officer took his turn in acting as caterer of the mess, usually for a month at a time. His duties consisted in giving general directions to the steward as to ordering the meals, keeping an account of the bills, and at the end of his tour dividing up the expenses and collecting the amount charged to each officer. General Grant insisted upon paying 2 shares of the expenses instead of 1, upon the ground that he invited more guests to meals than anyone else in the mess, although this was not always the case, for each officer was allowed to entertain guests, and there were at times as many visitors at table as members of the mess. The officer acting as caterer sat at the head of the mess table, with the general on his right. It now came my turn to take a hand in managing the affairs of the mess. The general, while he never complained, was still the most difficult person to cater for in the whole army. About the only meat he enjoyed was beef, and this he could not eat unless it was so thoroughly well done that no appearance of blood could be seen. If blood appeared in any meat which came on the table, the sight of it seemed entirely to destroy his appetite. This was the man whose enemies delighted in calling him a butcher. He enjoyed oysters and fruit, but these could not be procured on an active campaign. He never ate mutton when he could obtain anything else, and fowl and game he abhorred. As he used to express it, "I never could eat anything that goes on 2 legs." Evidently he could never have been converted to cannibalism. He did not miss much by declining to eat the chickens which were picked up on a campaign, for they were usually tough enough to create the suspicion that they had been hatched from hard-boiled eggs, and were so impenetrable that an officer said of one of them that he could not even stick his fork through the gravy. The general was fonder of cucumbers than of anything else, and often made his entire meal upon a sliced cucumber and a cup of coffee. He always enjoyed corn, pork and beans, and buckwheat cake. In fact, he seemed to be particularly fond of only the most indigestible dishes. He had been eating so little for several years just before I took my turn as caterer that I looked about to try to find some delicacy that would tempt his appetite, and after a good deal of pains succeeded in getting some sweetbreads sent down from Washington. They had been nicely cooked, and I announced them, when they came on the table, with an air of ill-disguised triumph. But he said, "I hope these were not obtained especially for me, for I have a singular aversion to them. In my young days I used to eat them, not knowing exactly what part of the animal they came from. But as soon as I learned what they were, my stomach rebelled against them, and I have never tasted them since." When any fruit could be procured, it was placed on the table by way of helping to ornament it, and afterward used as dessert. Between the courses of the dinner, the general would often reach over to the dish of fruit and pick out a berry or a cherry and eat it slowly. He used to do this in a sly way, like a child helping himself to some forbidden dish at the table, and afraid of being caught in the act. He said one day, "I suppose I ought not to eat a course out of its turn, but I take the greatest delight in picking out bits of fruit and eating them during a meal. One of the reasons I do not enjoy dining out as much as I do at home is because I am compelled to sit through a long list of courses, few of which I eat, and to resist the constant temptation to taste a little fruit in the meanwhile to help pass away the time. Napoleon was famous for eating out of the various dishes before him with his fingers. General Grant's use of the fingers never went beyond picking out small fruits. He was always refined in his manners at table, and no matter how great was the hurry or what were the circumstances of the occasion, he never violated the requirements of true politeness. He ate less than any man in the army. Sometimes the amount of food taken did not seem enough to keep a bird alive, and his meals were frugal enough to satisfy the tastes of the most avowed anchorite. It so happened that no one in the mess had any inclination to drink wine or spirits at meals, and none was carried among the mess's supplies. The only beverage ever used at table besides tea and coffee was water, although on the march it was often taken from places which rendered it not the most palatable or healthful of drinks. If a staff officer wanted anything stronger, he would carry some commissary whiskey in a canteen. Upon a few occasions, after a hard day's ride in stormy weather, the general joined the officers of the staff in taking a whiskey toddy in the evening. He never offered liquor of any kind to visitors at headquarters. His hospitality consisted in inviting them to meals and to smoke cigars. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Lincoln's first visit to Grant's camp. Lincoln at the front. Some anecdotes by Lincoln. Movement against the Weldon Railroad. Swapping horses. Sheridan returns. Where Pocahontas saved John Smith. General James H. Wilson's raid. The staff enlarged. On June 21, Butler had thrown a pontoon bridge across the James and seized a portion on the north side known as Deep Bottom, 10 miles below Richmond. General Grant had directed this with a view to divide the attention of the enemy's troops and to confuse them as to whether to expect an attack upon Richmond or Petersburg, and because he had in contemplation some operations on the north side of the James, which he intended to carry out under certain contingencies, in which case the occupation of Deep Bottom might become important. On Tuesday, June 21, a White River steamer arrived at the wharf, bringing President Lincoln, who had embraced this opportunity to visit for the first time the armies under General Grant's immediate command. As the boat neared the shore, the general and several of us who were with him at the time walked down to the wharf in order that the general-in-chief might meet his distinguished visitor and extend a greeting to him as soon as the boat made the landing. As our party stepped aboard, the President came down from the upper deck, where he had been standing, to the after gangway, and reaching out his long, angular arm, he wrung General Grant's hand vigorously, and held it in his for some time, while he uttered in rapid words his congratulations and expressions of appreciation of the great task which had been accomplished since he and the general had parted in Washington. The group then went into the after cabin. General Grant said, "I hope you are very well, Mr. President." "Yes, I am in very good health," Mr. Lincoln replied, "but I don't feel very comfortable after my trip last night on the bay. It was rough, and I was considerably shaken up. My stomach has not yet entirely recovered from the effects." An officer of the party now saw that an opportunity had arisen to make this scene the supreme moment of his life, in giving him a chance to soothe the digestive organs of the chief magistrate of the nation. He said, "Try a glass of champagne, Mr. President. That is always a certain cure for seasickness." Mr. Lincoln looked at him for a moment, his face lighting up with a smile, and then he remarked, "No, my friend, I have seen too many fellows seasick ashore from drinking that very stuff." This was a knockdown for the officer, and in the laugh at his expense, Mr. Lincoln and the general both joined heartily. General Grant now said, "I know it would be a great satisfaction for the troops to have an opportunity of seeing you, Mr. President, and I am sure your presence among them would have a very gratifying effect. I can furnish you a good horse, and will be most happy to escort you to points of interest along the line." Mr. Lincoln replied, "Why, yes, I had fully intended to go out and take a look at the brave fellows who have fought their way down to Petersburg in this wonderful campaign, and I am ready to start at any time." General Grant presented to Mr. Lincoln the officers of the staff who were present, and he had for each one a cordial greeting and a pleasant word. There was a kindliness in his tone and a hearty manner of expression which went far to captivate all who met him. The President soon stepped ashore, and after sitting a while at headquarters, mounted the large bay horse Cincinnati, while the general rode with him on Jeff Davis. 3 of us of the staff accompanied them, and the scenes encountered in visiting both Butler's and Meade's commands were most interesting. Mr. Lincoln wore a very high black silk hat and black trousers and frock coat. Like most men who had been brought up in the West, he had good command of a horse, but it must be acknowledged that in appearance he was not a very dashing rider. On this occasion, by the time he had reached the troops, he was completely covered with dust, and the black color of his clothes had changed to Confederate gray. As he had no straps, his trousers gradually worked up above his ankles, and gave him the appearance of a country farmer riding into town wearing his Sunday clothes. A citizen on horseback is always an odd sight in the midst of a uniformed army, and the picture presented by the President bordered upon the grotesque. However, the troops were so lost in admiration of the man that the humorous aspect did not seem to strike them. The soldiers rapidly passed the word along the line that "Uncle Abe" had joined them, and cheers broke forth from all the commands, and enthusiastic shouts, and even words of familiar greeting, met him on all sides. After a while General Grant said, "Mr. President, let us ride on and see the colored troops who behaved so handsomely in Smith's attack on the works in front of Petersburg last week." "Oh, yes," replied Mr. Lincoln, "I want to take a look at those boys. I read with the greatest delight the account given in Mr. Dana's dispatch to the Secretary of War of how gallantly they behaved. He said they took out 6 of the 16 guns captured that day. I was opposed on nearly every side when I first favored the raising of colored regiments, but they have proved their efficiency, and I am glad they have kept pace with the white troops in the recent assaults. When we wanted every able-bodied man who could be spared to go to the front, and my opposers kept objecting to the negroes, I used to tell them that at such times it was just as well to be a little colorblind. I think, General, we can say of the black boys what a country fellow who was an old-time abolitionist in Illinois said when he went to a theater in Chicago and saw Forrest playing Othello. He was not very well up in Shakespeare, and didn't know that the tragedian was a white man who had blacked up for the purpose. After the play was over, the folks who had invited him to go to the show wanted to know what he thought of the actors, and he said, "Wal, laying aside all sectional prejudices and any partiality I may have for the race, derned if I don't think the nigger held his own with any of 'em." The Western dialect employed in this story was perfect. The camp of the colored troops of the 18th Corps was soon reached, and a scene now occurred which defies description. They beheld for the first time the liberator of their race, the man who by a stroke of his pen had struck the shackles from the limbs of their fellow bondmen and proclaimed liberty to the enslaved. Always impressionable, the enthusiasm of the blacks now knew no limits. They cheered, laughed, cried, sang hymns of praise, and shouted in their negro dialect, "God bless Massa Lincoln! De Lord save Father Abraham! De day of jubilee am come sure!" They crowded about him and fondled his horse. Some of them kissed his hands, while others ran off crying in triumph to their comrades that they had touched his clothes. The President rode with bared head. The tears had started to his eyes, and his voice was so broken by emotion that he could scarcely articulate the words of thanks and congratulation which he tried to speak to the humble and devoted men through whose ranks he rode. The scene was affecting in the extreme, and no one could have witnessed it unmoved. In the evening Mr. Lincoln gathered with General Grant and the staff in front of the general's tent, and then we had an opportunity of appreciating his charm as a talker, and hearing some of the stories for which he had become celebrated. He did not tell a story merely for the sake of the anecdote, but to point a moral or to clinch a fact. So far as our experience went, his anecdotes possessed the true geometric requisite of excellence — they were neither too broad nor too long. He seemed to recollect every incident in his experience, and to weave it into material for his stories. One evening a sentinel whose post was near enough to enable him to catch most of the President's remarks was heard to say, "Well, that man's got a powerful memory and a mighty poor forgettery." He seldom indulged even in a smile until he reached the climax of a humorous narration. Then he joined heartily with the listeners in the laugh which followed. He usually sat on a low camp chair and wound his legs around each other as if in an effort to get them out of the way, and with his long arms he accompanied what he said with all sorts of odd gestures. An officer once made the remark that he would rather have a single photograph of one of Mr. Lincoln's jokes than own the negative of any other man's. In the course of the conversation that evening he spoke of the improvement in arms and ammunition, and of the new powder prepared for the 15-inch guns. He said he had never seen the latter article, but he understood it differed very much from any other powder that had ever been used. I told him that I happened to have in my tent a specimen which had been sent to headquarters as a curiosity, and that I would bring it to him. When I returned with a grain of the powder about the size of a walnut, he took it, turned it over in his hand, and after examining it carefully said, "Well, it's rather larger than the powder we used to buy in my shooting days. It reminds me of what occurred once in a country meeting house in Sangamon County. You see, there were very few newspapers then, and the country storekeepers had to resort to some other means of advertising their wares. If, for instance, the preacher happened to be late in coming to a prayer meeting of an evening, the shopkeepers would often put in the time while the people were waiting by notifying them of any new arrival of an attractive line of goods. One evening a man rose up and said, 'Brethren, let me take occasion to say, while we're a-waitin', that I have jest received a new invoice of sportin' powder. The grains are so small you can scarcely see 'em with the naked eye, and polished up so fine you can stand up and comb your har in front of one of 'em grains, just like it was a lookin' glass. Hope you'll come down to my store at the crossroads and examine that powder for yourselves.' When he had got about this far, a rival powder merchant in the meeting, who had been boiling over with indignation at the amount of advertising the opposition powder was getting, jumped up and cried out, 'Brethren, I hope you'll not believe a single word Brother Jones has been saying about that powder. I've been down thar and seen it for myself, and I pledge you my word that the grains is bigger than the lumps in a coal pile. And any one of you brethren, if you was in your future state, could put a barrel of that powder on your shoulder and march squar through the sulphurous flames surrounding you without the least danger of an explosion.' We thought that grain of powder had served even a better purpose in drawing out this story than it could ever serve in being fired from a 15-inch gun." As the party broke up for the night, I walked into my quarters to take back the grain of powder, and upon turning round to come out, I found that the President had followed me, and was looking into my tent, from curiosity doubtless, to see how the officers were quartered. Of course I made haste to invite him in. He stepped inside for a moment, and his eye fell upon a specimen artillery trace, a patented article which some inventor had left the day before in order to have it examined at headquarters. The President exclaimed, "Why, what's that?" I replied, "That is a trace." "Oh," remarked Mr. Lincoln, "that recalls what the poet wrote, 'Sorrow had fled, but left her traces there.' What became of the rest of the harness he didn't mention." That night Mr. Lincoln slept aboard the boat which had brought him to City Point. He had expressed to General Grant a desire to go to the James the next day, to see that portion of our lines and visit the flagship of Admiral Lee, who commanded the gunboats. All arrangements were made for the trip, and the President's boat started up the river about 8 o'clock the next morning, stopping at Bermuda Hundred to take on General Butler. Admiral Lee came aboard from his flagship, and the party proceeded up the river as far as it was safe to ascend. Mr. Lincoln was in excellent spirits, and listened with great eagerness to the descriptions of the works which could be seen from the river, and the objects for which they had been constructed. When his attention was called to some particularly strong positions which had been seized and fortified, he remarked to Butler, "When Grant once gets possession of a place, he holds on to it as if he had inherited it." Orders had been sent to have the pontoon bridge at Deep Bottom opened for the passage of the President's boat, so that he could proceed some distance beyond that point. His whole conversation during his visit showed the deep anxiety he felt and the weight of responsibility which was resting upon him. His face would light up for a time while telling an anecdote illustrating a subject under discussion, and afterward his features would relax and show the deep lines which had been graven upon them by the mental strain to which he had been subjected for nearly 4 years. The National Republican Convention had renominated him for the presidency just 2 weeks before, and some reference was made to it and to the number of men who composed the Electoral College. He remarked, "Among all our colleges, the Electoral College is the only one where they choose their own masters." He did not show any disposition to dwell upon the subject or upon the approaching political campaign. His mind seemed completely absorbed in the operations of the armies. Several times, when contemplated battles were spoken of, he said, "I cannot pretend to advise, but I do sincerely hope that all may be accomplished with as little bloodshed as possible." Soon after his return to City Point, the President started back to Washington. His visit to the army had been a memorable event. General Grant and he had had so much delightful intercourse that they parted from each other with unfeigned regret, and both felt that their acquaintance had already ripened into a genuine friendship. General Grant, having decided that it would be inexpedient to attempt to carry the works at Petersburg by assault, now began to take measures looking to the investment of that place by leaving a portion of his forces to defend our works, while he moved out with the other portion against the railroads, with the design of cutting off Lee's communications in that direction. Wright's entire corps had been sent back from Butler's front to the Army of the Potomac, and Martindale's command had been returned to Butler, so that Meade's and Butler's armies were again complete. Meade's corps were disposed as follows from right to left of the line: Burnside, Warren, Birney (Hancock's), Wright. On the morning of June 22, Wright's and Birney's corps moved westward with a view to crossing the Weldon Railroad and swinging around to the left, but they were vigorously attacked and forced back some distance. They advanced again in the evening, but nothing important was gained. On June 23, Birney and Wright again moved out. There was great difficulty in preserving the alignment of the troops, as they had to pass through dense woods and almost impenetrable thickets, which made the movement a slow and difficult process. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, while a portion of Wright's troops were at work destroying the Weldon Railroad, a large force of the enemy struck his left and drove it back. Darkness soon came on, and nothing of importance was accomplished. Wright was now given authority to withdraw his corps to the position occupied the night before, which was more advantageous. Meade had sent frequent messages to Grant, who was this day at Bermuda Hundred, keeping him advised of the movements in his front, and that night he telegraphed, "I think you had better come up here tomorrow if convenient." General Grant felt considerably annoyed about the operations that day at Petersburg, and regarded the position of the Army of the Potomac as somewhat vulnerable. In extending to the left, the center had been depleted, while the left flank was out in the air, and would consequently be weak if a heavy and determined attack should be made upon it. The enemy had made his intrenchments so strong that he could afford to move a large portion of his force to his right for the purpose of such an attack. Hancock was much missed from the command of the Second Corps. It was quite natural that Meade should ask Grant to come in person to the lines in front of Petersburg, and it was another indication of the confidence which his subordinate commanders reposed in him. At 8 o'clock on the morning of June 24, the general rode to the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac, accompanied by Rawlins, myself, and 2 others of the staff. In discussing with Meade and some of the corps commanders the events of the 2 previous days, he gave particular instructions for operations on that part of the line. The guns of the siege train which he had ordered now began to arrive from Washington. Meade was told that they would be sent to him immediately, and it was decided to spend the next few days in putting the guns and mortars into commanding positions, in the meanwhile permitting the troops to desist from active operations. The heat was now intense, and the men were in much need of rest. Meade gave Grant and his staff a comfortable lunch, and late in the afternoon our party started for City Point. Owing to the heat and dust, the long ride was exceedingly uncomfortable. My best horse had been hurt, and I was mounted on a bay cob that had a trot which necessitated no end of saddle pounding on the part of the rider. And if distances are to be measured by the amount of fatigue endured, this exertion added many miles to the trip. The general was riding his black pony, Jeff Davis. This smooth little pacer shuffled along at a gait which was too fast for a walk and not fast enough for a gallop, so that all the other horses had to move at a brisk trot to keep up with him. When we were about 5 miles from headquarters, the general said to me in a joking way, "You don't look comfortable on that horse." "Now I feel about as fresh as when we started out." I replied, "Makes all the difference in the world, General, what kind of horse one rides." He remarked, "Oh, all horses are pretty much alike as far as the comfort of their gait is concerned." "In the present instance," I answered, "I don't think you would like to swap with me, General." He said at once, "Why, yes, I'd just as lief swap with you as not," and threw himself off his pony and mounted my uncomfortable beast, while I put myself astride of Jeff. The general had always been a famous rider, even when a cadet at West Point. When he rode or drove a strange horse, not many minutes elapsed before he and the animal seemed to understand each other perfectly. In my experience, I have never seen a better rider, or one who had a more steady seat, no matter what sort of horse he rode. But on this occasion it soon became evident that his body and that of the animal were not always in touch, and he saw that all the party were considerably amused at the jogging to which he was subjected. In the meantime, Jeff Davis was pacing along with a smoothness that made me feel as if I were seated in a rocking chair. When we reached headquarters, the general dismounted in a manner which showed that he was pretty stiff from the ride. As he touched the ground, he turned and said with a quizzical look, "Well, I must acknowledge that animal is pretty rough." Sheridan had arrived on June 20 at White House, on his return from the expedition to the north side of the North Anna River, upon which he had been sent on the 7th. As soon as Lee learned of Hunter's success, he sent Breckinridge's troops to oppose him, and hearing that Sheridan had started, he ordered Hampton's and Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry commands to move against our cavalry. They were to attack Sheridan during the night of the 10th and surprise him, but that officer was not to be caught napping. He advanced promptly toward Trevilian Station, and in a well-conceived and brilliantly executed battle defeated the Confederate cavalry, and then effectually destroyed several miles of the Virginia Central Railroad. He now obtained information from the prisoners he had captured that Hunter was in the vicinity of Lynchburg and not likely to reach Charlottesville. And as the enemy had thrown a large force of infantry and cavalry between Hunter and him, and as he was encumbered with a large number of prisoners and wounded, and his supply of ammunition was nearly exhausted, he felt that it would be useless to try to make a junction with Hunter, and decided to return to the Army of the Potomac by way of White House, where ample and much-needed supplies were awaiting him. On his arrival, orders were given that this depot should be broken up on the 22nd, and the train of 900 wagons which had been left there was crossed to the south side of the James River, having been gallantly and successfully defended on its way by Sheridan's cavalry. On the 26th, Sheridan came in person to Grant's headquarters and had an interview with him in regard to the results of his expedition and the further operations which he was expected to undertake at once on the south side of Petersburg. Sheridan was cordially greeted on his arrival by the general in chief. He was at all times a welcome visitor at headquarters, as his boundless enthusiasm, buoyant spirits, and cheery conversation were always refreshing. The general, after learning all the details of Sheridan's expedition, told him that he fully approved his judgment in not attempting, under the contingencies which had arisen, to reach Hunter. But, as usual, the general did not dwell at length upon the past, and promptly began the discussion of the plans he had in view for the cavalry in the future. A day or two afterward Grant paid a visit to Butler's lines, and while he and the staff were riding out to the front, they came to the place where, according to tradition, Pocahontas had saved the life of Captain John Smith. Whether it was the exact spot or not, it was regarded in that locality as historic ground, and Virginians, who take a particular pride in well-known family names, seemed to honor Pocahontas especially, no doubt because she was largely instrumental in preserving the Smith family to posterity. In the efforts to account for the attempted execution of the prisoner, there is a story told, about the truth of which there is a lingering uncertainty. It is to the effect that when the captain fell into the hands of the Indian chief, he was rash enough to state, in reply to questions as to his identity, that his name was John Smith, and that the noble red man thought he was trying to perpetrate a practical joke on him, and was roused to swift vengeance by such an ill-timed pleasantry. In climbing a rather steep hill at this point, the party had to move along a narrow bridle path. The general was riding in the lead, followed by the staff in single file, with Badeau bringing up the rear. The trees were soon found to be so near together that a horse and rider could not pass between them when keeping in the path, and we turned out to the left, where the woods were more open. Badeau's near-sightedness prevented him from seeing very far ahead, and he was not paying much attention to his horse, but simply letting him go along as he pleased. Suddenly we heard a cry from him, "I'm going off! I say I'm going off!" On looking round, we found his horse climbing up the path with a tree on each side, between which he could scarcely squeeze. When Badeau's knees reached the trees, his saddle was forced back, and as the horse struggled on, his rider finally slid off over the animal's tail. Then came the cry, "See here, I'm off!" and Badeau and the saddle were seen lying on the ground. The horse stepped out of the girth and quietly continued his march up the hill as if nothing had happened. General Grant stopped, and, looking back at the ludicrous sight presented, fairly screamed with laughter, and did not recover his equanimity during the remainder of the ride. Nothing could have been more amusing to him than such an accident, for, as he was an exceptionally expert horseman, awkwardness on the part of a rider was more laughable to him than to most people. Badeau, with the assistance of an orderly, had his horse resaddled, and, mounting again, soon joined the cavalcade. General Grant cracked jokes at his expense all the rest of the ride, and for 2 or 3 days afterward, when he would be sitting quietly in front of his tent, he would suddenly begin to shake with laughter and say, "I can't help thinking how that horse succeeded in sneaking out from under Badeau at Bermuda Hundred." While the enemy's cavalry was north of the James, and the probabilities were that it would be detained there by Sheridan for some days, it was decided to send Wilson's division of cavalry, which had remained with the Army of the Potomac, and 4 regiments of the cavalry of the Army of the James under Kautz, to the south of Petersburg, with a view to striking both the South Side and the Danville railroads. This cavalry command started out on the morning of June 22. It was composed of nearly 6,000 men and several batteries of horse artillery. It first struck the Weldon, then the South Side Railroad, and afterward advanced as far as Roanoke Station on the Danville Road, inflicting much damage. On the 29th, after severe fighting, it found itself confronted and partly surrounded by such a heavy force of the enemy that there was no means of cutting a way through with success, and it was decided to issue all the remaining ammunition, destroy the wagons and caissons, and fall back to the Union lines. The troops were hard pressed by greatly superior numbers, and suffered severely upon their march, but by untiring energy and great gallantry succeeded in reaching the Army of the Potomac on July 1. The expedition had been absent 10 days. It had marched 300 miles, and destroyed a large quantity of rolling stock and about 50 miles of railroad. The loss in killed, wounded, and missing amounted to about 1,500 men. All the guns and wagons were destroyed or abandoned. The cavalry supposed that the infantry of the Army of the Potomac would be in possession of Reams's Station at the time of their return, but that station was still in the hands of the enemy. The destruction of communications by Hunter, Sheridan, and Wilson gave the enemy serious alarm; but by dint of great effort he in time made the necessary repairs, and was again able to bring supplies to Richmond by rail. In the meantime the siege of Petersburg had begun, and it was now Grant's intention to make the investment as complete as possible, and to take advantage of every opportunity to inflict damage on the enemy, and give him battle whenever he could do so under circumstances that would be justifiable. On June 29, Grant felt anxious about the fate of the cavalry and the progress of Wright's corps, which had been sent to Reams's Station to Wilson's relief, but did not reach there in time. He rode out to the Petersburg front with his staff, held interviews with Meade, Burnside, and Smith, and visited the lines to make a personal inspection of the principal batteries. He became impressed with the idea that more field artillery could be used to advantage at several points, and when we returned to headquarters that evening he telegraphed to Washington for 5 or 6 additional batteries. From the 4th of May until the end of June there had not been a day in which there was not a battle or a skirmish. The record of continuous and desperate fighting had far surpassed any campaign in modern or ancient military history. In view of the important operations which were to be conducted from City Point, General Grant made some changes in the organization of the staff. General Rufus Ingalls, who had distinguished himself by the exhibition of signal ability as chief quartermaster of the Army of the Potomac, was assigned to duty as chief quartermaster upon the staff of the general in chief. Grant and he had been classmates at West Point, and were on terms of extreme intimacy. Ingalls was exceedingly popular in the army, and both officially and personally was regarded as an important acquisition to the staff. Lieutenant Colonel M. R. Morgan, an efficient and experienced officer of the commissary department, was added to the staff of the general in chief as chief commissary. 30 years after, he became commissary general of the army. Soon after, General M. R. Patrick was made provost marshal general, and General George H. Sharp was assigned to duty as his assistant. The latter officer rendered invaluable service in obtaining information regarding the enemy by his employment of scouts and his skill in examining prisoners and refugees. Captain Amos Webster was placed on duty as assistant quartermaster. Assistant Surgeon E. D. W. Brenneman, U.S.A., was assigned to look after the health of those at headquarters, but the particularly robust condition of nearly all the officers he was prepared to attend made his work exceedingly light. In discussing at this time the large amount of rations which had to be supplied by the subsistence department and the system required in its management, General Grant said, "When I first had an independent command, there were so few experienced men about me that I had to sit down at night and teach officers of the staff departments how to make requisitions for supplies, and fill out the blank forms furnished by the government when such blanks could be procured. I had acted at times as quartermaster and commissary in the old army, and was of course familiar with all the forms used in preparing papers. Word was brought to me one day that a new regimental commissary had gone aboard a commissary boat on the Mississippi and presented a requisition for rations for his men. The officer in charge looked at it in amazement and exclaimed, 'Why, there are not half enough rations aboard this entire steamer to fill that requisition.' The commissary, who thought he had made only an ordinary demand, said, 'Why, you're filling requisitions for all the other regiments in our brigade.' 'Regiment!' cried the commissary. 'You mean a corps.' The regimental commissary then discovered that he had made out his requisition on a corps blank. A hospital had been established at City Point, large enough to accommodate 6,000 patients, and served a very useful purpose. The general manifested a deep interest in this hospital, frequently visited it, and constantly received verbal reports from the surgeons in charge as to the care and comfort of the wounded. A telegraph line had been established on the south side of the James, which connected by cable across Hampton Roads with Fort Monroe. From that place there was direct telegraphic communication with Washington. This line was occasionally broken, but by dint of great effort it was generally well maintained, and made to perform excellent service. The general headquarters had become an intensely interesting spot. Direct communication was kept open as far as possible with the various armies throughout the country, all of which the general in chief was directing, and information of an exciting nature was constantly received, and important orders were issued. The officers on duty had an opportunity to watch the great war drama from behind the scenes, from which point they witnessed not only the performance of the actors, but the workings of the master mind that gave the directions and guided all the preparations. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. A disappointed bandmaster. Hunter's raid. Early's raid on Washington. Grant as a writer. Grant devotes attention to Sherman. Grant's treatment of his generals. Grant's equanimity. Grant as a thinker. Why Grant never swore. Meade and Warren. Seward visits Grant. Earthworks had been thrown across the neck of land upon which City Point is located. This entrenched line ran from a point on the James to a point on the Appomattox River. A small garrison had been detailed for its defense, and the commanding officer, wishing to do something that would afford the general in chief special delight, arranged to send the band over to the headquarters camp to play for him while he was dining. The garrison commander was in blissful ignorance of the fact that to the general the appreciation of music was a lacking sense, and the musician's score a sealed book. About the third evening after the band had begun its performances, the general, while sitting at the mess table, remarked, "I've noticed that band always begins its noise just about the time I am sitting down to dinner and want to talk." I offered to go and make an effort to suppress it, and see whether it would obey an order to cease firing, and my services were promptly accepted. The men were gorgeously uniformed, and the band seemed to embrace every sort of brass instrument ever invented, from a diminutive cornet à piston to a gigantic double bass horn. The performer who played the latter instrument was encaged within its ample twists, and looked like a man standing inside the coils of a whiskey still. The broad-belted bandmaster was puffing with all the vigor of a quack medicine advertisement. His eyes were riveted upon the music, and it was not an easy task to attract his attention. Like a sperm whale, he had come up to blow, and was not going to be put down till he had finished. But finally he was made to understand that, like the hand-organ man, he was desired to move on. With a look of disinheritance on his countenance, he at last marched off his band to its camp. On my return the general said, "I fear that bandmaster's feelings have been hurt, but I didn't want him to be wasting his time upon a person who has no ear for music." A staff officer remarked, "Well, General, you were at least much more considerate than Commodore Blank, who, the day he came to take command of his vessel and was seated at dinner in the cabin, heard music on deck and immediately sent for the executive officer and said to him, 'Have the instruments and men of that band thrown overboard at once.'" Hunter's bold march and destruction of military stores had caused so much alarm that Lee, as has been said before, was compelled to send Breckinridge's force and Early's corps to the Valley of Virginia. Hunter continued to drive back the troops he encountered till he reached Lynchburg. There he found that the strength of the works and the combined forces brought against him would prevent the further success of his raid. On June 18 he decided to exercise the discretion which had been left him in such a contingency and retire toward his base. The result of the campaign, besides compelling Lee to detach troops from his own army, was the burning of Confederate cloth mills, gun stock and harness factories, and foundries engaged in the manufacture of ammunition, the destruction of about 50 miles of railroad, and the capture of 3,000 muskets, 20 pieces of artillery, and a quantity of ammunition. The stringent orders given by Grant to Sigel, and by him turned over to Hunter, who had succeeded him, were prepared with a view to preventing all wanton destruction. They were in part as follows: Indiscriminate marauding should be avoided. Nothing should be taken not absolutely necessary for the troops, except when captured from an armed enemy. Impressments should be made under orders from the commanding officer and by a dispersing officer. Receipts should be given for all property taken, so that the loyal may collect pay and the property be accounted for. Notwithstanding these orders, there were some houses burned and damage done to individual property during this raid. Hunter having been compelled to fall back into West Virginia, the roads to Washington were left uncovered, and the enemy now advanced into Maryland. Sigel's small force retreated precipitately across the Potomac, followed by the enemy. It had been impossible for General Grant to obtain any reliable news for a number of days in regard to these movements, and it was not until the 4th of July that he received definite information. He did not find many leisure moments to indulge in patriotic demonstrations at headquarters on Independence Day, for the directions for executing the plans for checkmating the enemy in his present movement fully occupied every one on duty. Grant telegraphed to Halleck to concentrate all the troops about Washington, Baltimore, Cumberland, and Harper's Ferry, bring up Hunter's troops, and put Early to flight. While Grant was thinking only of punishing Early, there was great consternation in Washington, and the minds of the officials there seemed to be occupied solely with measures for defending the capital. Hunter's troops had fallen back to Charleston, West Virginia, and a drought had left so little water in the Ohio River that the ascent of the vessels on which his troops had embarked was greatly delayed. All eyes were, as usual, turned upon Grant to protect the capital and drive back the invading force. On July 5th, seeing, as he thought, another opportunity for cutting off and destroying the troops that Lee had detached from his command, Grant ordered one division of Wright's corps and some dismounted cavalry to Washington by steamers. Under subsequent orders, the infantry division, Ricketts, proceeded via Baltimore to reinforce General Lew Wallace at the Monocacy. General Grant had been very much dissatisfied with all of Sigel's movements, and now that the situation was becoming somewhat serious, he determined to make an effort to have him removed from his command. On the 7th he sent Halleck a despatch saying, "I think it advisable to relieve him (Sigel) from all duty, at least until present troubles are over." Sigel was immediately removed, and General Howe put in command of his forces until Hunter's arrival. By means of the telegraphic communications which he constantly received, Grant was able to time pretty well the movements of the enemy, and to make preparations for meeting him before he could attempt the capture of Washington. He had been planning some important offensive operations in front of Richmond, but he now decided to postpone these and turn his chief attention to Early. The 19th Corps, which had been ordered from New Orleans by sea, and which was now arriving at Fort Monroe, and the remainder of Wright's 6th Corps from in front of Petersburg, were instructed to proceed at once to Washington. Instead of sympathizing with the alarming messages from the capital and the many rash suggestions made from there, the general telegraphed on July 9, "Forces enough to defeat all that Early has with him should get in his rear south of him, and follow him up sharply, leaving him to go north, defending depots, towns, etc., with small garrisons and the militia. If the President thinks it advisable that I should go to Washington in person, I can start in an hour after receiving notice." The President answered, saying that he thought it would be well for the general to come to Washington, but making it only as a suggestion. General Grant replied to this, "I think, on reflection, it would have a bad effect for me to leave here, and with Ord at Baltimore, and Hunter and Wright with the forces following the enemy up, could do no good. I have great faith that the enemy will never be able to get back with much of his force." The general said in conversation with his staff on the 10th: "One reason why I do not wish to go to Washington to take personal direction of the movement against Early is that this is probably just what Lee wants me to do, in order that he may transfer the seat of war to Maryland, or feel assured that there will be no offensive operations against Petersburg during my absence, and detach some of his forces and send them against Sherman. Sherman is at a long distance from his base of supplies, and I want to be able to have him feel that I shall take no step that will afford an opportunity of detaching troops from here to operate against him." General Lew Wallace, in command of what was called the Middle Department, made a gallant stand at the Monocacy, and effected a delay in the enemy's movements toward Washington, but his small force was of course defeated. Early now moved directly on Washington, and on July 11 advanced upon the outer line of fortifications. But to the surprise of his troops, they saw the well-known banners of the Sixth Corps, and found that Washington, instead of being weakly defended, was now guarded by veterans of the Army of the Potomac. Early discovered that he had been outmaneuvered, and on the night of the 12th began a retreat. Grant had now but one anxiety, which was to have an efficient head selected for the command of the troops that he was collecting to operate against Early. He sent a despatch to Halleck saying, "Give orders assigning Major General Wright to supreme command of all troops moving out against the enemy, regardless of the rank of other commanders. He should get outside the trenches with all the force he possibly can, and should push Early to the last moment, supplying himself from the country." The next day, July 13, Wright moved forward with his command, following up Early. There had been several days of serious perplexity and annoyance at headquarters. The commanders had to be changed, and the best results possible obtained with the material at hand. Twice the wires of the telegraph line were broken, and important messages between Washington and City Point had to be sent a great part of the way by steamboat. It was rumored at one time that Hill's corps had been detached from Lee's front, and there was some anxiety to know whether it had been sent to Early or to Johnston, who was opposing Sherman. But the rumor was soon found to be groundless. Grant's orders now were to press the enemy in Maryland with all vigor, to make a bold campaign against him, and destroy him, if possible, before he could return to Lee. Early, however, had gained a day's start, and although a number of his wagons and animals, and some prisoners, had been captured, no material damage was inflicted upon him. On July 20 he reached Snicker's Ferry, and the chase was abandoned. Early continued his march to Strasburg, where he arrived July 22. The general had occupied himself continually during this anxious and exciting period in giving specific instructions by wire and messengers to meet the constantly changing conditions which were taking place from day to day and from hour to hour in the theater of military operations, and no dispatches were ever of greater importance than those which were sent from headquarters at this time. His powers of concentration of thought were often shown by the circumstances under which he wrote. Nothing that went on around him upon the field or in his quarters could distract his attention or interrupt him. Sometimes, when his tent was filled with officers talking and laughing at the top of their voices, he would turn to his table and write the most important communications. There would then be an immediate "hush," and abundant excuses offered by the company. But he always insisted upon the conversation going on, and after a while his officers came to understand his wishes in this respect, to learn that noise was apparently a stimulus rather than a check to his flow of ideas, and to realize that nothing short of a general attack along the whole line could divert his thoughts from the subject upon which his mind was concentrated. In writing, his style was vigorous and terse, with little of ornament. Its most conspicuous characteristic was perspicuity. General Meade's chief of staff once said, "There is one striking feature about Grant's orders. No matter how hurriedly he may write them in the field, no one ever has the slightest doubt as to their meaning, or ever has to read them over a second time to understand them." The general used Anglo-Saxon words much more frequently than those derived from the Greek and Latin tongues. He had studied French at West Point and picked up some knowledge of Spanish during the Mexican War, but he could not hold a conversation in either language, and rarely employed a foreign word in any of his writings. His adjectives were few and well chosen. No document which ever came from his hands was in the least degree pretentious. He never laid claim to any knowledge he did not possess, and seemed to feel, with Addison, that pedantry in learning is like hypocrisy in religion, a form of knowledge without the power of it. He rarely indulged in metaphor, but when he did employ a figure of speech, it was always expressive and graphic, as when he spoke of the commander at Bermuda Hundred being "in a bottle strongly corked," or referring to our enemies at one time moving like horses in a balky team, no two ever pulling together. His style inclined to the epigrammatic without his being aware of it. There was scarcely a document written by him from which brief sentences could not be selected, fit to be set in mottos or placed upon transparencies. As examples may be mentioned, "I propose to move immediately upon your works." "I shall take no backward steps." The famous, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer," and later in his career, "Let us have peace." The best means of securing the repeal of an obnoxious law is its vigorous enforcement. "I shall have no policy to enforce against the will of the people," and "Let no guilty man escape." He wrote with the first pen he happened to pick up, and never stopped to consider whether it was sharp-pointed or blunt-nibbed, good or bad. He was by no means as particular in this regard as General Zachary Taylor, of whom an old army rumor said that the only signature he ever made which was entirely satisfactory to him was written with the butt end of a ramrod dipped in tar. General Grant's desk was always in a delirious state of confusion. Pigeon-holes were treated with a sublime disregard, and he left his letters piled up in apparently inextricable heaps. But, strange to say, he carried in his mind such a distinct recollection of local literary geography as applied to his writing table that he could go to it and even in the dark lay his hand upon almost any paper he wanted. His military training had educated him to treat purely official documents with respect, and these were always handed over to Colonel Bowers, the adjutant general, to be properly filed. But as to his private letters, he made his coat pockets a general depository for his correspondence until they could hold no more, and then he discharged their contents upon his desk in a chaotic mass. The military secretaries made heroic struggles to bring about some order in this department, and generally saw that copies were kept of all letters of importance which the chief wrote. Whatever came from his pen was grammatically correct, well punctuated, and seldom showed an error in spelling. In the field he never had a dictionary in his possession, and when in doubt about the orthography of a word, he was never known to write it first on a separate slip of paper to see how it looked. He spelled with heroic audacity, and chanced it on the correctness. While in rare instances he made a mistake in doubling the consonants where unnecessary, or in writing a single consonant where two were required, he really spelled with great accuracy. His pronunciation was seldom, if ever, at fault, though in two words he had a peculiar way of pronouncing the letter D. He always pronounced corduroy, corduroy, and immediately. While planning means for the defeat of Early, General Grant was still giving constant attention to the movements of Sherman. That officer had been repulsed in making his attack on Kennesaw Mountain, but by a successful flank movement had turned the enemy's very strong position and compelled him to fall back over the Chattahoochee River on July 4. On the 17th, Sherman crossed that river and drove the enemy into his defenses about Atlanta. It now looked as if Sherman would be forced to a siege of that place, and as he was many hundreds of miles from his base, and there was only a single line of railroad to supply him, it was more than ever important that no troop should be allowed to leave Virginia to be thrown against his lines. Grant was frequently in consultation with Meade in regard to preventing the enemy from withdrawing troops from Petersburg. The Southern papers received through the lines gave very conflicting accounts of the operations on Sherman's front, and indicated that there was a great demand for the reinforcement of Johnston, and expressed the belief that there would be vigorous movements made to break Sherman's communications. In a despatch to Halleck, Grant said: "If he (Sherman) can supply himself with ordnance and quartermaster's stores, and partially with subsistence, he will find no difficulty in staying until a permanent line can be opened with the South Coast." The general directed a large quantity of the stores at Nashville to be transferred to Chattanooga. There was another contingency which he mentioned, and which he had to devise steps to guard against — a determination on the part of the enemy to withdraw the troops in front of Sherman and move them quickly by rail to Petersburg, and in the mean time march Early's corps back to Lee and make a combined attack upon the Army of the Potomac. This, Grant believed, would be done only in some extreme emergency, and in case the enemy felt convinced that Sherman was so far from his base of supplies that he could not move much farther into the interior. One means which the general in chief had in contemplation at this time for preventing troops from being sent from Virginia was to start Sheridan on a raid to cut the railroads southwest of Richmond. Important news reached headquarters on July 17 to the effect that General Joe Johnston had been relieved from duty, and General Hood put in command of the army opposed to Sherman. General Grant said when he received this information: "I know very well the chief characteristics of Hood. He is a bold, dashing soldier, and has many qualities of successful leadership, but he is an indiscreet commander and lacks cool judgment. We may look out now for rash and ill-advised attacks on his part. I am very glad, from our standpoint, that this change has been made. Hood will prove no match for Sherman." He waited with some curiosity to know just what policy Hood would adopt. As was anticipated, he came out of his lines and made an attack on July 20, but was repulsed with great loss. He made another offensive movement on the 22d, and fought the celebrated battle of Atlanta, but was again driven back. On the 28th he made another bold dash against Sherman, but in this also he was completely defeated, and fell back within the defenses at Atlanta. In the battle of the 22d, General McPherson was killed. When this news reached General Grant, he was visibly affected, and dwelt upon it in his conversations for the next 2 or 3 days. "McPherson," he said, "was one of my earliest staff officers, and seemed almost like one of my own family. At Donelson, Shiloh, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga he performed splendid service. I predicted from the start that he would make one of the most brilliant officers in the service. I was very reluctant to have him leave my staff, for I disliked to lose his services there, but I felt that it was only fair to him to put him in command of troops where he would be in the line of more rapid promotion. I was very glad to have him at the head of my old Army of the Tennessee. His death will be a terrible loss to Sherman, for I know that he will feel it as keenly as I. McPherson was beloved by everybody in the service, both by those above him and by those below him." In the midsummer of 1864, General Grant had an increasing weight of responsibility thrown upon him every day. While he was requiring his commanders to sleep with one foot out of bed and with one eye open, lest Lee might make some unexpected movement which would require a prompt change in the general plan of operations, he had to devise new methods almost daily to check raids in different parts of the country, protect the capital, save the North from invasion, and lay vigorous siege to Petersburg, which had been rendered as nearly impregnable by the enemy as the art of the military engineer was capable of making it. He was constantly embarrassed, too, by some of his subordinates. An acrimonious personal warfare was progressing between Butler and W. F. Smith, and the latter's severe criticisms of Meade had aroused the resentment of that officer, which added a new phase to the general quarrel. General Grant finally made up his mind to relieve General Smith from duty. He was given a leave of absence and never recalled. As a commander, General Butler had not been General Grant's choice. The general in chief, when he assumed command of the armies, found Butler in charge of the Department of Virginia and North Carolina, and utilized him to the best advantage possible. He had always found him subordinate, prompt to obey orders, possessed of great mental activity, and clear in his conception of the instructions given him. He was a good administrative officer, though often given to severe and unusual methods in enforcing discipline and in dealing with the dissatisfied element of the population living within his department. Yet he did not possess the elements necessary to make an efficient officer in the field. As he was inexperienced in fighting battles, Grant felt reluctant to give him charge of any important military movement. One embarrassment was that he was the senior officer in rank in Virginia, and if General Grant should be called away temporarily, Butler would be in supreme command of the operations against Petersburg. The general struggled along under this embarrassment by keeping matters under his own direction when Butler's forces were employed in actual battle, and by sending an experienced corps commander to handle the troops in the immediate presence of the enemy. General Meade's irritability of temper and oversensitiveness to implied censure or criticism on the part of the newspapers led him at one time to tender his resignation as commander of the Army of the Potomac. General Grant talked to him very kindly on the subject, soothed his feelings, and induced him to reconsider his intention. The general in chief did not mention the matter publicly, and was very glad that hasty action had been prevented. If Meade had resigned at this time, Hancock would have succeeded him, and Ingalls, who had shown such signal executive ability, might possibly have been given an important command. Ingalls and I expressed a desire repeatedly to serve in command of troops, as such service gave promise of more rapid promotion, and was more in accordance with our tastes, but the general always insisted upon retaining us on his staff. Footnote. A reference to this subject occurs in "Around the World with General Grant" by the Hon. John Russell Young, who accompanied him upon his tour. The language used by General Grant in one of his interviews with Mr. Young is reported as follows: "Ingalls in command of troops would, in my opinion, have become a great and famous general. Horace Porter was lost in the staff. Like Ingalls, he was too useful to be spared. But as a commander of troops, Porter would have risen, in my opinion, to a high command." Editor. General Meade was a most accomplished officer. He had been thoroughly educated in his profession, and had a complete knowledge of both the science and the art of war in all its branches. He was well read, possessed of a vast amount of interesting information, had cultivated his mind as a linguist, and spoke French with fluency. When foreign officers visited the front, they were invariably charmed by their interviews with the commander of the Army of the Potomac. He was a disciplinarian to the point of severity, was entirely subordinate to his superiors, and no one was more prompt than he to obey orders to the letter. In his intercourse with his officers, the bluntness of the soldier was always conspicuous, and he never took pains to smooth any one's ruffled feelings. There was an officer serving in the Army of the Potomac who had formerly been a surgeon. One day he appeared at Meade's headquarters in a high state of indignation, and said: "General, as I was riding over here, some of the men in the adjoining camps shouted after me and called me 'Old Pills,' and I would like to have it stopped." Meade, just at that moment, was not in the best possible frame of mind to be approached with such a complaint. He seized hold of the eyeglasses, conspicuously large in size, which he always wore, clapped them astride of his nose with both hands, glared through them at the officer, and exclaimed: "Well, what of that? How can I prevent it? Why, I hear that when I rode out the other day, some of the men called me a damned old goggle-eyed snapping turtle, and I can't even stop that." The officer had to content himself with this explosive expression of a sympathetic fellow feeling, and to take his chances thereafter as to obnoxious epithets. In view of the want of harmony which often prevailed, the service would have suffered severely if an officer of a different character had been in supreme command, but Grant was so complacent in his manner, so even in temper, and so just in his method of dealing with the conflicting interests and annoying questions which arose, that whatever his subordinates may have thought of one another, To him they were at all times well disposed and perfectly loyal. Throughout this memorable year, the most important as well as the most harassing of his entire military career, General Grant never in any instance failed to manifest those traits that were the true elements of his greatness. He was always calm amid excitement and patient under trials. He looked neither to the past with regret nor to the future with apprehension. When he could not control, he endured, and in every great crisis he could convince when others could not advise. His calmness of demeanor and unruffled temper were often a marvel even to those most familiar with him. In the midst of the most exciting scenes, he rarely raised his voice above its ordinary pitch or manifested the least irritability. Whether encountered at noonday or awakened from sleep at midnight, his manner was always the same. Whether receiving the report of an army commander or of a private soldier serving as a courier or a scout, he listened with equal deference and gave it the same strict attention. He could not only discipline others, but he could discipline himself. If he had lived in ancient days, he might in his wrath have broken the 2 tables of stone. He would never have broken the laws which were written on them. The only manifestation of anger he had indulged in during the campaign was upon the occasion, herein before mentioned, when he found a teamster beating his horses near the Totopotomoy. He never criticized an officer harshly in the presence of others. If fault had to be found with him, it was never made an occasion to humiliate him or wound his feelings. The only pointed reprimand he ever administered was in the instance mentioned in the Battle of the Wilderness, when an officer left his troops and came to him to magnify the dangers which were to be feared from Lee's methods of warfare. The fact that he never nagged his officers, but treated them all with consideration, led them to communicate with him freely and intimately, and he thus gained much information which otherwise he might not have received. To have a well-disciplined command, he did not deem it necessary to have an unhappy army. His ideas of discipline did not accord with those of the Russian officer who, one night in the Moscow campaign, reprimanded a soldier for putting a ball of snow under his head for a pillow, for the reason that indulgence in such uncalled-for luxuries would destroy the high character of the army. It was an interesting study in human nature to watch the general's actions in camp. He would sit for hours in front of his tent, or just inside of it, looking out, smoking a cigar very slowly, seldom with a paper or a map in his hands, and looking like the laziest man in camp. But at such periods his mind was working more actively than that of anyone in the army. He talked less and thought more than anyone in the service. He studiously avoided performing any duty which someone else could do as well or better than he, and in this respect demonstrated his rare powers of administration and executive methods. He was one of the few men holding high position who did not waste valuable hours by giving his personal attention to petty details. He never consumed his time in reading over court-martial proceedings, or figuring up the items of supplies in hand, or writing unnecessary letters or communications. He held subordinates to a strict accountability in the performance of such duties, and kept his own time for thought. It was this quiet but intense thinking, and the well-matured ideas which resulted from it, that led to the prompt and vigorous action which was constantly witnessed during this year, so pregnant with events. He changed his habits somewhat at this period about going to bed early, and began to sit up later, and as he preferred to have some one keep him company and discuss matters with him of an evening, one of the staff officers always made it a point not to retire until the chief was ready for bed. Many a night now became a sort of watch night with us, but the conversations held upon these occasions were of such intense interest that they amply compensated for the loss of sleep they caused, even after a hard day's ride at the front. The general, however, did not always curtail the 8 hours of rest which his system seemed to require, for he often pieced out the time by lying in bed later in the morning when there was no stirring movement afoot. While sitting with him at the campfire late one night, after everyone else had gone to bed, I said to him, General, it seems singular that you have gone through all the rough and tumble of army service and frontier life, and have never been provoked into swearing. I have never heard you utter an oath or use an imprecation." "Well, somehow or other, I never learned to swear," he replied. "When a boy I seemed to have an aversion to it, and when I became a man I saw the folly of it. I have always noticed, too, that swearing helps to rouse a man's anger, and when a man flies into a passion, his adversary, who keeps cool, always gets the better of him. In fact, I could never see the use of swearing. I think it is the case with many people who swear excessively, that it is a mere habit, and that they do not mean to be profane. But, to say the least, it is a great waste of time." His example in this respect was once quoted in my hearing by a member of the Christian Commission to a teamster in the Army of the Potomac, in the hope of lessening the volume of rare oaths with which he was italicizing his language, and upon which he seemed to be placing his main reliance in moving his mule team out of a mud hole. The only reply evoked from him was, "Then thar's one thing sartin, the old man never druv mules." On July 22, General Grant called upon the aides to go with him to Meade's headquarters. Soon after our arrival there, Meade mounted his horse and rode out with us to visit Warren. The meeting between Meade and Warren was not very cordial, in consequence of a rather acrimonious discussion and correspondence which had just taken place between them. But they were both such good soldiers that they did not make any display of their personal feelings while engaged in their official duties. A Pittsburgh newspaper had stated that Meade had preferred charges against Warren for disobedience and tardy execution of orders. Warren at once wrote to Meade, asking him what truth there was in it, and if the rumor was correct that he had told General Grant that he had threatened him, Warren, with a court-martial if he did not resign. Meade replied, denying the statement of the newspaper, but said he had been offended by the temper and ill feeling that Warren had manifested against him recently in the presence of subordinates, and the want of harmony and cooperation which he had exhibited, and that he had spoken to Grant about this, and had gone so far as to write a letter to him asking that Warren might be relieved, but that, in the hope that disagreements might not occur in future, and in order to avoid doing him so serious an injury, he had withheld the letter. A thorough examination of Warren's front and other parts of the line was made. Sharp firing occurred in front of Burnside, which was thought to indicate something of importance, but it was only a random fusillade on the part of the troops, kept up between the parts of the lines which were quite close together. Saturday, July 23, William H. Seward, the Secretary of State, came down from Washington to visit General Grant and see the armies. He arrived at 7 o'clock in the morning on the steamer City of Hudson, and came at once to General Grant's quarters. The general had seen but little of the distinguished Secretary of State previous to this time, and was very glad to welcome him to City Point and make his more intimate acquaintance. He presented the officers of the staff who were in camp at the time, and invited them to take seats under the tent fly in front of his quarters, where he and the Secretary were sitting. Mr. Seward was profuse in his expressions of congratulation at the progress which had been made by the Union armies in the East, and their successes generally throughout the country. We soon began to realize that he fully merited his reputation as a talker. He spoke very freely in reference to the progress of the war, and more particularly about our foreign relations. He had conducted our many delicate negotiations with foreign nations with such consummate ability that everyone was anxious to draw him out in regard to them. The first topic of conversation which came up was the unfriendliness of our relations with England the first year of the war, and especially how near we came to an open break with that power in regard to the Trent affair, in which Commodore Wilkes, commanding the U.S.S. San Jacinto, had taken Slidell and Mason, the Confederate emissaries, from the English vessel Trent, upon which they were passengers. Mr. Seward said: "The report first received from the British government gave a most exaggerated account of the severity of the measures which had been employed. but I found from Commodore Wiltz's advices that the vessel had not been endangered by the shots fired across her bows, as charged, that he had simply sent a lieutenant and a boat's crew to the British vessel, that none of the crew even went aboard, that the lieutenant used only such a show of force as was necessary to convince the contraband passengers he wanted that they would have to go with him aboard the San Jacinto. The books on international law were silent on the subject as to exactly how an act such as this should be treated, and as our relations abroad were becoming very threatening, we decided, after a serious discussion, that whatever was to be done should be done promptly, and that under all the circumstances it would be wise and prudent to release the prisoners captured, rather than contend for a principle which might not have been sound, and run the risk of becoming involved in a war with Great Britain at that critical period. The great desire of the Davis government was to have this incident embroil us in such a war, and we were not anxious to please it in that respect. Our decision in the matter was the severest blow the Confederacy received in regard to its hope of assistance from abroad. This naturally led to the mention of a more recent event upon the seas, the destruction of the Alabama by the Kearsarge. General Grant had rejoiced greatly at this triumph of our sister service, the Navy, and admired immensely the boldness and pluck exhibited by Winslow, the commander of the Kearsarge, in forcing the fight with the Confederate cruiser. The general was naturally delighted, for it showed that Winslow was a man after his own heart, who acted upon the commendable military maxim, "When in doubt, fight." Mr. Seward was asked whether he had in contemplation any steps to take England to task for the action of the British yacht Deerhound for picking up and carrying off our prisoners. He said, "I have communicated with our minister at London, directing him to lay before the British government our grievance in this matter. I feel pretty well convinced that the captain of the Deerhound had arranged with Semmes, the captain of the Alabama, previous to the fight, to transfer to the yacht certain moneys and valuables which Semmes had aboard, so as to carry them to England for him, and to occupy a position during the fight near enough to render assistance under certain contingencies. It was reported that Captain Winslow asked the captain of the Deerhound to rescue the crew of the Alabama, who were drowning when that vessel was sinking, but that did not seem to be necessary, as Winslow was able with his boats to rescue all the men. It appears that many of Semmes's guns were manned by British gunners, and the wounded who were picked up were carried to England and cared for in a British naval hospital. The circumstance is a most aggravating one, and we have given Great Britain to understand that such acts will not be tolerated in future by this nation." General Grant then brought up the subject of the empire in Mexico, which was supported by Louis Napoleon. The general's services in the Mexican War had made him thoroughly well acquainted with Mexico, and he not only had deep sympathy for her people in their present struggle, but was a staunch supporter of the Monroe Doctrine generally, and was opposed on principle to any European monarchy forcing its institutions upon an American republic. Mr. Seward expressed himself at great length upon this subject, saying, among other things, "I have had a very exhaustive correspondence on this subject with Louis Napoleon's ministry. He has tried by every form of argument to justify his acts, but I have insisted from the start that when an American state has established republican institutions, no foreign power has the right to use force in attempting to subvert the government formed by its people and set up a monarchy in its place. When an American republic becomes a monarchy by the voluntary act of its people, the matter is no affair of ours, as the people are always the rightful source of authority. But in the present instance, a European emperor has stepped in to deprive the Mexicans of the right of republican freedom. I have been insisting very forcibly that Louis Napoleon must withdraw his army from Mexico. Why, rumors have reached us from time to time that his forces were to advance across the Rio Grande by an understanding with the Davis government and take possession of the state of Texas. We shall never feel easy until those troops are withdrawn." General Grant said, "While we don't want another war on our hands before we finish the present one, yet I feel that the reestablishment of republican government in Mexico would really be a part of our present struggle. As soon as the War of Secession ends, and I think it is coming to a close pretty rapidly, we will have a veteran army in the West ready to make a demonstration upon the Rio Grande, with a view to enforcing respect for our opinions concerning the Monroe Doctrine. I regard this expedition to Mexico not as a movement of the French people, but as one of the ambitious schemes of Louis Napoleon, which shows that he has as little respect for the French people's opinions as for our own. The French people are our old allies. It is natural that we should have a great regard for them, and there is a very close bond of sympathy between the two countries. But Louis Napoleon does not represent the people of France. I hope that his power may some day cease, and that France may become a republic, and I do not think that day is far distant." Mr. Seward remarked, "Yes, we want to get Napoleon out of Mexico, but we don't want any war over it. We have certainly had enough of war." One of the party remarked to Mr. Seward that he always seemed to have an abiding faith in the triumph of the Union cause. The Secretary replied, "Yes, though we have passed through many gloomy periods since the breaking out of the war, I have always felt confident that the integrity of the Union would be preserved. It is a part of my philosophy to believe that the American Republic has now, and will have for many years to come, enough virtue in its people to insure the safety of the State. Sometimes there does not seem to be any virtue to spare, but there's always enough." After some further conversation, Mr. Seward, by invitation of General Grant, visited some of the nearest camps, and in the afternoon General Butler accompanied the Secretary on his steamer on a trip up the James River as far as it was safe to go. Mr. Seward was urged to prolong his visit, but as he had an engagement to be in Norfolk in the evening, he felt compelled to start for that place in the afternoon, as soon as his steamer returned from the excursion up the James. End of Chapter 16.